The Lady's Paradise ******** The Lady's Paradise by Émile Zola with an introduction by Ernest Alfred Vizetelly from the original French, Au Bonheur des Dames, London 1895, Hutchinson & Co. 34 Paternoster Row. It's you, mademoiselle, he said. Contents Chapter I, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter V, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9, Chapter X, Chapter 11, Chapter 12, Chapter 13, Chapter 14. Introduction. I certainly have no desire to frighten the female readers to whom this free rendering of one of M. Zola's best books so largely appeals. It is indeed a book with a good sound moral, fit for every thoughtful woman to peruse, but, in endeavoring to point out its scope and purport, I must, in the first instance, refer to some matters in which women, as nowadays educated, take as a rule but the scantiest of interest. Still many of them may have heard that in the opinion of various philosophical seers and prophets the future of the human race lies in collectivism, a prediction which I do not intend to discuss, but respecting which I may remark that during the last half-century in this country there has certainly been a tendency in the direction indicated, even amongst classes which profess to hold every form of socialism in horror. This tendency towards collectivism has manifested itself notably in certain trades and industries by the introduction of various forms of cooperation, by the amalgamation, too, of rival businesses, and even by the formation of quasi-monopolies which, evil and unjust as they may appear to some, nevertheless rejoice the heart of many socialists who consider that the fewer the individual interests to be overthrown, the easier will be their task of conquest when the time shall come for olden society to give up the ghost. And, further, a tendency towards collectivism is also to be traced in the establishment of those great universal providing concerns which we know by the name of stores, and which many a socialist will tell you are but the forerunners of the colossal magazines of distribution which will become necessary when collectivism shall have attained its ends. On all sides nowadays the small trader and the small manufacturer are assailed, and in many instances can barely hold their own, for cheapness is the god of the hour, and in cheapness they cannot hope to compete with those who operate upon a colossal scale. Whether they will ultimately be obliged to give up the contest, whether the passion for individuality is destined to depart from the human race, these and the many other questions which the problem suggests, I will leave to the collectivist prophets and to those who oppose their doctrines in our reviews and newspapers. I have merely desired to call the reader's attention to this problem and to the tendencies previously referred to, because he, or she, will find that they constitute no small portion of the subject of the present volume of M. Zola's works. In Au Bonheur des Dames, M. Zola has taken as his theme a particular phase of the amalgamation and universal providing tendencies, as they have presented themselves in France, and the phase in question is certainly one of the most interesting, if only for the fact that it is so closely connected with the desires and needs of women. In a word, the work deals with those huge drapery establishments, like the Bon Marché and the Louvre, which are renowned throughout the world. We have no doubt several very large drapers' emporiums in London, but I do not think that any one of them can claim to rival either in dimensions, extent of business, or completeness of organization the great French establishments to which I have referred above. I can myself well remember the growth of the Bon Marché and the Louvre. Transferred, when my education was but half completed, from the solitude of the Sussex Downs to the whirling vortex of Paris, I grew up amongst those horsemanite transformations which virtually made the French capital a new city, a city which became my home for well nigh 20 years. Even now I am but a stranger in my own land, among my own kith and kin, and my memory ever dwells on those years when I saw Paris develop, opening her streets to air and light and health, increasing her wealth and her activity, on the one hand multiplying her workshops, ever busy, thanks to the taste and dexterity of her craftsmen, and on the other, by the attraction of 1,000 pleasures, becoming the caravanserai of Europe. And my fanatical admiration for Émile Zola and for all his works, the passion which has induced me to translate so many of them, arises mainly from the fact that they deal so largely with Paris and her life at a period which I so well remember, with scenes and incidents which I can so readily recall and which carry me back to the days when the heart was light and buoyant, and sorrow was a thing unknown. And when, now and again sundry supercilious English critics, qualified by a smattering of French and a few months' residence in France, presume to sneer at Émile Zola's pictures of French manners and customs in the days of the Second Empire, I merely shrug my shoulders at their ignorance. For my own part I believe, for like St. Thomas I have seen, among the subjects dealt with by Émile Zola in the Rougon-Macquart series, that of the present work, the development of the great magazines de Nouvelles, is to me one of the most familiar, for the reason that I have always taken a keen interest in the attire and adornment of women, and in my salad days wrote some hundreds of columns of fashions articles for English newspapers. And my duties in those days took me not only to the salons of M. Worth, Mpingat and other faiseurs à la mode, but also to the great drapers, for if, on the one hand, I learned in the former establishments what would be worn by royalty, aristocracy and fashionable depravity, on the other, in the huge bazaars similar to Aubonheur des Dames, I ascertained what would be the popular craze of the hour, the material which would be seen on the back of every second woman one might meet, and the one or two colors which for a few months would catch the eye at every street corner. All this may seem to be frivolity, but it is on such frivolity that a goodly portion of civilized humanity subsists. I find M. André Cochat, a well-informed writer, holding an official position, stating in 1866, a year which comes within the period I am referring to, that there were then 26,000 shops and workshops in Paris which sold or made, almost exclusively, articles of female attire, and these 26,000 establishments, many, of course, very small, gave employment to nearly 140,000 persons of both sexes, among whom there were 1,500 designers. Moreover, the trade of Paris in materials and made-up goods was estimated at 570 millions of francs, or pound 22,800,000. Under these circumstances, that Paris should have claimed the sovereignty of fashion is, I think, not surprising. Nowadays the number of establishments selling or making goods for feminine attire has undoubtedly decreased, but the trade is greater than ever. Well nigh the only alteration one can trace is that many of the smaller houses have been swallowed up by their big rivals in accordance with the usual conditions of the struggle for life. The big establishments did not, however, step into the arena, huge like Goliaths and armed capapi. As Émile Zola relates in the following pages, they likewise had humble beginnings, and would never have expanded as they did, but for the commercial genius of their founders. I remember the Bon Marché having but one entrance, in the Rue du Bac, near the corner of the Rue de Sèvres, and ranking, in the opinion of the women of the neighborhood, far below the Petit Saint Thomas, which it has since altogether outstripped. In the same way, the huge block of building now occupied by the Magasins du Louvre comprised some 40 different shops held by different tenants. Indeed, the pile had originally been erected for an hotel, the Grand Hotel du Louvre, and the shops, even those bearing the name of the Louvre, were at the outset only a secondary consideration. But gradually a transformation was effected. The drapery emporium became larger and larger, secured the adjoining shops, and ultimately invaded the hotel itself. Certainly all this was not easily brought about. Many neighboring tenants refused to give way to the monster and clung stubbornly to their leases, fighting the unequal battle with the utmost obstinacy, an obstinacy such as that which the Bourdas, and old Burris, the umbrella maker, will be found displaying in Émile Zola's pages. In the case of the Louvre, the last of these stubborn antagonists was, if I recollect rightly, a stationer whose shop fronted on the Place du Palais Royal, and I believe that he held out until his lease fell in. At the Bon Marché too, the Boucicautes had to contend against similar obstacles, and, there, the enlargement of the premises was attended by difficulties akin to those which Émile Zola describes, for many of the adjoining houses were decrepit, tumble-down vestiges of olden Paris, and each time the Bon Marché gained a few yards of frontage, expensive building operations had to be carried out. In his present work Émile Zola has, of course, not taken as his theme the actual history of either of the great establishments to which I have been referring. But from that history and from the history of other important magazines de nouvelles he has borrowed a multitude of curious and interesting facts, which he has blended into a realistic whole. Curiously enough, the site which he has chosen for Bonheur des Dames was really the site of a fairly large drapery emporium, which became the Grands Magasins du 4 September, but perhaps that title, savoring as it did of revolution, the revolution of 1870, brought the establishment bad luck with women caring little or nothing for politics, for it failed to attain the success to which its central situation seemed to entitle it. The place cliché to which Émile Zola will be found referring, still exists, and does a largely increasing business with all the north of Paris, whilst as for the Four Seasons, which one of his characters, Bothemont the silk salesman, establishes near the Grand Opera House, this is really the Printemps, that white and blue and gilded palace which the Parisians owe to the commercial enterprise of M. Jules Juliazot, by some people unkindly nicknamed the man with the umbrella. I have often thought that, from the commercial point of view, there is considerable resemblance between M. Juliazot and M. Zola's hero, Octave Moreau. The latter figures at an earlier stage of his life in another of M. Zola's novels, Potbouille, but he there appears as a graceless Don Juan without a redeeming quality, whereas, in the present work, one observes the development of his business capacities, and the gradual progress of his reformation, till his career culminates in a marriage which ought to prove a very happy one, if there be any truth in the old saw that a reformed rake makes the best of husbands. I have, however, no desire to institute the faintest comparison between the private life of Octave Moreau and that of M. Juliazot, but in describing the former's commercial genius and boldness, M. Zola has, I think, more than once thought of the latter's hardihood and talent in carving for himself a great industrial kingdom beside those of the Bon Marché and the Louvre. M. Juliazot is famous in Paris for the rare ability he displays in turning everything into advertisement, and this of course is an extremely valuable gift, as advertisement is the very life of the huge magazines de Nouveautés. Some years ago the Printemps was burnt down, and when the necessary rebuilding operations began, M. Juliazot prevailed upon the Cardinal Archbishop of Paris to come and bless the foundation stone of the new edifice. This inspiration, well worthy of M. Zola's hero, secured to M. Juliazot extensive patronage among the devout, and it was important at the time that he should reconcile himself with society, for on the occasion of the burning of his establishment the entire Parisian press had reproached him with showing greater eagerness to rush off and purchase an umbrella, for protection against a shower, than to minister to the needs of the numerous employees who had been cast on the pavement of Paris by the catastrophe. Hence the nickname to which I have previously referred. With the everyday life of the Parisian drapery employee the present work is very largely concerned. From the personal investigations I made at former times, the many conversations I had with employees of this class, the numerous corroborative statements I have read in the works of other French writers, I believe M. Zola's pictures of the counter-jumper's existence at the period dealt with, to be scrupulously accurate. It will be noticed that these pictures slowly change in certain respects as the story proceeds. Moreau at last begins to take more interest in the material comforts of his staff, provides it with better food, and treats it generally in a more reasonable manner, whilst among the employees themselves, their depravity and vulgarity, hidden beneath a surface elegance and politeness, is at times altogether stamped out, at others thrust back far more deeply. To the Boucicautes of the Bon Marché largely belongs the honor of having improved the material well-being, and raised the moral tone of shopmen of this class, and their example has been very generally followed. Still, as every Paris calico well knows, there is one great emporium whose internal organization is still open to serious criticism. Calico I may mention, is the French equivalent of our term counterjumper, and in this introduction to a work which deals so largely with the calico's life, it may not be out of place to explain the origin of the nickname. It dates from 1817, when a vaudeville called Le Combat des Montagnes, ou La Folie Bourgeoise by Scribe and Dupin was performed at the Paris Théâtre des Variétés. At that period, with the wars of the Empire still fresh in their recollection, the Parisians generally evinced a cordial respect for those who had seen service, and the young men of the capital, promenading on the boulevards, were fond of affecting a military appearance and demeanor. Matters even came to such a pass that drapers' assistants, commis marchands as they were then called, cultivated huge moustaches and wore spurs on their boots even when behind their counters. To this ridiculous craze Scribe and Dupin alluded in their vaudeville, into which they introduced a certain counterjumper called Monsieur Calico, whom the other characters of the play at first mistook for some survivor of the old guard. The result, as might have been expected, was an explosion of rage among all the drapery employees of Paris. They besieged the theatre, and desperate and sanguinary battles ensued in the auditorium. The authorities, however, declined to place the vaudeville under interdict, and after several interventions on the part of the police, the irate employees were cowed by the presence of a detachment of grenadiers, who, with loaded muskets, stood on either side of the stage throughout each performance. And from that time to the present day calico has been French for counterjumper, so far as drapery is concerned. However, the vaudeville did not cure the calico of his partiality for moustaches. These he still cultivates, as all who have been in Paris well know. Indeed, he frequently grows a beard as well, but as such hirsute appendages have long since ceased to be the exclusive property of the military, nobody taunts him with affectation concerning them. On the other hand, he has wisely renounced the practice of wearing spurs behind his counter, and if he sometimes evinces a little military precision or even swagger, it would be unwise to deem this assumed, for in these days of the universal conscription it may well have been acquired by real service in the ranks. Indeed, we must not sneer at the calico. He answers his country's call as readily as any other of her sons. It remains for me to say a few words concerning the moral of this book. The story of Denise's struggles, hardships and temptations, her quiet courage and gentle steadfastness is invested by Émile Zola with that simple pathos which adorns so many of his works. The young girl passes through the fire and emerges from it unscathed, protected by her own sense of rectitude and the purity of her love, whilst others, alas, are devoured. No more beautiful example of feminine resistance to evil could be imagined. We follow the heroine's fortunes with emotional interest and take a kindly satisfaction in her reward. Possibly, we might wish that she had loved a somewhat worthier man than Maurice, in whom there are many moral blemishes, but the reflection imposes itself, that under her caressing influence these blemishes will disappear, that Maurice will throw off all that remains in him of the old Adam and prove worthy of the love that he himself feels and has inspired. and surely woman's love can have no holier mission than that of the reformation of man. What, moreover, would become of humanity if a woman's heart were to be given only to the immaculate, in accordance with the paradoxical dictum of some latter-day lady novelists? Does not the woman who brings an erring man back into the straight path that he may contribute to the common weal, achieve more good than she who simply plights her troth to one as blameless as herself? And thus a halo encircles Émile Zola's heroine, Denise, the personification of all that is best and truest in the female heart. One word more. The compass of the present introduction does not permit me to establish a comparison between the relative positions of French and English salesmen and women in the great drapery establishments. I fear, however, from all I have heard, that several of Émile Zola's strictures on the treatment meted out to the employees of Octave Moritz Bazaar might be applied to English houses. And thus, whilst I recommend this book to women, whom its subject cannot fail to interest and who will take a warning from the extravagance of Madame Marty and find a bright example in the unswerving rectitude of Denise, I also submit it to the attention of those who are seeking in this country to improve the position of shop employees, for I feel certain that they will find many a useful hint in its searching and accurate pages. Ernest of Vizetelly. Merton, May 1895. 1. I find that Brunette, who played the part of M. Calico, wore the following typical costume: high boots with spurs, white trousers, a buff waistcoat and a frock coat made of a green and white mixture, chicoye lacrum, as the tailors of those days termed it. The Ladies' Paradise. Chapter I. Denise had come on foot from the St. Lazaria railway station, where a Cherbourg train had landed her and her two brothers, after a night spent on the hard seat of a third-class carriage. She was leading Pepe by the hand, while Jean followed her, all three of them exhausted by their journey, frightened and lost in that vast city of Paris, their eyes raised to the house fronts and their tongues forever inquiring the way to the Rue de la Michaudière, where their uncle Baudu lived. However, as she at last emerged into the Place Galen, the girls stopped short in astonishment. "Oh! Just look there," Jean said she, and they remained stock still, nestling close to one another, dressed from head to foot in black, the old mourning bought at their father's death. Denise, rather puny for her 20 years, was carrying a small parcel in one hand, while on the other side, her little brother, 5 years old, clung to her arm, and in the rear her big brother in the flower of his 16 summers stood erect with dangling arms. "Well, I never," said she, after a pause, "that is a shop." They were at the corner of the Rue de la Michaudière and the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, in front of a draper's shop, whose windows displayed a wealth of bright color in the soft, pale October light. 8 o'clock was striking at the church of Saint Roch, and only the early birds of Paris were abroad, a few clerks on their way to business, and housewives flitting about on their morning shopping. Before the door of the drapery establishment, 2 shopmen, mounted on a step-ladder, were hanging up some woolen goods, whilst in a window facing the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin another young man, kneeling with his back to the pavement, was delicately plaiting a piece of blue silk. In the shop, which was as yet void of customers, and whose employees were only just beginning to arrive. There was a low buzz as in a beehive just awakening. "By Jove," said Jean, "this beats Valens. Yours wasn't such a fine shop." Denise shook her head. She had spent 2 years at Valens, with Corneille, the principal draper in the town, and this Parisian shop so suddenly encountered and to her so vast made her heart swell and detained her there, interested, impressed, forgetful of everything else. The lofty plate-glass door in a corner facing the Place Galen reached the first story amidst a medley of ornaments covered with gilding. 2 allegorical female figures, with laughing faces and bare bosoms, unrolled a scroll bearing the inscription "The Ladies' Paradise." Then, on either side, along the Rue de la Michodière and the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, stretched the windows of the establishment, not limited merely to the corner house but comprising 4 others, 2 on the right and 2 on the left, which had been recently purchased and fitted up. It all appeared endless to Denise, thus seen in perspective, with the display down below and the plate-glass windows above, through which a long line of counters was to be perceived. Upstairs a young lady, dressed in silk, could be espied sharpening a pencil, while 2 others, beside her, were unfolding some velvet mantles. "The Ladies' Paradise," read Jean, with a soft laugh, like a handsome youth who already has thoughts of women. "That's a pretty name, that must draw customers, eh?" But Denise was absorbed by the display at the principal entrance. There, in the open street, on the very pavement, she beheld a mass of cheap goods, doorway temptations, bargains to attract the passer-by. Pieces of woolen and cloth goods, merinos, cheviots, and tweeds, hung from above like bunting, with their neutral, slate, navy blue, and olive green tints relieved by large white price tickets. Close by, on either side of the doorway, dangled strips of fur, narrow bands for dress trimmings, ashen-hued Siberian squirrel skin, swan's down of spotless snowiness, and rabbit skin transformed into imitation ermine and imitation sable. Below, in boxes and on tables, amidst piles of remnants, appeared a quantity of hosiery which was virtually given away, knitted woolen gloves, neckerchiefs, women's hoods, cardigan waistcoats, a complete winter show with colors in mixtures, patterns and stripes, and here and there a flaming patch of red. Denise saw some tartan at 9 sous, some strips of American bison at £1 the meter, and some mittens at 5 sous a pair. An immense clearance sale was apparently going on. The establishment seemed to be bursting with goods, blocking up the pavement with the surplus of its contents. Uncle Baudu was forgotten. Even Pepe, clinging tightly to his sister's hand, opened his big eyes in wonder. However, a vehicle in coming up forced them to quit the roadway, and they mechanically turned into the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, following the windows and stopping at each fresh display. At first they were captivated by an intricate arrangement. Up above, a number of umbrellas, placed obliquely, seemed to form a rustic roof. Upon rods beneath them hung a quantity of silk stockings displaying neat ankles and well-rounded calves, some of them dotted with rosebuds, others of divers hues. the black ones open-worked and the red ones elegantly clocked, whilst those which were of a flesh tint, looked, with their satiny texture, as soft as skin itself. Then, on the baize covering of the show stage, came a symmetrical array of gloves with extended fingers and narrow palms recalling the hands of Byzantine virgins, all the rigid and, as it were, adolescent grace which characterizes feminine frippery before it is worn. However, it was especially the last window which detained their eyes. An exhibition of silks, satins and velvets, in a supple, vibrating scale of color, here set, as in full bloom, the most delicate hues of the floral world. At the top were the velvets, deeply black, or white as curds, lower down came the satins, pinks and blues, bright at their folds, then fading into paler and paler tints of infinite delicacy, and lower still were silks, the rainbow's variegated scarf, the several pieces cocked shell-wise, plaited as though round some female waist, endowed, as it were, with life by the skillful manipulation of the employees, and between each motif, each glowing phrase of the display ran a discreet accompaniment, a light, puffy roll of creamy foulard. Here too at either end of the window, were huge piles of the two silks which were the exclusive property of the establishment, the Paris Delight and the Golden Grain, articles of exceptional quality destined to revolutionize the silk trade. "Oh! Look at that veil at 5 francs 60, murmured Denise, transported with astonishment at sight of the Paris Delight. Jean, however, was getting bored and stopped a passer-by. "Which is the Rue de la Michaudière, please, sir?" On hearing that it was the first on the right they all turned back, making the tour of the establishment. But just as she was entering the street, Denise was again attracted by a window in which ladies' mantles were displayed. At Cornell's the mantles had been her department, but she had never seen anything like this, and remained rooted to the spot with admiration. At the rear a large scarf of Bruges lace, of considerable value, was spread out like an altar veil, with its two creamy wings extended. Then there were flounces of Alencon, grouped in garlands, and from the top to the bottom, like falling snow, fluttered lace of every description, Malines, Valenciennes, Brussels, and Venetian point. On each side pieces of cloth rose up in dark columns imparting distance to the background. And the mantles were here, in this sort of chapel raised to the worship of woman's beauty and grace. In the center was a magnificent article, a velvet mantle trimmed with silver fox. On one side of it appeared a silk cloak lined with minever, on the other a cloth cloak edged with cock's plumes, and, last of all, some opera cloaks in white cashmere and quilted silk trimmed with swan's down or chenille. There was something for every taste, from the opera cloaks at 29 francs to the velvet mantle which was marked 1800. The round busts of the dummies filled out the stuff, the prominent hips exaggerating the slimness of the waists and the absent heads being replaced by large price tickets pinned on the necks, whilst the mirrors, on each side of the window, reflected and multiplied all these forms, peopling the street, as it were, with beautiful women for sale, each bearing a price in big figures in lieu of a head. "How stunning they are," murmured Jean, finding no other words to express his emotion. This time he himself had become motionless, and stood there gaping. All this female luxury turned him rosy with pleasure. He had a girl's beauty, a beauty which he seemed to have stolen from his sister, a fair white skin, ruddy curly hair, lips and eyes overflowing with tenderness. By his side Denise, with her rather long face, large mouth, fading complexion and light hair, appeared thinner still. Pepe, who was also fair, with the fairness of infancy, now clung closer to her, as if anxious to be caressed, perturbed and delighted as he was by the sight of the beautiful ladies in the window. And those three fair ones, poorly clad in black, that sad-looking girl between the pretty child and the handsome youth, looked so strange yet so charming standing there on the pavement, that the passers-by glanced back smilingly. For some minutes a stout man with grey hair and a large yellow face had been looking at them from a shop door on the other side of the street. He had been standing there with bloodshot eyes and contracted mouth, beside himself with rage at the display made by the ladies' paradise, when the sight of the girl and her brothers had completed his exasperation. What were those three simpletons doing there, gaping in front of the Cheap Jack's show booth? "What about Uncle?" asked Denise, suddenly, as if just waking up. "We are in the Rue de la Michodière," replied Jean. "He must live somewhere about here." They raised their heads and looked round, and just in front of them, above the stout man, they perceived a green signboard on which in yellow letters, discolored by the rain, was the following inscription: "The Old Elbeuf. Cloths and flannels. Bordeaux, late Horchecorn. The house, coated with ancient rusty paint, and quite flat and unadorned amidst the surrounding mansions of the Louis XIV. Period, had only 3 front windows up above, square and shutterless windows simply provided with handrails supported by 2 iron bars placed crosswise. But what most struck Denise, whose eyes were full of the bright display of the ladies' paradise, was the low ground-floor shop, surmounted by an equally low story with half-moon windows, of prison-like appearance. Right and left, framed round by woodwork of a bottle-green hue, which time had tinted with ochre and bitumen, were 2 deep windows, black and dusty, in which pieces of cloth heaped one on another could vaguely be seen. The open doorway seemed to conduct into the darkness and dampness of a cellar. "That's the house," said Jean. "Well, we must go in," declared Denise. "Come on, Pepe." All three, however, grew somewhat troubled, as if seized with fear. When their father had died, carried off by the same fever which a month previously had killed their mother, their uncle Bordeaux, in the emotion born of this double bereavement, had certainly written to Denise, assuring her that there would always be a place for her in his house whenever she might like to try fortune in Paris. But this had taken place nearly a year ago, and the young girl was now sorry that she should have so impulsively left Valence without informing her uncle. The latter did not know them, never having set foot in the little town since the day when he had left it as a boy, to enter the service of the draper Horchecorn, whose daughter he had subsequently married. Monsieur Baudu? Asked Denise, at last making up her mind to speak to the stout man who was still eyeing them, surprised by their appearance and manners. That's me, he replied. Then Denise blushed deeply and stammered, "Oh, I'm so pleased. I am Denise. This is Jean, and this is Pepe. You see, we have come, uncle." Baudu seemed lost in amazement. His big eyes rolled in his yellow face. He spoke slowly and with difficulty. He had evidently been far from thinking of this family which now suddenly dropped down upon him. What, you here?" he several times repeated. "But you were at Valens. Why aren't you at Valens?" In her sweet but rather faltering voice she then explained that since the death of her father, who had spent every penny he possessed in his dye works, she had acted as a mother to the two children, but the little she had earned at Cornell's did not suffice to keep the three of them. Jean certainly worked at a cabinet maker's, a repairer of old furniture, but didn't earn a sou. Still, he had got to like the business, and had even learned to carve. One day, having found a piece of ivory, he had amused himself by carving it into a head, which a gentleman staying in the town had seen and praised, and this gentleman it was who had been the cause of their leaving Valens, as he had found Jean a place with an ivory carver in Paris. "So you see, uncle," continued Denise, "Jean will commence his apprenticeship at his new master's tomorrow. They ask no premium, and will board and lodge him. And so I felt sure that Pepe and I would be able to jog along. At all events we can't be worse off than we were at Valens." She said nothing about a certain love affair of Jean's, of certain letters which he had written to the daughter of a nobleman of the town, of the kisses which the pair had exchanged over a wall, in fact, quite a scandal which had strengthened her in her determination to leave. And if she was so anxious to be in Paris herself, it was that she might be able to look after her brother, feeling, as she did, quite a mother's tender anxiety for this gay and handsome youth, whom all the women adored. Uncle Baudu, however, couldn't get over it, but continued his questions. "So your father left you nothing?" said he. "I certainly thought there was still something left." "Ah! How many times did I write advising him not to take those dye works? He was a good-hearted fellow certainly, but he had no head for business, and you were left with those two youngsters to look after. You've had to keep them, eh?" His bilious face had now become clearer. His eyes were not so bloodshot as when he had stood glaring at the Ladies' Paradise. All at once he noticed that he was blocking up the doorway. "Well," said he, "come in, now you're here. Come in, that'll be better than gaping at a parcel of rubbish." And after addressing a last pout of anger to the Ladies' Paradise, he made way for the children by entering the shop and calling his wife and daughter, "Elizabeth, Genevieve, come down, here's company for you." Denise and the two boys, however, hesitated at sight of the darkness of the shop. Blinded by the clear outdoor light, they blinked as on the threshold of some unknown pit, and felt their way with their feet with an instinctive fear of encountering some treacherous step. and drawn yet closer together by this vague fear, the child still holding the girl's skirts, and the big boy behind, they made their entry with a smiling, anxious grace. The clear morning light outlined the dark silhouettes of their mourning clothes, and an oblique ray of sunshine gilded their fair hair. Come in, repeated Bordeaux. Then, in a few sentences he explained matters to his wife and daughter. The former was a little woman, consumed by anemia and quite white hair, white eyes and white lips. Genevieve, the daughter, in whom the maternal degeneracy appeared yet more marked, had the sickly, colorless appearance of a plant reared in the shade. However, a thick, heavy crop of magnificent black hair, marvelously vigorous for such poor soil, gave her, as it were, a mournful charm. Come in, said both the women in their turn, you are welcome. And they at once made Denise sit down behind a counter. Pepe then jumped upon his sister's lap, whilst Jean leant against the paneling beside her. They were regaining their assurance and looking round the shop where their eyes had grown used to the obscurity. They could now distinctly see it all, with its low and smoky ceiling, its oaken counters polished by use, and its old-fashioned nests of drawers with strong iron fittings. Bales of dark goods reached to the beams above, a smell of wool and dye, a sharp chemical smell, prevailed, intensified it seemed by the humidity of the floor. At the further end 2 young men and a young woman were putting away some pieces of white flannel. Perhaps this young gentleman would like to take something, said Madame Bordeaux, smiling at Pepe. No, thanks, replied Denise, we each had a cup of milk at a cafe opposite the station. And as Genevieve looked at the small parcel she had laid on the floor near her, she added, I left our box there too. She blushed as she spoke, feeling that she ought not to have dropped down on her friends in this way. Even in the train, just as she was leaving Valence, she had been assailed by regrets and fears, and this was why she had left the box at the station and given the children their breakfast immediately on arriving in Paris. Well, suddenly said Bordeaux, let's come to an understanding. 'Tis true that I wrote to you, but that was a year ago, and since then business hasn't been flourishing, I can assure you, my girl. He stopped short, choked by an emotion he did not wish to show. Madame Bordeaux and Genevieve had cast down their eyes with an air of resignation. Oh, continued he, it's a crisis which will pass, no doubt. I'm not uneasy, but I have reduced my staff. There are only 3 here now, and this is not the moment to engage a 4th. In short, my poor girl, I cannot take you as I promised. Denise listened, aghast and very pale. He repeated his words, adding, it would do no good to either of us. All right, uncle, at last she replied, with a painful effort, I'll try to manage all the same. The Bordeaux were not bad sort of people. But they complained of never having had any luck. In the flourishing days of their business, they had had to bring up 5 sons, of whom 3 had died before attaining the age of 20, the 4th had gone wrong, and the 5th had just started for Mexico, as a captain. Genevieve was the only one now left at home. From first to last, however, this large family had cost a deal of money, and Bordeaux had made things worse by buying a great lumbering country house at Rambouillet, near his wife's father's place. Thus, a sharp, sour feeling was springing up in the honest old tradesman's breast. "You might have warned us," he resumed, gradually getting angry at his own harshness. "You might have written and I should have told you to stay at Valence. When I heard of your father's death I said what is right on such occasions, but you drop down on us without a word of warning. It's very awkward." He raised his voice, as he thus relieved himself. His wife and daughter still kept their eyes on the floor, like submissive persons who would never think of interfering. Jean, however, had turned pale, whilst Denise hugged the terrified Pepe to her bosom. Hot tears of disappointment fell from her eyes. "All right, uncle," she said, "we'll go away." At that he ceased speaking, and an awkward silence ensued. Then he resumed in a surly tone, "I don't mean to turn you out. As you are here you can sleep upstairs tonight, after that, we'll see." Then, as he glanced at them, Madame Bordeaux and Genevieve understood that they were free to arrange matters. And all was soon settled. There was no need to trouble about Jean, as he was to enter on his apprenticeship the next day. As for Pepe, he would be well looked after by Madame Gras, an old lady who rented a large ground floor in the Rue des Orties, where she boarded and lodged young children for 40 francs a month. Denise said that she had sufficient to pay for the first month, and so the only remaining question was to find a place for herself. Surely they would be able to discover some situation for her in the neighborhood. "Wasn't Vincard in want of a saleswoman?" asked Genevieve. "Of course, so he was," cried Bordeaux. "We'll go and see him after lunch. There's nothing like striking the iron while it's hot." Not a customer had come in to interrupt this family discussion. The shop remained dark and empty as before. At the far end, the two young men and the young woman were still working, talking in low sibilant whispers amongst themselves. At last, however, 3 ladies arrived, and Denise was then left alone for a moment. She kissed Pepe with a swelling heart, at the thought of their approaching separation. The child, affectionate as a kitten, hid his little head without saying a word. When Madame Bordeaux and Genevieve returned, they remarked how quiet he was, and Denise assured them that he never made any more noise than that, but remained for days together without speaking, living solely on kisses and caresses. Then until lunchtime the 3 women sat and talked together about children, housekeeping, life in Paris and life in the country, in curt, cautious sentences, like relations whom ignorance of one another renders somewhat awkward. Jean meantime had gone to the shop door, and stood there watching all the outdoor life and smiling at the pretty girls. At 10 o'clock a servant appeared. As a rule the cloth was then laid for Bordeaux, Genevieve, and the first hand, a second lunch being served at 11 o'clock for Madame Bordeaux, the other young man, and the young woman. "Come to lunch," exclaimed the draper, turning towards his niece, and when they sat ready in the narrow dining room behind the shop, he called the first hand who had lingered behind, Columban lunch. The young man entered apologizing. He had wished to finish arranging the flannels, he said. He was a big fellow of 25, heavy but crafty, for although his face, with its large weak mouth, seemed at first sight typical of honesty, there was a veiled cunning in his eyes. "There's a time for everything," rejoined Baudu, who sat before a piece of cold veal, carving it with a master's skill and prudence, calculating the weight of each thin slice to within a quarter of an ounce. He served everybody, and even cut up the bread. Denise had placed Pepe near her to see that he ate properly, but the dark close room made her feel uncomfortable. She thought it so small, after the large, well-lighted rooms to which she had been accustomed in the country. A single window overlooked a small backyard, which communicated with the street by a dark passage running along the side of the house. And this yard, dripping wet and evil-smelling, was like the bottom of some well into which fell a circular glimmer of light. In the winter they were obliged to keep the gas burning all day, and when the weather enabled them to do without it, the room seemed more melancholy still. Several seconds elapsed before Denise's eyes got sufficiently used to the light to distinguish the food on her plate. "That young chap has a good appetite," remarked Baudu, observing that Jean had finished his veal. "If he works as well as he eats, he'll make a fine fellow. But you, my girl, you are not eating. And, I say, now that we can talk a bit, tell us why you didn't get married at Valens." At this Denise almost dropped the glass she held in her hand. "Oh, uncle, get married? How can you think of it? And the little ones?" She ended by laughing. It seemed to her such a strange idea. Besides, what man would have cared to take her, a girl without a sou, no fatter than a lath, and not at all pretty? No, no, she would never marry. She had quite enough children with her 2 brothers. "You are wrong," said her uncle. "A woman always needs a man. If you had found an honest young fellow over there, you wouldn't have dropped onto the Paris pavement, you and your brothers, like a party of gypsies." He paused in order to apportion with a parsimony full of justice, a dish of bacon and potatoes which the servant had just brought in. Then, pointing to Genevieve and Columban with his spoon, he added, "Those 2 will get married next spring, if we have a good winter season." Such was the patriarchal custom of the house. The founder, Aristide Finet, had given his daughter, Désirée, to his first hand, Horchecorn. He, Baudu, who had arrived in the Rue de la Michaudière with 7 francs in his pocket, had married old Horchecorn's daughter, Elizabeth, and in his turn he intended to hand over Genevieve and the business to Columban as soon as trade should improve. If he still delayed the marriage which had been decided on 3 years previously, it was because a scruple had come to him, a fixed resolve to act in all honesty. He himself had received the business in a prosperous state, and did not wish to pass it on to his son-in-law with fewer customers or doubtful sales. And, continuing his talk, he formally introduced Columban, who came from Rambouillet, like Madame Baudu's father. In fact, they were distant cousins. A hard-working fellow was Colomban, said he. For 10 years he had slaved in the shop, fairly earning all his promotions. Besides, he was far from being a nobody. His father was that noted toper, Colomban, the veterinary surgeon so well known all over the department of Sainetois, an artist in his line, but so addicted to the flowing bowl that his money fast slipped through his fingers. "Thank heaven," said the draper in conclusion, "if the father drinks and runs after women, the son at all events has learned the value of money here." Whilst he was thus speaking, Denise began to examine Genevieve and Colomban. Though they sat close together at table, they remained very quiet, without a blush or a smile. From the day of entering the establishment the young man had counted on this marriage. He had passed through the various stages of junior hand, salesman, etc., at last gaining admittance into the confidence and pleasures of the family circle, and all this patiently, whilst leading a clockwork style of life and looking upon his marriage with Genevieve as a legitimate stroke of business. The certainty of having her as his wife prevented him from feeling any desire for her. On her side the girl had got to love him with the gravity of her reserved nature, full of a real deep passion of which she was not aware, in the regulated monotony of her daily life. "Oh, it's quite right, when folks like each other, and can do it at last," said Denise, smiling, with a view to making herself agreeable. "Yes, it always finishes like that," declared Colomban, who, slowly masticating, had not yet spoken a word. Genevieve gave him a long look, and then in her turn remarked, "When people understand each other, the rest comes naturally." Their affection had sprung up in this gloomy nook of old Paris like a flower in a cellar. For 10 years past she had known no one but him, living by his side, behind the same bales of cloth, amidst the darkness of the shop, and morning and evening they had found themselves elbow to elbow in the tiny dining room, so damp and vault-like. They could not have been more concealed, more utterly lost had they been far away in the country, under the screening foliage of the trees. Only the advent of doubt, of jealous fear, could make it plain to the girl, that she had given herself, forever, amidst this abetting solitude, through sheer emptiness of heart and mental weariness. As it was, Denise fancied she could detect a growing anxiety in the look Genevieve had cast at Colomban, so she good-naturedly replied, "Oh, when people are in love they always understand each other." Meantime Baudu kept a sharp eye on the table. He had distributed some fingers of brie cheese, and, as a treat for the visitors, called for a second dessert, a pot of red currant jam, a liberality which seemed to surprise Colomban. Pepe, who so far had been very good, behaved rather badly at the sight of the jam, whilst Jean, his attention attracted by the conversation about his cousin Genevieve's marriage, began to take stock of the girl, whom he thought too puny and too pale, comparing her in his own mind to a little white rabbit with black ears and pink eyes. "Well, we've chatted enough, and must make room for the others," said the draper, giving the signal to rise from table. Just because we've had a treat there is no reason why we should want too much of it. Madame Baudu, the other shopman, and the young lady then came and took their places at table. Denise, again left to herself, sat down near the door waiting until her uncle should be able to take her to win cards. Pepe was playing at her feet, whilst Jean had resumed his post of observation on the threshold. And Denise sat there for nearly an hour, taking interest in what went on around her. Now and again a few customers came in, a lady, then two others appeared, the shop meanwhile retaining its musty odor and its half-light, in which old-fashioned commerce, simple and good-natured, seemed to weep at finding itself so deserted. What most interested Denise, however, was the ladies' paradise opposite, whose windows she could see through the open doorway. The sky remained cloudy, a sort of humid mildness warmed the air, notwithstanding the season, and in the clear light, permeated, as it were, by a hazy diffusion of sunshine, the great shop acquired abundant life and activity. To Denise it seemed as if she were watching a machine working at full pressure, setting even the window shows in motion. They were no longer the cold windows she had seen in the early morning, they seemed to have been warmed and to vibrate with all the activity within. There were folks before them, groups of women pushing and squeezing against the sheets of glass, a perfect crowd excited with covetousness. And in this passionate atmosphere the stuffs themselves seemed endowed with life. The laces quivered, drooped, and concealed the depths of the shop with a disturbing air of mystery. Even the thick square-cut lengths of cloth breathed, exhaling a tempting odor, while the tailor-made coats seemed to draw themselves up more erectly on the dummies, which acquired soles, and the velvet mantle expanded, supple and warm, as if falling from real shoulders, over a heaving bosom and quivering hips. But the factory-like glow which pervaded the house came above all from the sales, the crush at the counters, which could be divined behind the walls. There was the continual roaring of a machine at work, an engulfing of customers close pressed against the counters, bewildered amidst the piles of goods, and finally hurled towards the pay desks. And all went on in an orderly manner, with mechanical regularity, force and logic carrying quite a nation of women through the gearing of this commercial machine. Denise had felt tempted ever since early morning. She was bewildered and attracted by this shop, to her so vast, which she saw more people enter in an hour than she had seen enter Cornales in 6 months. And with her desire to enter it was mingled a vague sense of danger which rendered her seduction complete. At the same time her uncle's shop made her feel ill at ease. She felt unreasonable disdain, instinctive repugnance for this cold, icy place, the home of old-fashioned trading. All her sensations, her anxious entry, her relatives' cold reception, the dull lunch partaken of in a prison-like atmosphere, her spell of waiting amidst the sleepy solitude of this old establishment doomed to speedy decay, all these became concentrated in mute protest, in a passionate longing for life and light. And despite her good heart, her eyes ceaselessly turned to the ladies' paradise, as if, saleswoman as she was, she felt the need of warming herself in the glow of that immense business. Plenty of customers over there at all events, was the remark which at last escaped her. But she promptly regretted these words on seeing the Bordus near her. Madame Baudu, who had finished her lunch, was standing there, quite white, with her pale eyes fixed on the monster, and resigned though she tried to be, she could never catch sight of that place across the road, without mute despair filling her eyes with tears. As for Genevieve, she was anxiously watching Colomban, who, unaware that he was being observed, remained in ecstasy, looking at the young Sales women in the mantle department of the Paradise, whose counter was visible through the first-floor window. Baudu, for his part, though his anger was written on his face, merely remarked, "All is not gold that glitters." Patience. The members of the family evidently kept back the flood of rancor rising in their throats. A feeling of self-esteem prevented them from displaying their temper before these children, who had only that morning arrived. At last the draper made an effort, and tore himself away from the spectacle of the Paradise and its sails. "Well," he resumed, "we'll go and see Vincard. Situations are soon snatched up and it might be too late tomorrow." However, before starting, he ordered his junior salesman to go to the railway station to fetch Denise's box. On her side Madame Baudu, to whom the girl had confided Pepe, decided to run over to see Madame Gras in order to arrange about the child. Jean on the other hand promised his sister not to stir from the shop. "It's 2 minutes' walk," explained Baudu as he went down the Rue Galen with his niece. "Vincard has a silk business, and still does a fair trade. Oh, of course he has his worries, like everyone else, but he's an artful fellow, who makes both ends meet by his miserly ways. I fancy, though, he wants to retire, on account of his rheumatics." Vincard's shop was in the Rue Neuve des Petits Champs, near the Passage Choiseul. It was clean and light, well fitted up in the modern style, but rather small, and contained but a poor stock. Baudu and Denise found Vincard in consultation with 2 gentlemen. "Never mind us," called out the draper, "we are in no hurry, we can wait." And discreetly returning to the door he whispered to Denise, "That thin fellow is second in the silk department at the Paradise, and the stout man is a silk manufacturer from Lyons." Denise gathered that Vincard was trying to sell his business to Robinho of the Paradise. With a frank air, and open face, he was giving his word of honor, with the facility of a man whom assurances never troubled. According to him, his business was a golden one, and albeit in the splendor of robust health he broke off to whine and complain of those infernal pains of his which prevented him from remaining in business and making his fortune. Robinho, who seemed nervous and uneasy, interrupted him impatiently. He knew what a crisis the trade was passing through, and named a silk warehouse which had already been ruined by the vicinity of the Paradise. Then Vincard, inflamed, raised his voice. "No wonder. The downfall of that big booby Vabre was a foregone conclusion. His wife spent everything he earned. Besides, we are more than 500 yards away, whilst Vabre was almost next door to the Paradise. Gajan, the silk manufacturer, then chimed in, and their voices fell again. He accused the big establishments of ruining French manufactures. 3 or 4 laid down the law, reigning like masters over the market, and he gave it as his opinion that the only way to fight them was to favor the small traders, above all, those who dealt in specialties, for to them the future belonged. For that reason he offered Robinho plenty of credit. "See how you have been treated at the Paradise," said he. "No notice has been taken of your long service. You had the promise of the first-hand's place long ago, when Beaumont, an outsider without any claim at all, came in and got it at once." Robinho was still smarting under this act of injustice. However, he hesitated to start business on his own account, explaining that the money came from his wife, who had inherited 60,000 francs, and he was full of scruples regarding this money, saying that he would rather cut off his right hand than compromise it in a doubtful affair. "No," said he, "I haven't yet made up my mind. Give me time to think over it. We'll have another talk about it." "As you like," replied Vincart, concealing his disappointment under a smiling countenance. "My interest, you know, is not to sell, and I certainly shouldn't were it not for my rheumatics." Then stepping to the middle of the shop, he inquired, "What can I do for you, Monsieur Baudu?" The draper, who had been slyly listening, thereupon introduced Denise, telling Vincart as much as he thought necessary of her story and adding that she had 2 years' country experience. "And as I heard you are wanting a good saleswoman," he added. But Vincart, affecting extreme sorrow, cut him short. "How unfortunate," said he. "I had, indeed, been looking for a saleswoman all this week, but I've just engaged one, not 2 hours ago." A silence ensued. Denise seemed to be in consternation. Robinho, who was looking at her with interest, probably inspired with pity by her poverty-stricken appearance, ventured to remark, "I know they are wanting a young person at our place, in the mantle department." At this Baudu could not restrain a fervent outburst, "At your place indeed? Never." Then he stopped short in embarrassment. Denise had turned very red. She would never dare to enter that great shop, and yet the idea of belonging to it filled her with pride. "Why not?" asked Robinho, surprised. "It would be a good opening for the young lady. I advise her to go and see Madame Aurélie, the first hand, tomorrow. The worst that can happen to her is to be refused." The draper, to conceal his inward revolt, then began talking vaguely. He knew Madame Aurélie, or, at least, her husband, Wilhelm, the cashier, a stout man, who had had his right arm crushed by an omnibus. Then suddenly turning to Denise, he added, "However, it's her business, it isn't mine. She can do as she likes." And thereupon he went off, after wishing Gajan and Robinho good day. Vincart accompanied him as far as the door, reiterating his regrets. The girl meantime had remained in the middle of the shop, intimidated yet desirous of asking Robinho for further particulars. However, she could not muster the courage to do so, but in her turn bowed, and simply said, "Thank you, sir." On the way back, Baudu said nothing to his niece, but as if carried away by his reflections walked on very fast, forcing her to run in order to keep up with him. On reaching the Rue de la Michaudière, he was about to enter his establishment when a neighboring shopkeeper, standing at his door, called to him. Denise stopped and waited. "What is it, Père Burris?" asked the draper. Burris was a tall old man, with a prophet's head, bearded and hairy, with piercing eyes shining from under bushy brows. He kept an umbrella and walking stick shop, did repairs, and even carved handles, which had won for him an artistic celebrity in the neighborhood. Denise glanced at the windows of his shop where the sticks and umbrellas were arranged in straight lines. But on raising her eyes she was astonished by the appearance of the house. It was an old hovel squeezed in between the Ladies' Paradise and a large Louis XIV mansion. You could hardly conceive how it had sprung up in the narrow slit where its two low dumpy stories displayed themselves. Had it not been for the support of the buildings on either side it must have fallen. The slates of its roof were old and rotten, and its two-windowed front was cracked and covered with stains, running down in long rusty lines to the worm-eaten signboard over the shop. "You know he's written to my landlord, offering to buy the house," said Burris, looking steadily at the draper with his fiery eyes. Baudu became paler still, and bent his shoulders. There was a silence, during which the two men remained face to face, looking very serious. "We must be prepared for anything," murmured Baudu at last. Thereupon Burris flew into a passion, shaking his hair and flowing beard while he shouted, "Let him buy the house, he'll have to pay 4 times the value for it. But I swear that as long as I live he shan't touch a stone of it. My lease has 12 years to run yet. We shall see. We shall see." It was a declaration of war. Burris was looking towards the Ladies' Paradise, which neither of them had named. For a moment Baudu remained shaking his head in silence, and then crossed the street to his shop, his legs almost failing him as he repeated, "Ah! Good Lord! Ah! Good Lord!" Denise, who had listened, followed her uncle. Madame Baudu had just come back with Pepe, whom Madame Gras had agreed to receive at any time. Jean, however, had disappeared, and this made his sister anxious. When he returned with a flushed face, talking in an animated way of the boulevards, she looked at him with such a sad expression that he blushed with shame. Meantime their box had arrived, and it was arranged that they should sleep in the attic. "Ah! By the way, how did you get on at Vincard's?" inquired Madame Baudu. The draper thereupon gave an account of his fruitless errand, adding that Denise had heard of a situation, and, pointing to the Ladies' Paradise with a scornful gesture, he exclaimed, "There, in there." The whole family felt hurt at the idea. The first dinner was at 5 o'clock. Denise and the 2 children sat down to it with Baudu, Genevieve, and Columbine. A single gas jet lighted and warmed the little dining room which reeked with the smell of food. The meal passed off in silence, but at dessert Madame Baudu, who was restless, left the shop, and came and sat down behind Denise. And then the storm, kept back all day, broke out, one and all seeking to relieve their feelings by abusing the monster. "It's your business, you can do as you like," repeated Baudu. "We don't want to influence you. But if you only knew what sort of place it is," and in broken sentences he commenced to relate the story of that octave Maurice to whom the paradise belonged. He had been wonderfully lucky. A fellow who had come up from the south of France with the smiling audacity of an adventurer, who had no sooner arrived in Paris than he had begun to distinguish himself by all sorts of disgraceful pranks, figuring most prominently in a matrimonial scandal, which was still the talk of the neighborhood, and who, to crown all, had suddenly and mysteriously made the conquest of Madame Hédouin, who had brought him the ladies' paradise as a marriage portion. "That poor Caroline," interrupted Madame Baudu. "We were distantly related. If she had lived things would be different. She wouldn't have let them ruin us like this. And he's the man who killed her." "Yes, with that very building. One morning, when she was visiting the works, she fell into a hole, and 3 days after she died. A fine, strong, healthy woman, who had never known what illness was. There's some of her blood in the foundations of that house." So speaking, she pointed to the establishment opposite with her pale and trembling hand. Denise, listening as to a fairy tale, slightly shuddered. The sense of fear which had mingled with the temptation she had felt since morning, was due, perhaps, to the presence of that woman's blood, which she fancied she could now detect in the red mortar of the basement. "It seems as if it brought him good luck," added Madame Baudu, without mentioning Maurice by name. But the draper, full of disdain for these old women's tales, shrugged his shoulders and resumed his story, explaining the situation commercially. The Ladies' Paradise had been founded in 1822 by 2 brothers, named Deleuze. On the death of the elder, his daughter, Caroline, had married the son of a linen manufacturer, Charles Hédouin, and, later on, becoming a widow, she had married Maurice. She thus brought him a half share in the business. 3 months after the marriage, however, the second brother Deleuze died childless, so that when Caroline met her death, Maurice became sole heir, sole proprietor of the Ladies' Paradise. Yes, he had been wonderfully lucky. He's what they call a man of ideas, a dangerous busybody, who will overturn the whole neighborhood if he's left to himself, continued Baudu. I fancy that Caroline, who was rather romantic also, must have been carried away by the gentleman's extravagant plans. In short, he persuaded her to buy the house on the left, then the one on the right, and he himself, on becoming his own master, bought 2 others, so that the establishment has kept on growing and growing to such a point that it now threatens to swallow us all up. He was addressing Denise, but was in reality speaking for himself, feeling a feverish longing to recapitulate this story which continually haunted him. At home he was always angry and full of bile, always violent, with fists ever clenched. Madame Baudu, ceasing to interfere, sat motionless on her chair. Genevieve and Columbine, with eyes cast down, were picking up and eating the crumbs off the table, just for the sake of something to do. It was so warm, so stuffy in that tiny room that Pepe had fallen asleep with his head on the table, and even Jean's eyes were closing. "But wait a bit," resumed Baudu, seized with a sudden fit of anger. "Such jokers always go to smash. Maurit is hard pushed just now, I know that for a fact. He's been forced to spend all his savings on his mania for extensions and advertisements. Moreover, in order to raise additional capital, he has induced most of his shop people to invest all they possess with him. And so he hasn't a sou to help himself with now, and, unless a miracle be worked, and he manages to treble his sales, as he hopes to do, you'll see what a crash there'll be. Ah! I'm not ill-natured, but that day I'll illuminate my shop front, I will, on my word of honor." And he went on in a revengeful voice. To hear him you would have thought that the fall of the ladies' paradise would restore the dignity and prestige of commerce. Had anyone ever seen such doings? A draper's shop selling everything. Why not call it a bazaar at once? And the employees? A nice set they were too, a lot of puppies, who did their work like porters at a railway station, treating both goods and customers as if they were so many parcels, taking themselves off or getting the sack at a moment's notice. No affection, no morals, no taste. And all at once he appealed to Columbine as a witness. He, Columbine, brought up in the good old school, knew how long it took to learn all the cunning and trickery of the trade. The art was not to sell much, but to sell dear. And then too, Columbine could tell them how he had been treated, carefully looked after, his washing and mending done, nursed in illness, considered as one of the family, loved, in fact. Of course, repeated Columbine, after each statement made by his governor. "Ah, you're the last of the old stock, my dear fellow," Baudu ended by declaring. "After you're gone there'll be none left. You are my sole consolation, for if all that hurry and scurry is what they now call business, I understand nothing of it and would rather clear out." Genevieve, with her head on one side as if her thick hair were weighing down her pale brow, sat watching the smiling shopman, and in her glance there was a gleam of suspicion, a wish to see whether Columbine, stricken with remorse, would not blush at all this praise. But, like a fellow well acquainted with every trick of the old style of trade, he retained his sedateness, his good-natured air, with just a touch of cunning about his lips. However, Baudu still went on, louder than ever, accusing the people opposite, that pack of savages who murdered each other in their struggle for existence, of even destroying all family ties. And he mentioned his country neighbors, the Lhoms, mother, father, and son, all employed in the infernal shop, people who virtually had no home but were always out and about, leading a hotel, table d'hôte kind of existence, and never taking a meal at their own place excepting on Sundays. Certainly his dining room wasn't over large or too well aired or lighted, but at least it spoke to him of his life, for he had lived there amidst the affection of his kith and kin. Whilst speaking, his eyes wandered about the room, and he shuddered at the unavowed idea that if those savages should succeed in ruining his trade, they might some day turn him out of this hole where he was so comfortable with his wife and child. Notwithstanding the seeming assurance with which he predicted the utter downfall of his rivals, he was in reality terrified, feeling at heart that the neighborhood was being gradually invaded and devoured. "Well, I don't want to disgust you," he resumed, trying to calm himself. "If you think it to your interest to go there, I shall be the first to say, go." "I am sure of that, uncle," murmured Denise in bewilderment, her desire to enter the ladies' paradise growing keener and keener amidst all this display of passion. Baudu had put his elbows on the table, and was wearying her with his fixed stare. "But look here," he resumed, "you who know the business, do you think it right that a simple draper's shop should sell everything? Formerly, when trade was trade, drapers sold nothing but drapery. But now they are doing their best to snap up every branch of trade and ruin their neighbors. The whole neighborhood complains of it. Every small tradesman is beginning to suffer terribly. This man Morit is ruining them. For instance, Bador and his sister, who keep the hosiery shop in the Rue Galen, have already lost half their customers. Mademoiselle Tatin, who sells underlinen in the Passage Choiseul, has been obliged to lower her prices, to be able to sell at all. And the effects of this scourge, this pest, are felt as far as the Rue Neuve des Petits Champs, where I hear that Messrs. Van Puil brothers, the furious, cannot hold out much longer. Ah! Drapers selling fur goods, what a farce! Another of Morit's ideas. And gloves, added Madame Baudu, isn't it monstrous? He has even dared to add a glove department. Yesterday, when I passed down the Rue Neuve Saint Augustin, I saw Quinet, the glover, at his door, looking so downcast that I hadn't the heart to ask him how business was going. And umbrellas, resumed Baudu, that's the climax. Burris is convinced that Morit simply wants to ruin him, for, in short, where's the rhyme between umbrellas and drapery? But Burris is firm on his legs, and won't let himself be butchered. We shall see some fun one of these days. Then Baudu went on to speak of other tradesmen, passing the whole neighborhood in review. Now and again he let slip a confession. If Vincard wanted to sell, it was time for the rest to pack up, for Vincard was like the rats who make haste to leave a house when it threatens ruin. Then, however, immediately afterwards, he contradicted himself, and talked of an alliance, an understanding between the small tradesmen to enable them to fight the Colossus. For a moment, his hands shaking, and his mouth twitching nervously, he hesitated as to whether he should speak of himself. At last he made up his mind to do so. "As for me," he said, "I can't complain as yet. Of course he has done me harm, the scoundrel. But up to the present he has only kept ladies' clothes, light stuffs for dresses and heavier goods for mantles. People still come to me for men's goods, velvets and velveteens for shooting suits, cloths for liveries, without speaking of flannels and molletons, of which I defy him to show so complete an assortment as my own. But he thinks he will annoy me by placing his cloth department right in front of my door. You've seen his display, haven't you? He always places his finest mantles there, surrounded by a framework of cloth in pieces, a cheap yak parade to tempt the hussies. Upon my word, I should be ashamed to use such means. The old Elbeuf has been known for nearly 100 years, and has no need of any such catch-penny devices at its door. As long as I live, it shall remain as I took it, with its 4 samples on each side, and nothing more. The whole family was becoming affected, and after a spell of silence Genevieve ventured to make a remark. "Our customers know and like us, Papa," said she. "We mustn't lose heart. Madame Desforges and Madame de Boves have been today, and I am expecting Madame Marty for some flannel." "For my part," declared Columbine, "I took an order from Madame Berdelis yesterday." 'Tis true she spoke of an English cheviot marked up opposite 10 sous cheaper than ours, and the same stuff, it appears. "Fancy," murmured Madame Baudoux in her weak voice, "we knew that house when it was scarcely larger than a handkerchief." "Yes, my dear Denise, when the Deleuses started it, it had only one window in the Rue Neuve Saint Augustin, and such a tiny one, there was barely room for a couple of pieces of print and 2 or 3 pieces of calico. There was no room to turn round in the shop, it was so small. At that time the old Elbeuf, after 60 years trading, was already such as you see it now. Ah! All has greatly changed, greatly changed." She shook her head. The drama of her whole life was expressed in those few words. Born in the old house, she loved each of its damp stones, living only for it and by it, and, formerly so proud of that house, the finest, the best patronized in the neighborhood, she had had the daily grief of seeing the rival establishment gradually growing in importance, at first disdained, then equal to her own and finally towering above it, and threatening all. This was to her an ever-open sore. She was slowly dying from sheer grief at seeing the old Elbeuf humiliated. If she still lived it was, as in the case of the shop itself, solely by the effect of impulsion, but she well realized that the death of the shop would be hers as well, and that she would pass away on the day when it should close. Silence fell. Baudoux began softly beating a tattoo with his fingers on the American cloth on the table. He experienced a sort of lassitude, almost a regret at having once more relieved his feelings in this way. The whole family shared his despondency, and with dreamy eyes chewed the cud of his bitter story. They never had had any luck. The children had been brought up and fortune had seemed at hand, when suddenly this competition had arisen and ruined all their hopes. And there was, also, that house at Rambouillet, that country house to which the draper had been dreaming of retiring for the last 10 years, a bargain, he had thought when he acquired it, but it had proved a sorry old building, always in want of repairs, and he had let it to people who never paid any rent. His last profits were swallowed up by this place, the only folly he had been guilty of in his honest, upright career as a tradesman stubbornly attached to the old ways. "Come, come," he suddenly exclaimed, "we must make room for the others. That's enough of this useless talk." It was like an awakening. The gas was hissing in the lifeless, stifling air of the tiny room. They all jumped up, breaking the melancholy silence. Pepe, however, was sleeping so soundly that they decided to lay him on some bales of cloth. Jean had already returned to the street door yawning. "In short," repeated Baudu to his niece, "you can do as you like. We have explained the matter to you, that's all. You know your own business best." He gave her an urgent glance, waiting for a decisive answer. But Denise, whom these stories had inspired with a still greater longing to enter the ladies' paradise, instead of turning her from it, retained her quiet, gentle demeanor beneath which lurked a genuine Norman obstinacy. And she simply replied, "We'll see, uncle." Then she spoke of going to bed early with the children, for they were all three very tired. But it had only just struck 6, so she decided to stay in the shop a little longer. Night had now come on, and she found the street quite dark, drenched by a fine close rain, which had been falling since sunset. It came on her as a surprise. A few minutes had sufficed to fill the roadway with puddles. A stream of dirty water was running along the gutters. The pavement was sticky with a thick black mud, and through the beating rain she saw nothing but a confused stream of umbrellas, pushing along and swelling in the gloom like great black wings. She started back at first, feeling very cold, oppressed at heart by the badly lighted shop, now so extremely dismal. A moist breeze, the breath of that old quarter of Paris, came in from the street. It seemed as if the rain, streaming from the umbrellas, was running right up to the counters, as if the pavement with its mud and its puddles was coming into the shop, putting the finishing touch to the mouldiness of that ancient, cavernous ground floor, white with saltpetre. It was quite a vision of old Paris in the wet, and it made her shiver with distressful astonishment at finding the great city so cold and so ugly. But across the road the ladies' paradise glowed with its deep, serried lines of gas jets. She moved nearer, again attracted and, as it were, warmed by that ardent blaze. The machine was still roaring, active as ever, letting its steam escape with a last roar, whilst the salesman folded up the stuffs, and the cashiers counted the receipts. Seen through the hazy windows, the lights swarmed vaguely, revealing a confused factory-like interior. Behind the curtain of falling rain, the vision, blurred and distant, assumed the appearance of a giant furnace house, where the shadows of firemen passed black against the red glare of the furnaces. The displays in the windows likewise became indistinct. You could only distinguish the snowy lace, its whiteness heightened by the ground glass globes of a row of gas jets, and against this chapel-like background the ready-made goods stood out vigorously, the velvet mantle trimmed with silver fox setting amidst them all the curved silhouette of a headless woman who seemed to be running through the rain to some entertainment in the unknown shades of nocturnal Paris. "Denise, yielding to the fascination, had gone to the door, heedless of the raindrops dripping upon her. At this hour, the lady's paradise, with its furnace-like brilliancy, completed its conquest of her. In the great metropolis, black and silent beneath the rain, in this Paris, to which she was a stranger, it shone out like a lighthouse, and seemed to be of itself the life and light of the city. She dreamed of her future there, working hard to bring up the children, with other things besides, she hardly knew what, far-off things however, the desire and fear of which made her tremble. The idea of that woman who had met her death amidst the foundations came back to her, and she felt afraid, fancying that the lights were tinged with blood, but the whiteness of the lace quieted her. A hope, quite a certainty of happiness, sprang up in her heart, whilst the fine rain, blowing on her, cooled her hands, and calmed the feverishness within her, born of her journey. "It's Burris," all at once said a voice behind her. She leant forward, and perceived the umbrella-maker, motionless before the window containing the ingenious roof-like construction of umbrellas and walking sticks which she had noticed in the morning. The old man had slipped up there in the dark, to feast his eyes on that triumphant show, and so great was his grief that he was unconscious of the rain beating down on his bare head, and streaming off his long white hair. "How stupid he is, he'll make himself ill," resumed the voice. Then, turning round, Denise again found the Bordus behind her. Though they thought Burris so stupid, they also, despite themselves, ever and ever returned to the contemplation of that spectacle which rent their hearts. It was, so to say, a rageful desire to suffer. Genevieve, very pale, had noticed that Columbine was watching the shadows of the sailess women pass to and fro on the first floor opposite, and, whilst Baudu almost choked with suppressed rancor, Madame Baudu began silently weeping. "You'll go and see, tomorrow, won't you, Denise?" asked the draper, tormented with uncertainty, but feeling that his niece was conquered like the rest. She hesitated, then gently replied, "Yes, uncle, unless it pains you too much." Chapter 2. The next morning, at 7:30, Denise was outside the Ladies' Paradise, wishing to call there before taking Jean to his new place, which was a long way off, at the top of the Faubourg du Temple. But, accustomed as she was to early hours, she had come down too soon. The employees were barely arriving and, afraid of looking ridiculous, overcome by timidity, she remained for a moment walking up and down the Place Galen. The cold wind that blew had already dried the pavement. From all the surrounding streets, illumined by a pale early light, falling from an ashen sky, shopmen were hurriedly approaching with their coat collars turned up, and their hands in their pockets, taken unawares by this first chill of winter. Most of them hurried along alone, and vanished into the warehouse, without addressing a word or look to their colleagues marching along around them. Others, however, came up in twos and threes, talking fast, and monopolizing the whole of the pavement, and all, with a similar gesture, flung away their cigarettes or cigars before crossing the threshold. Denise noticed that several of the gentlemen took stock of her in passing. This increased her timidity, and she no longer had courage to follow them, but resolved to wait till they had entered, blushing at the mere idea of being elbowed at the door by all these men. However, the stream of salesmen still flowed on, and in order to escape their looks, she took a walk round the place. When she came back again, she found a tall young man, pale and awkward, who appeared to be waiting like herself. "I beg your pardon, mademoiselle," he finished by stammering, "but perhaps you belong to the establishment." She was so troubled at hearing a stranger address her that she did not at first reply. "The fact is," he continued, getting more confused than ever, "I thought of applying to see if I could get an engagement, and you might have given me a little information." He was as timid as she was, and had probably risked speaking to her because he divined that she was trembling like himself. "I would with pleasure, sir," she at last replied. "But I'm no better off than you are. I'm just going to apply myself." "Ah, very good," said he, quite out of countenance. Thereupon they both blushed deeply, and still all timidity remained for a moment face to face, affected by the striking similarity of their positions, yet not daring to openly express a desire for each other's success. Then, as nothing further fell from either and both became more and more uncomfortable, they parted awkwardly, and renewed their wait, one on either side at a distance of a few steps. The shopmen continued to arrive, and Denise could now hear them joking as they passed, casting side glances towards her. Her confusion increased at finding herself thus on exhibition, and she had decided to take half an hour's walk in the neighborhood, when the sight of a young man approaching rapidly by way of the Rue Portemonnaie detained her for another moment. He was probably the manager of a department, thought she, for all the others raised their hats to him. Tall, with a clear skin and carefully trimmed beard, he had eyes the color of old gold and of a velvety softness, which he fixed on her for a moment as he crossed the place. He was already entering the shop with an air of indifference, while she remained motionless, quite upset by that glance of his, filled indeed with a singular emotion, in which there was more uneasiness than pleasure. Without doubt, fear was gaining on her, and, to give herself time to collect her courage, she began slowly walking down the Rue Galen, and then along the Rue Saint-Roch. The person who had so disturbed her was more than the manager of a department, it was Octave Moreau in person. He had been making a night of it, and his tightly buttoned overcoat concealed a dress suit and white tie. In all haste he ran upstairs to his rooms, washed himself and changed his clothes, and when he at last seated himself at his table, in his private office on the first floor, he was at his ease and full of strength, with bright eyes and cool skin, as ready for work as if he had enjoyed 10 hours' sleep. The spacious office, furnished in old oak and hung with green rep, had but one ornament, the portrait of that Madame Hédouin, who was still the talk of the whole neighborhood. Since her death Octave ever thought of her with tender regret, grateful as he felt to her for the fortune she had bestowed on him with her hand. And before commencing to sign the drafts laid upon his blotting pad, he darted upon her portrait the contented smile of a happy man. Was it not always before her that he returned to work, after the escapades of his present single blessedness? There came a knock, however, and before Morit could answer, a young man entered, a tall, bony fellow, very gentlemanly and correct in his appearance, with thin lips, a sharp nose and smooth hair already showing signs of turning grey. Morit raised his eyes, then whilst still signing the drafts, remarked, "I hope you slept well, Birdoncle." "Very well, thanks," replied the young man, walking about as if he were quite at home. Birdoncle, the son of a poor farmer near Limoges, had begun his career at the Ladies' Paradise at the same time as Morit, when it only occupied the corner of the Place Galen. Very intelligent and very active, it then seemed as if he would easily supplant his comrade, who was much less steady, and far too fond of love affairs, but he had neither the instinctive genius of the impassioned Southerner, nor his audacity, nor his winning grace. Besides, by a wise instinct, he had, from the first bowed before him, obedient without a struggle. When Morit had advised his people to put their money into the business, Birdoncle had been one of the first to do so, even investing in the establishment the proceeds of an unexpected legacy left him by an aunt, and little by little, after passing through all the various stages, such as salesman, second, and then first hand in the silk department, he had become one of Octave's most cherished and influential lieutenants, one of the 6 interesses, one, who assisted him to govern the Ladies' Paradise, forming something like a privy council under an absolute king. Each one watched over a department or province. Birdoncle, for his part, exercised a general surveillance. 1. In the great Paris magazines de nouveautés such as the Louvre and Bon Marché there have been at various stages numerous interesses, that is partners of a kind who whilst entitled to some share of the profits, exercise but a strictly limited control in the management of the establishment's affairs. Trans. "And you," resumed he, familiarly, "have you slept well?" When Morit replied that he had not been to bed, he shook his head, murmuring, "Bad habits." "Why," replied the other, gaily, "I'm not so tired as you are, my dear fellow. You are half asleep now, you lead too quiet a life. Take a little amusement, that'll wake you up a bit." This was their constant friendly dispute. Birdoncle, who professed to hate all women, contented himself with encouraging the extravagance of the lady customers, feeling meantime the greatest disdain for the frivolity which led them to ruin themselves in stupid gewgaws. Morit, on the contrary, affected to worship them, ever showed himself delighted and cajoling in their presence and was ever embarking in fresh love affairs. This served, as it were, as an advertisement for his business, and you might have said that he enveloped all women in the same caress the better to bewilder them and keep them at his mercy. "I saw Madame Desforges last night. She was looking delicious at that ball," said he, beginning to relate his evening experiences. But then, abruptly breaking off, he took up another bundle of drafts, which he began to sign whilst Birdoncle continued to walk about, stepping towards the lofty plate-glass windows whence he glanced into the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin. Then, retracing his steps, he suddenly exclaimed, "You know they'll have their revenge." "Who will?" asked Maurite, who had lost the thread of the conversation. "Why, the women." At this, Maurite became quite merry, displaying, beneath his adorative manner, his really brutal character. With a shrug of the shoulders he seemed to declare he would throw them all over, like so many empty sacks, as soon as they should have finished helping him to make his fortune. But Bourdoncle in his frigid way obstinately repeated, "They will have their revenge, there will be one who will some day avenge all the others. It's bound to be." "No fear," cried Maurite, exaggerating his southern accent. "That one isn't born yet, my boy. And if she comes, you know, why there." So saying he raised his penholder, brandishing it and pointing it in the air, as if he were bent on stabbing some invisible heart with a knife. Bourdoncle thereupon resumed his walk, bowing as usual before the superiority of the governor, whose genius, with all its lapses, disconcerted him. He, himself so clear-headed, logical and passionless, incapable of falling into the toils of a siren, had yet to learn the feminine character of success, all Paris yielding herself with a kiss to her boldest assailant. A silence fell, broken only by the sound of Maurite's pen. Then, in reply to his brief questions, Bourdoncle gave him various information respecting of the great sale of winter novelties, which was to commence on the following Monday. This was an important affair. The house was risking its fortune in it, for the rumors of the neighborhood had some foundation. Maurite was throwing himself into speculation like a poet, with such ostentation, such desire to attain the colossal, that everything seemed likely to give way under him. It was quite a new style of doing business, a seeming commercial fantasy which had formerly made Madame Hédouin anxious, and even now, notwithstanding certain successes, quite dismayed those who had capital in the business. They blamed the governor in secret for going too quick, accused him of having enlarged the establishment to a dangerous extent, before making sure of a sufficient increase of custom. Above all, they trembled on seeing him put all the available cash into one venture, filling the departments with a pile of goods without leaving a copper in the reserve fund. Thus, for this winter sale, after the heavy sums recently paid to the builders, the whole capital was exhausted and it once more became a question of victory or death. Yet Maurite, in the midst of all this excitement, preserved a triumphant gaiety, a certainty of gaining millions, like a man so worshipped by women, that there could be no question of betrayal. When Bourdoncle ventured to express certain fears with reference to the excessive development given to several departments of doubtful profit, he gave vent to a laugh full of confidence, and exclaimed, "Pooh, pooh! My dear fellow, the place is still too small." The other appeared dumbfounded, seized with a fear which he no longer attempted to conceal. The house too small. An establishment which comprised 19 departments, and numbered 403 employees. "Of course," resumed Maurite, we shall be obliged to enlarge our premises again before another 18 months are over. I'm seriously thinking about the matter. Last night Madame Desforges promised to introduce me to someone who may be useful. In short, we'll talk it over when the idea is ripe. Then, having finished signing his drafts, he rose, and tapped his lieutenant on the shoulder in a friendly manner, but the latter could not get over his astonishment. The fright displayed by the prudent people around him amused Moreet. In one of those fits of brusque frankness with which he sometimes overwhelmed his familiars, he declared that he was at heart a greater Jew than all the Jews in the world. He took, said he, after his father, whom he resembled physically and morally, a fellow who knew the value of money, and, if his mother had given him that dash of nervous fantasy which he displayed, it was, perhaps, the principal element of his luck, for he felt that his ability to dare everything was an invincible force. "Oh, you know very well that we'll stand by you to the last," Birdoncle finished by saying. Then, before going down into the shop to give their usual look round, they settled certain other details. They examined a specimen of a little book of account forms, which Moreet had just invented for the use of his employees. Having remarked that the old-fashioned goods, the dead stock, went off the more rapidly the higher the commission allowed to the employees, he had based on this observation quite a new system, that of interesting his people in the sale of all the goods, giving them a commission on even the smallest piece of stuff, the most trumpery article they sold. This innovation had caused quite a revolution in the drapery trade, creating between the salespeople a struggle for existence of which the masters reaped the benefits. To foment this struggle was indeed Moreet's favorite method, the principle which he constantly applied. He excited his employees' passions, pitted one against the other, allowed the stronger to swallow up the weaker ones, and for his own part battened on this struggle of conflicting interests. The sample account book was duly approved of. At the top of each leaf on both counterfoil and bill form, appeared particulars of the department and the salesman's number. Then also in duplicate came columns for the measurement, the description of the goods sold, and their price. The salesman simply signed the bill form before handing it to the cashier, and in this way an easy account was kept. It was only necessary to compare the bill forms delivered by the cashier's department to the clearing house with the salesman's counterfoils. Every week the latter would receive their commission, without any possibility of error. "We shan't be robbed so much," remarked Birdoncle, with satisfaction. "This was a very good idea of yours." "And I thought of something else last night," explained Moreet. "Yes, my dear fellow, at supper. I have an idea of giving the clearing-house clerks a little bonus for every error they detect while checking the bills. You understand, eh? Like this we shall be sure that they won't pass any, for rather than do that they'll be inventing mistakes." He began to laugh, whilst the other looked at him admiringly. This new application of the struggle for existence theory delighted Moreet. He had a real genius for administrative functions, and dreamed of so organizing the establishment as to trade upon the selfish instincts of his employees, for the greater satisfaction of his own appetites. He often said that to make people do their best, and even to keep them fairly honest, it was first of all necessary to excite their selfish desires. "Well, let's go downstairs," he resumed. "We must look after this sale. The silk arrived yesterday, I believe, and Bothemont must be getting it in now." Perdoncle followed him. The receiving office was in the basement on the side of the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin. There, on a level with the pavement, was a kind of glazed cage, into which the vans discharged the goods. They were weighed, and then shot down a rapid slide, whose oak and iron work was polished by the constant chafing of bales and cases. Everything entered by this yawning trap. It was a continuous swallowing up, a Niagara of goods, falling with a roar like that of a torrent. At the approach of big sale times especially, the slide brought down an endless stream of Lyons silks, English woolens, Flemish linens, Alsatian calicoes, and Rouen prints. The vans were sometimes obliged to wait their turn along the street, and as each bale rushed down to the basement there arose a sound as of a stone thrown into deep water. On his way Moreet stopped for a moment before the slide, which was in full activity. Rows of cases were coming down of themselves, falling like rain from some upper stream. Then bales appeared, toppling over in their descent like rolling stones. Moreet looked on, without saying a word. But this wealth of goods rushing into his establishment at the rate of thousands of francs each minute, made his clear eyes glisten. He had never before had such a clear, definite idea of the struggle he was engaged in. It was this falling mountain of goods which he must cast to the four corners of Paris. He did not open his mouth, however, but continued his inspection. By the grey light which came in through the large vent holes, a squad of men were receiving the goods, whilst others removed the lids of the cases and opened the bales in presence of the managers of different departments. A dockyard kind of bustle filled this basement, whose vaulted roofing was supported by wrought iron pillars and whose bare walls were simply cemented. "Have you got everything there, Bothemont?" asked Moreet, approaching a broad-shouldered young fellow who was checking the contents of a case. "Yes, everything seems all right," replied he, "but the counting will take me all the morning." Then the manager of the silk department ran down an invoice he held, standing the while before a large counter on which one of his salesmen deposited, one by one, the pieces of silk which he took from an open case. Behind them ran other counters, also littered with goods which a small army of shopmen was examining. It was a general unpacking, a seeming confusion of stuffs, inspected, turned over, and marked, amidst a continuous buzz of voices. Bothemont, who was becoming a celebrity in the trade, had the round, jovial face of a right good fellow, with a coal-black beard, and fine hazel eyes. Born at Montpellier, noisy, and over-fond of pleasure, he was not of much good for the sales, but in buying he had not his equal. Sent to Paris by his father, who kept a draper's shop in his native town, He had absolutely refused to return home when the old fellow, thinking that he ought to know enough to succeed him in his business, had summoned him to do so, and from that moment a rivalry had sprung up between father and son, the former, absorbed in his little country business and shocked to see a simple shopman earning 3 times as much as he did himself, and the latter joking at the old man's humdrum routine, chinking his money, and throwing the whole house into confusion at every flying visit he paid. Like the other managers, Baudemont drew, besides his 3,000 francs regular pay, a commission on the sales. Montpellier, surprised and respectful, whispered that young Baudemont had made 15,000 francs the year before, and that was only a beginning. People prophesied to the exasperated father that this figure would certainly increase. Meantime Bourdoncle had taken up one of the pieces of silk, and was examining the texture with the eye of a connoisseur. It was a veil with a blue and silver selvage, the famous Paris delight, with which Moreet hoped to strike a decisive blow. "It is really very good," observed Bourdoncle. "And the effect it produces is better than its real quality," said Baudemont. Dumonteil is the only one capable of manufacturing such stuff. Last journey when I fell out with Gajan, the latter was willing to set 100 looms to work on this pattern, but he asked 5 sous a yard more. Nearly every month Baudemont went to Lyons, staying there days together, living at the best hotels, with orders to treat the manufacturers with open purse. He enjoyed, moreover, a perfect liberty, and bought what he liked, provided that he increased the yearly business of his department in a certain proportion, settled beforehand, and it was on this proportion that his commission was based. In short, his position at the Ladies' Paradise, like that of all the managers, was that of a special tradesman, in a grouping of various businesses, a sort of vast trading city. "So," resumed he, "it's decided we mark it at 5 francs 12 sous. It's barely the cost price, you know." "Yes, yes, 5 francs 12 sous," said Moreet, quickly, "and if I were alone, I'd sell it at a loss." The manager laughed heartily. "Oh, I don't mind, its cheapness will treble the sales and my only interest is to secure heavy receipts." But Bourdoncle remained grave, biting his lips. For his part he drew his commission on the total profits, and it was not to his advantage that the prices should be lowered. As it happened, a part of his duties was to exercise a control over the prices fixed upon in order to prevent Baudemont from selling at too small a profit for the sole purpose of increasing the sales. Moreover, all his former anxiety reappeared in the presence of these advertising combinations which he did not understand, and he ventured to display his repugnance by remarking, "If we sell it at 5 francs 12 sous, it will be like selling it at a loss, as we must allow for our expenses, which are considerable. It would fetch 7 francs anywhere." At this Moreet got angry. Striking the silk with his open hand he exclaimed excitedly, "I know that, that's why I want to give it to our customers. Really, my dear fellow, you'll never understand women's ways. Don't you see that they'll fight together over this silk? No doubt, interrupted the other, obstinately, and the more they buy, the more we shall lose. We shall lose a few sous on the stuff, very likely. But what can that matter, if in return we attract all the women here, and keep them at our mercy, fascinated, maddened by the sight of our goods, emptying their purses without thinking. The principal thing, my dear fellow, is to inflame them, and for that purpose you must have an article which will flatter them and cause a sensation. Afterwards, you can sell the other articles as dear as they are sold anywhere else, they'll still think yours the cheapest. For instance, our golden grain, that taffetas at 7 francs and a half, sold everywhere at the same price, will go down as an extraordinary bargain, and suffice to make up for the loss on the Paris Delight. You'll see, you'll see. He was becoming quite eloquent. Don't you understand, he resumed, in a week's time from today I want the Paris Delight to effect a revolution in the market. It's our master stroke, which will save us and send our name everything. Nothing else will be talked of. That blue and silver selvage will be known from one to the other end of France. And you'll hear the furious complaints of our competitors. The small traders will lose another wing by it. Yes, we shall have done for all those slop sellers who are dying of rheumatism in their cellars. The shopmen checking the goods roundabout were listening and smiling. Mourette liked to talk in this way without contradiction. Bourdoncle yielded once more. However, the case of silk was now empty and 2 men were opening another. It's the manufacturers who are vexed now, said Baudemont. At Lyons they are all furious with you, they pretend that your cheap trading is ruining them. You are aware that Gajan has positively declared war against me. Yes, he has sworn to give long credits to the little houses rather than accept my prices. Mourette shrugged his shoulders. If Gajan doesn't behave sensibly, he replied, Gajan will be floored. What do they all complain of? We pay ready money and we take all they can make. It's strange if they can't work cheaper at that rate. Besides, the public gets the benefit, and that's everything. The shopman now began emptying the second case, whilst Baudemont checked the pieces by the invoice. Another employee at the end of the counter then marked them in plain figures, and the checking finished, the invoice, signed by the manager, had to be sent to the chief cashier's office. For another minute Mourette continued looking at the work, at all the activity around this unpacking of goods which threatened to drown the basement, then, never adding a word but with the air of a captain satisfied with his men, he went off, again followed by Bourdoncle. They slowly crossed the basement floor. The air holes placed at intervals admitted a pale light, while in the dark corners, and along the narrow corridors, gas was constantly burning. In these corridors were the reserves, large vaults closed with iron railings, containing the surplus goods of each department. As he passed along, Mourette glanced at the heating apparatus which was to be lighted on the following Monday for the first time, and at the fireman guarding a giant gas meter enclosed in an iron cage. The kitchen and dining rooms, old cellars turned into habitable apartments, were on the left near the corner of the place Galen. At last, right at the other end of the basement, he arrived at the delivery office. Here, all the purchases which customers did not take away with them, were sent down, sorted on tables, and placed in compartments each of which represented a particular district of Paris. Then by a large staircase opening just opposite the old Elbeuf, they were sent up to the vans standing alongside the pavement. In the mechanical working of the Ladies' Paradise, this staircase in the Rue de la Michaudière was ever disgorging the goods devoured by the slide in the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, after they had passed through the mill of the counters up above. Campion said Maury to the delivery manager, a retired sergeant with a thin face, "Why weren't 6 pairs of sheets, bought by a lady yesterday about 2 o'clock, delivered in the evening?" "Where does the lady live?" asked the employee. "In the Rue de Rivoli, at the corner of the Rue d'Alger, Madame Desforges." At this early hour the sorting tables were yet bare and the compartments only contained a few parcels left overnight. Whilst Campion was searching amongst these packets, after consulting a list, Bourdoncle looked at Mourette, reflecting that this wonderful fellow knew everything, thought of everything, even when he was supposed to be amusing himself. At last Campion discovered the error. The cashier's department had given a wrong number, and the parcel had come back. "What is the number of the pay desk that debited the order?" asked Mourette. "Number 10, you say?" And turning towards his lieutenant, he added, "Number 10, that's Albert, isn't it? We'll just say 2 words to him." However, before starting on a tour round the shops, he wanted to go up to the postal order department, which occupied several rooms on the 2nd floor. It was there that all the provincial and foreign orders arrived, and he went up every morning to see the correspondence. For 2 years this correspondence had been increasing daily. At first occupying only a dozen clerks, it now required more than 30. Some opened the letters and others read them, seated on either side of the same table. Others again classified them, giving each one a running number, which was repeated on a pigeon-hole. Then when the letters had been distributed to the different departments and the latter had delivered the articles ordered, these articles were placed in the pigeon-holes as they arrived, in accordance with running numbers. Nothing then remained but to check and pack them, which was done in a neighboring room by a squad of workmen who were nailing and tying up from morning to night. Mourette put his usual question, "How many letters this morning, Levasseur?" 534, sir, replied the chief clerk. "After the new sale has begun on Monday, I'm afraid we shan't have enough hands. Yesterday we were driven very hard." Bourdoncle expressed his satisfaction by a nod of the head. He had not reckoned on 534 letters arriving on a Tuesday. Round the table, the clerks continued opening and reading the letters, the paper rustling all the time, whilst before the pigeon-holes the various articles ordered began to arrive. This was one of the most complicated and important departments of the establishment, and the rush was continual, for, strictly speaking, all the orders received in the morning ought to be sent off the same evening. "You shall have whatever more hands you want," replied Morit, who had seen at a glance that the work of the department was well done. "When there's work," he added, "we never refuse the men." Up above, under the roof, were the bedrooms occupied by the sailess women. However, Morit went downstairs again and entered the chief cash office, which was near his own. It was a room with a glazed partition in which was a metalwork wicket, and it contained an enormous safe, fixed in the wall. Two cashiers here centralized the receipts which Lhom, the chief cashier of the sales service, brought in every evening, and with these receipts they discharged the current expenses, paid the manufacturers, the staff, all the people indeed who lived by the house. Their office communicated with another, full of green cardboard boxes, where some 10 clerks checked the innumerable invoices. Then came yet a third office, the clearing house, so to say, where 6 young men bending over black desks, with quite a collection of registers behind them, made up the commission accounts of the salesman, by checking the debit notes. This department, but recently organized, did not as yet work particularly well. Morit and Berdonkel crossed the cashier's office and the invoice room, and when they passed into the third office the young men there, who were laughing and joking together, started with surprise. Morit, without reprimanding them, thereupon explained his scheme of giving them a little bonus for each error they might detect in the debit notes, and when he went out the clerks, quite cured of all inclination for idle laughter, set to work in earnest, hunting for errors. On reaching the ground floor, occupied by the shops, Morit went straight to pay desk number 10, where Albert Lhom was polishing his nails, pending the arrival of customers. People currently spoke of the Lhom dynasty since Madame Aurelie, first hand in the mantle department, after helping her husband to secure the post of chief cashier, had further managed to get a pay desk for her son, a tall, pale, vicious young man who had been unable to remain in any situation, and had caused her an immense deal of anxiety. On reaching his desk, Morit, who never cared to render himself unpopular by performing police duty, and from policy and taste preferred to play the part of a benign providence, retired into the background, after gently nudging Berdonkel with his elbow. It was Berdonkel, the infallible and impeccable, whom he generally charged with the duty of reprimanding. "Monsieur Albert," said Berdonkel, severely, "you have again taken an address wrong. The parcel has come back. It is unbearable." The cashier, thinking it advisable to defend himself, called as a witness the assistant who had tied up the packet. This assistant, named Joseph, also belonged to the Lhom dynasty, for he was Albert's foster brother, and likewise owed his place to Madame Aurelie's influence. Albert sought to make him say that the mistake had been made by the customer herself, but all Joseph could do was to stutter and twist the shaggy beard that ornamented his scarred face, struggling the while between his conscience and his gratitude to his protectors. "Let Joseph alone," Berdonkel exclaimed at last, "and don't say any more. It's a lucky thing for you that we are mindful of your mother's good services." However, at this moment Lhom Senior came running up. From his office near the door he could see his son's pay desk, which was in the glove department, and doubtless the colloquy had alarmed him. Quite white-haired already, deadened by his sedentary life, he had a flabby, colorless face, blanched and worn, as it were, by the reflection of the money he was continually handling. The circumstance that he had lost an arm did not at all incommode him in this work, and indeed people would go to his office out of curiosity to see him verify the receipts, so rapidly did the notes and coins slip through his left hand, the only one remaining to him. The son of a tax collector at Chablis, he had come to Paris as clerk to a merchant of the Port Auxiliary Vins. Then, whilst lodging in the Rue Cuvier, he had married the daughter of his doorkeeper, a petty Alsatian tailor, and from that day onward he had bowed submissively before his wife, whose commercial ability filled him with respect. She now earned more than 12,000 francs a year in the mantle department, whilst he only drew a fixed salary of 5,000 francs. And the deference he felt for this wife who brought such large sums into the household was extended to their son, whom he also owed to her. "What's the matter?" he murmured. "Is Albert in fault?" Then, according to his custom, Mourette reappeared on the scene, to play the part of an indulgent prince. When Bourdoncle had made himself feared, he looked after his own popularity. "Oh, nothing of consequence," he answered. "My dear Hom, your son Albert is a careless fellow, who should take an example from you." Then, changing the subject, showing himself more amiable than ever, he continued, "And by the way, how about that concert the other day? Did you get a good seat?" A blush spread over the white cheeks of the old cashier. Music was his only vice, a secret vice which he indulged in solitarily, frequenting theatres, concerts and recitals. Moreover, despite the loss of his arm, he played on the French horn, thanks to an ingenious system of claws, and as Madame Lehom detested noise, before playing his instrument of an evening he would wrap it in cloth, and then draw from it all sorts of weird muffled sounds which delighted him to the point of ecstasy. In the forced irregularity of their domestic life he had made himself an oasis of his passion for music, that, his cash receipts and his admiration for his wife, summed up his whole existence. "A very good seat," he replied with sparkling eyes. "You are really too kind, sir." Mourette, who took a personal pleasure in satisfying other people's passions, sometimes gave Lehom the tickets forced upon him by lady patronesses, and he put the finishing touch to the old man's delight by remarking, "Ah, Beethoven! Ah, Mozart! What music!" Then, without waiting for a reply, he went off, rejoining Bourdoncle, who had already started on his tour of inspection through the departments. In the central hall, an inner courtyard with a glass roof, was the silk department. At first Mourette and his companion turned into the Rue Saint-Augustin gallery occupied by the linen department, from one end to the other. Nothing unusual striking them, they passed on slowly through the crowd of respectful assistants. Next they turned into the cotton and hosiery departments, where the same good order reigned. but in the department devoted to woolens, occupying the gallery which ran towards the Rue de la Michodière, Bourdoncle resumed the part of executioner, on observing a young man seated on the counter, looking quite knocked up by a sleepless night, and this young man, a certain Leonard, son of a rich Angers draper, bowed his head beneath the reprimand, for in the idle, careless life of pleasure which he led his one great fear was that he might be recalled from Paris by his father. And now reprimands began to shower down on all sides like hail, and quite a storm burst in the gallery of the Rue de la Michodière. In the drapery department a salesman, a fresh hand, who slept in the house, had come in after 11 o'clock, and in the haberdashery department, the second counterman had allowed himself to be caught smoking a cigarette downstairs. But the tempest attained its greatest violence in the glove department, where it fell upon one of the few Parisians in the house, handsome Mignot, as he was called, the illegitimate son of a music mistress. His crime was that of causing a scandal in the dining room by complaining of the food. As there were 3 tables, one at 9:30, one at 10:30, and another at 11:30, he wished to explain that, belonging as he did to the 3rd table, he always had the leavings, the worst of everything, for his share. What? The food not good? Asked Mourette, with a naïve air, opening his mouth at last. He only allowed the chief cook, a terrible orphanat, £1.50 a head per day, out of which small sum this man still contrived to make a good profit, and indeed the food was really execrable. But Bourdoncle shrugged his shoulders. A cook who had 400 luncheons and 400 dinners to serve, even in 3 series, had no time to waste on the refinements of his art. "Never mind," said the governor, good-naturedly, "I wish all our employees to have good and abundant food. I'll speak to the cook." And thus Mignot's complaint was shelved. Then returning to their point of departure, standing near the door, amidst the umbrellas and neckties, Mourette and Bourdoncle received the report of one of the 4 inspectors, who were charged with the police service of the establishment. The inspector in question, old Jouve, a retired captain, decorated for his bravery at Constantine and still a fine-looking man with his big sensual nose and majestic baldness, drew their attention to a salesman, who, in reply to a simple remonstrance on his part, had called him an old humbug, and the salesman was immediately discharged. Meantime, the shop was still without customers, that is, except a few housewives of the neighborhood who were passing through the almost deserted galleries. At the door the timekeeper had just closed his book, and was making out a separate list of the late arrivals. The salesmen on their side were taking possession of their departments, which had been swept and brushed by the assistants before their arrival. Each young man put away his hat and overcoat as he arrived, stifling a yawn, still half asleep as he did so. Some exchanged a few words, gazed about the shop and sought to pull themselves together for another day's work, while others leisurely removed the green baize with which they had covered the goods overnight, after folding them up. Then the piles of stuffs appeared symmetrically arranged, and the whole shop looked clean and orderly, brilliant in the gay morning light pending the rush of business which would once more obstruct it, and, as it were, reduce its dimensions by the unpacking and display of linen, cloth, silk, and lace. In the bright light of the central hall, two young men were talking in a low voice at the silk counter. One of them, short but well set and good-looking, with a pinky skin, was endeavoring to blend the colors of some silks for an indoor show. His name was Houghton. His father kept a café at Yvetot, and after 18 months' service he had managed to become one of the principal salesmen, thanks to a natural flexibility of character and a continual flow of caressing flattery, under which were concealed furious appetites which prompted him to grasp at everything and devour everybody just for the pleasure of the thing. "Well, Favia, I should have struck him if I had been in your place, honor bright," said he to his companion, a tall bilious fellow with a dry yellow skin, who had been born at Besancon of a family of weavers, and concealed under a cold graceless exterior a disquieting force of will. "It does no good to strike people," he murmured, phlegmatically, "better wait." They were both speaking of Robinho, the second in the department, who was looking after the shopmen during the manager's absence in the basement. Houghton was secretly undermining Robinho, whose place he coveted. To wound him and induce him to leave, he had already introduced Beaumont to fill the post of manager which had been previously promised to Robinho. However, the latter stood firm, and it was now an hourly battle. Houghton dreamed of setting the whole department against him, of hounding him out by dint of ill will and vexation. Still he went to work craftily, ever preserving his amiable air. And it was especially Favia whom he strove to excite against the second, Favia, who stood next to himself as salesman, and who appeared willing to be led, though he had certain brusque fits of reserve by which one could divine that he was bent on some private campaign of his own. "Hush! 17. He all at once hastily remarked to his colleague, intending by this peculiar exclamation to warn him of the approach of Mourette and Bourdoncle. These two, still continuing their inspection, were now traversing the hall and stopped to ask Robinho for an explanation respecting a stock of velvets, the boxes of which were encumbering a table. And as Robinho replied that there wasn't enough room to store things away, Mourette exclaimed with a smile, "Ah! I told you so, Bourdoncle, the place is already too small. We shall soon have to knock down the walls as far as the Rue de Choiseul. You'll see what a crush there'll be next Monday." Then, respecting the coming sale, for which they were preparing at every counter, he asked further questions of Robinho and gave him various orders. For some minutes, however, whilst still talking, he had been watching Houghton, who was slowly arranging his silks, placing blue, grey, and yellow side by side and then stepping back to judge of the harmony of the tints. And all at once Mourette interfered. "But why are you endeavoring to please the eye?" he asked. "Don't be afraid, blind the customers. This is the style. Look. Red, green, yellow." While speaking he had taken up some of the pieces of silk, throwing them together, crumpling them and producing an extremely violent effect of color. Everyone allowed the governor to be the best dresser in Paris, albeit one of a revolutionary stamp, an initiator of the brutal and the colossal in the science of display. His fancy was a tumbling of stuffs, heaped pell-mell as if they had fallen by chance from the bursting boxes, and glowing with the most ardent contrasting colors, which heightened each other's intensity. "The customers," said he, "ought to feel their eyes aching by the time they left the shop." Hutin, who on the contrary belonged to the classic school whose guiding principles were symmetry and a melodious blending of shades, watched him lighting this conflagration of silk on the table, without venturing to say a word, but on his lips appeared the pout of an artist whose convictions were sorely hurt by such a debauch of color. "There," exclaimed Mourette, when he had finished. "Leave it as it is, you'll see if it doesn't fetch the women on Monday." Just then, as he rejoined Bourdoncle and Robinho, there arrived a woman, who stopped short, breathless at sight of this show. It was Denise, who, after waiting for nearly an hour in the street, a prey to a violent attack of timidity, had at last decided to enter. But she was so beside herself with bashfulness that she mistook the clearest directions, and the shopmen, of whom in stammering accents she asked for Madame Aurélie, in vain directed her to the staircase conducting to the first floor. She thanked them, but turned to the left if they told her to turn to the right, so that for the last 10 minutes she had been wandering about the ground floor, going from department to department, amidst the ill-natured curiosity and boorish indifference of the salesman. She longed to run away, but was at the same time retained by a wish to stop and admire. She felt herself lost, so little in this monstrous place, this machine which was still at rest, and trembled with fear lest she should be caught in the movement with which the walls already began to quiver. And in her mind the thought of the old Elbeuf, so black and narrow, increased the immensity of this vast establishment, which seemed bathed in a golden light and similar to a city with its monuments, squares, and streets, in which it seemed impossible she should ever find her way. However, she had previously not dared to venture into the silk hall whose high glass roof, luxurious counters, and cathedral-like aspect frightened her. Then when she did venture in, to escape the shopmen of the linen department, who were grinning at her, she stumbled right on Maurette's display, and, despite her bewilderment, the woman was aroused within her, her cheeks suddenly flushed, and she forgot everything in looking at the glow of this conflagration of silk. "Hullo," said Hutin in Favia's ear, "there's the drab we saw on the Place Galen." Mourette, whilst affecting to listen to Bourdoncle and Robinho, was at heart flattered by the startled look of this poor girl, just as a marchioness might be by the brutal admiration of a passing drayman. But Denise had raised her eyes, and her confusion increased at the sight of this young man, whom she took for the manager of a department. She thought he was looking at her severely. Then, not knowing how to get away, quite lost, she once more applied to the nearest shopman, who happened to be Favia. "Madame Aurélie, if you please." However, Favia, who was disagreeable, contented himself with replying sharply, "On the first floor." Then, Denise, longing to escape the looks of all these men, thanked him, and was again turning her back to the stairs she ought to have ascended when Hutin, yielding naturally to his instinctive gallantry, stopped her with his most amiable salesman's smile, albeit he had just spoken of her as a drab. "No, this way, mademoiselle, if you please," said he. And he even went with her a little way, as far indeed as the foot of the staircase on the left-hand side of the hall. There he bowed, and smiled at her, as he smiled at all women. "When you get upstairs, turn to the left," he added. "The mantle department will then be in front of you." This caressing politeness affected Denise deeply. It was like a brotherly hand extended to her. She raised her eyes and looked at Hutin, and everything in him touched her, his handsome face, his smiling look which dissolved her fears, and his voice which seemed to her of a consoling softness. Her heart swelled with gratitude, and she gave him her friendship in the few disjointed words which her emotion allowed her to utter. "Really, sir, you are too kind. Pray don't trouble to come any further." "Thank you very much." Hutin was already rejoining Favia, to whom he coarsely whispered, "What a bag of bones, eh?" Upstairs the young girl suddenly found herself in the midst of the mantle department. It was a vast room, with high carved oak cupboards all round it and clear glass windows overlooking the Rue de la Michaudière. 5 or 6 women in silk dresses, looking very coquettish with their frizzy chignons and crinolines drawn back, were moving about and talking. One of them, tall and thin, with a long head, and a runaway horse appearance, was leaning against a cupboard, as if already knocked up with fatigue. "Madame Aurélie?" inquired Denise. The saleswoman did not reply but looked at her, with an air of disdain for her shabby dress, then turning to one of her companions, a short girl with a sickly white skin and an innocent and disgusted expression of countenance, she asked, "Mademoiselle Vadon, do you know where Madame Aurélie is?" The girl, who was arranging some mantles according to their sizes, did not even take the trouble to raise her head. "No, Mademoiselle Prunaire, I don't know at all," she replied in a mincing tone. Silence fell. Denise stood still, and no one took any further notice of her. However, after waiting a moment, she ventured to put another question: "Do you think Madame Aurélie will be back soon?" Thereupon, the second hand, a thin, ugly woman, whom she had not noticed before, a widow with a projecting jawbone and coarse hair, cried out from a cupboard, board, where she was checking some tickets, "You'd better wait if you want to speak to Madame Aurélie herself." And, addressing another saleswoman, she added, "Isn't she downstairs?" "No, Madame Frederick, I don't think so," was the reply. "She said nothing before going, so she can't be far off." Denise, thus meagerly informed, remained standing. There were several chairs for the customers, but as she had not been asked to sit down, she did not dare to take one, although her perturbation well nigh deprived her legs of strength. All these young ladies had evidently guessed that she was an applicant for the vacancy, and were taking stock of her, ill-naturedly pulling her to pieces with the secret hostility of people at table who do not like to close up to make room for hungry outsiders. Then Denise's confusion increasing, she slowly crossed the room and looked out of the window into the street, for the purpose of keeping countenance. Over the way, the old Elberth, with its rusty front and lifeless windows, appeared to her so ugly and so wretched, thus viewed from amidst the luxury and life of her present standpoint, that a sort of remorse filled her already swollen heart with grief. "I say," whispered tall Mdlle. Pranay to little Mdlle. Vadon, "have you seen her boots?" "And her dress," murmured the other. With her eyes still turned towards the street, Denise divined that she was being devoured. But she was not angry, she did not think them handsome, neither the tall one with her carroty chignon falling over her horse-like neck, nor the little one with her curdled milk complexion, which gave her flat and, as it were, boneless face a flabby appearance. Clara Pranay, daughter of a clogmaker of the woods of Vivet, had begun to misconduct herself at the time when she was employed as needlewoman at the Château de Méruel. Later on she had come to Paris from a shop at Langres, and was avenging herself in the capital for all the kicks with which her father had regaled her when at home. On the other hand, Marguerite Vadon, born at Grenoble, where her parents kept a linen shop, had been obliged to come to Paris, where she had entered the ladies' paradise, in order to conceal a misfortune due to her frailty. Since then, however, she had ever been a well-conducted girl, and intended to return to Grenoble to take charge of her parents' shop, and marry a cousin who was waiting for her. "Ah! Well," resumed Clara, in a low voice, "that girl won't be of much account here even if she does get in." But they all at once stopped talking, for a woman of about 45 was coming in. It was Madame Aurélie, very stout and tightly laced in her black silk dress, the body of which, strained over her massive shoulders and full bust, shone like a piece of armor. Under dark folds of hair, she had big fixed eyes, a severe mouth, and broad and rather drooping cheeks, and in the majesty of her position as manageress her face seemed to swell with pride like the puffy countenance of a Caesar. "Mademoiselle Vadon," said she, in an irritated voice, "you didn't return the pattern of that mantle to the workroom yesterday, it seems." "There was an alteration to be made, madam," replied the saleswoman, "so Madame Frederick kept it." The second hand thereupon took the pattern out of a cupboard, and the explanation continued. Every one gave way to Madame Aurélie, when she thought it expedient to assert her authority. Very vain, even to the point of objecting to be called by her husband's name, l'homme, which annoyed her, and of denying the humble position of her father to whom she always referred as a regularly established tailor, she only proved gracious towards those young ladies who showed themselves flexible and caressing and bowed down in admiration before her. Formerly, whilst trying to establish herself in a shop of her own, her temper had been soured by continual bad luck. The feeling that she was born to fortune and encountered nothing but a series of catastrophes had exasperated her, and now, even after her success at the ladies' paradise, where she earned 12,000 francs a year, it seemed as if she still nourished a secret spite against everyone. She was in particular very hard with beginners, even as life had shown itself hard for her at first. "That will do," said she, sharply. "You are not more reasonable than the others, Madame Frederick. Let the alteration be made immediately." During this explanation, Denise had ceased looking into the street. She had no doubt this was Madame Aurélie, but, frightened by her sharp voice, she remained standing, still waiting. The two Céleste women, delighted to have set their two superiors at variance, had returned to their work with an air of profound indifference. A few minutes elapsed, nobody being charitable enough to extricate the young girl from her uncomfortable position. At last, Madame Aurélie herself perceived her, and astonished to see her standing there motionless inquired what she wanted. "Madame Aurélie, please." "I am Madame Aurélie." Denise's mouth was dry and parched, her hands were cold, she felt some such fear as when she was a child and trembled at the thought of being whipped. At last she stammered out her request, but was obliged to repeat it to make herself understood. Madame Aurélie gazed upon her with her large fixed eyes, not a line of her imperial countenance deigning to relax. "How old are you?" she eventually inquired. 20, madam." "What, 20 years old? You don't look 16. The Céleste women again raised their heads. Denise hastened to add, "Oh, I'm very strong." Madame Aurélie shrugged her broad shoulders and then coldly remarked, "Well, I don't mind entering your name." "We enter the names of all who apply." "Mademoiselle Prunaire, give me the book." But the book could not be found. Jouve, the inspector, had probably got it. And just as tall Clara was about to fetch it, Maurite arrived, still followed by Bourdoncle. They had made the tour of the other departments on the first floor, they had passed through the lace, the shawls, the furs, the furniture and the underlinen, and were now winding up with the mantles. Madame Aurélie left Denise for a moment to speak to them about an order for some cloaks which she thought of giving to one of the large Paris houses. As a rule, she bought direct, and on her own responsibility, but, for important purchases, she preferred to consult the chiefs of the house. Bourdoncle then told her of her son Albert's latest act of carelessness, which seemed to fill her with despair. That boy would kill her. His father, although not a man of talent, was at least well conducted, careful, and honest. All this dynasty of the Lhoms, of which she was the acknowledged head, very often caused her a great deal of trouble. However, Maurite, surprised to come upon Denise again, bent down to ask Madame Aurélie what that young person was doing there, and, when the first hand replied that she was applying for a saleswoman's situation, Bourdoncle, with his disdain for women, seemed suffocated by such pretension. "You don't mean it," he murmured, "it must be a joke. She's too ugly." "The fact is, there's nothing handsome about her," replied Maurite, not daring to defend her, although he was still moved by the rapture she had displayed downstairs before his arrangement of the silks. However, the book having been brought, Madame Aurélie returned to Denise, who had certainly not made a favorable impression. She looked very clean in her thin black woolen dress, still the question of shabbiness was of no importance, as the house furnished a uniform, the regulation silk dress, but she appeared weak and puny, and had a melancholy face. Without insisting on handsome girls, the managers of the house liked their assistants to be of agreeable appearance. And beneath the gaze of all the men and women who were studying her, estimating her like farmers would a horse at a fair, Denise lost what little countenance had still remained to her. "Your name?" asked Madame Aurélie, standing at the end of a counter, pen in hand, ready to write. "Denise Bordeaux, madame." "Your age?" 20 years and 4 months. And risking a glance at Maurite, at this supposed manager, whom she met everywhere and whose presence troubled her so much, she repeated, "I don't look like it, but I am really very strong." They smiled. Bourdoncle showed evident signs of impatience. Her remark fell, moreover, amidst a most discouraging silence. "What establishment have you been at, in Paris?" resumed Madame Aurélie. "I've just arrived from Valence, madame." This was a fresh disaster. As a rule, the Ladies' Paradise only engaged as sailess women such girls as had had a year's experience in one of the small houses in Paris. Denise thought all was lost, and, had it not been for the children, had she not been obliged to work for them, she would have brought this futile interrogatory to an end by leaving the place. "Where were you at Valence?" asked Madame Aurélie. "At Corneille's." "I know him," good house remarked Maurite. It was very seldom that he interfered in the engagement of the employees, the manager of each department being responsible for his or her staff. But with his fine appreciation of women, he divined in this girl a hidden charm, a wealth of grace and tenderness of which she herself was ignorant. The good reputation of the establishment in which the candidate had started was of great importance, often deciding the question in his or her favor. Thus even Madame Aurélie continued in a kinder tone, "And why did you leave Corneille's?" "For family reasons," replied Denise, turning scarlet. "We have lost our parents. I have been obliged to follow my brothers. Here is a certificate." It was excellent. Her hopes were reviving, when another question troubled her. "Have you any other references in Paris?" "Where do you live?" "At my uncle's," she murmured, hesitating to name him, for she feared that they would never engage the niece of a competitor. "At my uncle Bordeaux's, opposite." At this, Maurite interfered a second time. "What? Are you Bordeaux's niece?" said he. "Is it Bordeaux who sent you here?" "Oh, no, sir," answered Denise, and she could not help laughing as she spoke, for the idea appeared to her so singular. That laugh was like a transfiguration. She became quite rosy, and the smile playing round her rather large mouth lighted up her whole face. Her grey eyes sparkled with a soft flame, her cheeks filled with delicious dimples, and even her light hair seemed to partake of the frank and courageous gaiety that pervaded her whole being. "Why, she's really pretty," whispered Maurite to Birdoncle. The latter with a gesture of boredom refused to admit it. Clara on her side bit her lips, and Marguerite turned away. Madame Aurélie alone seemed won over, and encouraged Maurite with a nod when he resumed, "Your uncle was wrong not to bring you here, his recommendation sufficed. It is said he has a grudge against us. We are people of more liberal minds, and if he can't find employment for his niece in his house, why we will show him that she has only had to knock at our door to be received. Just tell him I still like him very much, and that if he has cause for complaint he must blame, not me, but the new circumstances of commerce. Tell him, too, that he will ruin himself if he insists on keeping to his ridiculous old-fashioned ways." Denise turned quite white again. It was Maurite. No one had mentioned his name, but he revealed himself, and she guessed who he was, and understood why the sight of him had caused her such emotion in the street, in the silk department, and again here. This emotion, which she could not analyze, pressed more and more upon her heart like an unbearable weight. All the stories related by her uncle came back to her, increasing Maurite's importance in her eyes, surrounding him with a sort of halo in his capacity as the master of the terrible machine between whose wheels she had felt herself all the morning. And, behind his handsome face, with its well-trimmed beard, and eyes the color of old gold, she beheld the dead woman, that Madame Hédouin, whose blood had helped to cement the stones of the house. The shiver she had felt the previous night again came upon her, and she thought she was merely afraid of him. However, Madame Aurélie had closed the book. She only wanted one saleswoman, and she already had 10 applications. True, she was too anxious to please the governor to hesitate for a moment, still the application would follow its course. Inspector Jouve would go and make inquiries, send in his report, and then she would come to a decision. "Very good, mademoiselle," said she majestically, as though to preserve her authority, "we will write to you." Denise stood there, unable to move for a moment, hardly knowing how to take her leave in the midst of all these people. At last she thanked Madame Aurélie, and on passing Maurite and Birdoncle, she bowed. The gentlemen, however, were examining the pattern of a mantle with Madame Frédéric and took no further notice of her. Clara looked in a vexed way towards Marguerite, as if to predict that the newcomer would not have a very pleasant time of it in the establishment. Denise doubtless felt this indifference and rancor behind her, for she went downstairs with the same troubled feeling that had possessed her on going up, asking herself whether she ought to be sorry or glad at having come. Could she count on having the situation? She doubted it, amidst the uneasiness which had prevented her from clearly understanding what had been said. Of her various sensations, 2 remained and gradually effaced all others: the emotion, almost fear, with which Maurite had inspired her, and the pleasure she had derived from the amiability of Hutin, the only pleasure she had enjoyed the whole morning, a souvenir of charming sweetness which filled her with gratitude. When she crossed the shop on her way out, she looked for the young man, happy in the idea of thanking him again with her eyes, and she was very sorry not to see him. "Well, mademoiselle, have you succeeded?" inquired a timid voice, as she at last reached the pavement. She turned round and recognized the tall, awkward young fellow who had spoken to her in the morning. He also had just come out of the ladies' paradise, and seemed even more frightened than herself, still bewildered by the examination through which he had just passed. "I really don't know as yet, sir," she replied. "You're like me, then. What a way they have of looking at you and talking to you in there, eh? I'm applying for a place in the lace department. I was at Crevecoeur's in the Rue du Mail." They were once more standing face to face, and, not knowing how to take leave, they again began to blush. Then the young man, by way of saying something, timidly ventured to ask in his good-natured, awkward way, "What is your name, mademoiselle?" "Denise Bordeaux." "My name is Henry Deloche." Then they smiled, and, yielding to a fraternal feeling born of the similarity of their positions, shook each other by the hand. "Good luck," said Deloche. "Yes, good luck," was Denise's reply. Chapter 3. Every Saturday, between 4 and 6, Madame Desforges offered a cup of tea and a few sweet biscuits to those friends who were kind enough to visit her. She occupied the third floor of a house at the corner of the Rue de Rivoli and the Rue d'Alger, and the windows of her 2 drawing rooms overlooked the gardens of the Tuileries. That Saturday, just as a footman was about to introduce him into the principal drawing room, Maurite from the anteroom perceived, through an open doorway, Madame Desforges crossing the smaller salon. She stopped on seeing him, and he went in that way, bowing to her with a ceremonious air. But when the footman had closed the door, he quickly caught hold of the young woman's hand, and tenderly kissed it. "Take care, I have company," she remarked, in a low voice, glancing towards the door of the larger room. "I've just come to fetch this fan to show them," and so saying she playfully tapped him on the face with the tip of the fan she held. She was dark and inclined to stoutness, and had big jealous eyes. However, he still held her hand and inquired, "Will he come?" "Certainly," she replied, "I have his promise." They both referred to Baron Hartmann, the director of the Crédit Immobilier. Madame Desforges, daughter of a councillor of state, was the widow of a speculator, who had left her a fortune, underrated to the point of nothingness by some and greatly overestimated by others. During her husband's lifetime she had already known Baron Hartmann, whose financial tips had proved very useful to them, and later on, after her husband's death, the connection had been kept up in a discreet fashion, for she never courted notoriety in any way, and was received everywhere in the upper middle class to which she belonged. Even now too, when she had other lovers, the passion of the banker, a skeptical, crafty man, having subsided into a mere paternal affection, she displayed such delicate reserve and tact, such adroit knowledge of the world that appearances were saved, and no one would have ventured to openly express any doubt of her conduct. Having met Maurice at a mutual friend's, she had at first detested him, but had been carried away by the violent love which he professed for her, and since he had begun manoeuvring to approach Baron Hartmann through her, she had gradually got to love him with real and profound tenderness, adoring him with all the violence of a woman of 35, who only acknowledged the age of 29, and distressed at feeling him younger than herself, which made her tremble lest she should lose him. "Does he know about it?" he resumed. "No, you'll explain the affair to him yourself," was her reply. Meantime she looked at him, reflecting that he couldn't know anything or he would not employ her in this way with the Baron, whom he appeared to consider simply as an old friend of hers. However, Maurice still held her hand and called her his good Henriette, at which she felt her heart melting. Then silently she presented her lips, pressed them to his, and whispered, "Remember, they're waiting for me. Come in behind me." A murmur of voices, deadened by the heavy hangings, came from the principal drawing room. Madame Desforges went in, leaving the folding doors open behind her, and handed the fan to one of the four ladies who were seated in the middle of the room. "There it is," said she. "I didn't know exactly where it was. My maid would never have found it." And turning round she added in her cheerful way, "Come in, Monsieur Maurice, come through the little drawing room, it will be less solemn." Maurice bowed to the ladies, whom he knew. The drawing room, with its Louis XVI furniture upholstered in flowered brocatelle, its gilded bronzes and large green plants, had a pleasant, cozy, feminine aspect, albeit the ceiling was so lofty, and through the two windows could be seen the chestnut trees of the Tuileries gardens, whose leaves were blowing about in the October wind. "But this Chantilly isn't at all bad," exclaimed Madame Berdelis, who had taken the fan. She was a short fair woman of 30, with a delicate nose and sparkling eyes. A former schoolfellow of Henriette's, married to a chief clerk at the Ministry of Finances, and belonging to an old middle-class family, she managed her household and 3 children with rare activity, good grace, and exquisite knowledge of practical life. "And you paid 25 francs for it," she resumed, examining each mesh of the lace. "At luck, I think you said, to a countrywoman." "No, it isn't, dear, still you had to get it mounted, hadn't you?" "Of course," replied Madame Desforges. "The mounting cost me 200 francs. Madame Berdelis began to laugh. "And that was what Henriette called a bargain. 200 francs for a plain ivory mount, with a monogram. And that for a mere piece of Chantilly, over which she had perhaps saved 5 francs. Similar fans could be had, ready-mounted, for 120 francs, and she named a shop in the Rue Poissonnière where she had seen them. However, the fan was handed round to all the ladies. Madame Gabel barely glanced at it. She was a tall, slim woman, with red hair, and a face full of indifference, in which her grey eyes, belying her unconcerned air, occasionally cast a hungry gleam of selfishness. She was never seen out with her husband, a barrister well known at the Palais de Justice, who led, it was said, a pretty free life between his briefs and his pleasures. "Oh," she murmured, passing the fan to Madame de Boves, "I've scarcely bought one in my life. One always receives too many of such things." "You are fortunate, my dear, in having a gallant husband," answered the Countess in a tone of delicate irony. And bending over to her daughter, a tall girl of 20, she added, "Just look at the monogram, Blanche. What pretty work! It's the monogram that must have increased the price of the mounting like that." Madame de Boves had just turned 40. She was a superb woman, with the neck and shoulders of a goddess, a large regular face, and big sleepy eyes. Her husband, an inspector general of the state studs, had married her for her beauty. She appeared quite moved by the delicacy of the monogram, seized indeed by a desire which so stirred her as to make her turn pale, and suddenly turning she continued, "Give us your opinion, Monsieur Morit. Is it too dear, 200 francs for this mount?" Morit had remained standing among the 5 women, smiling and affecting an interest in what interested them. He took the fan, examined it, and was about to give his opinion, when the footman opened the door and announced, "Madame Marty." There then entered a thin, ugly woman, disfigured by smallpox but dressed with elaborate elegance. She seemed of uncertain age, her 35 years sometimes appearing equal to 30, and sometimes to 40, according to the intensity of the nervous fever which so often agitated her. A red leather bag, which she had not been willing to leave in the anteroom, hung from her right hand. "Dear madam," said she to Henriette, "you will excuse me bringing my bag. Just fancy, as I was coming along I went into the Paradise, and as I have again been very extravagant, I did not like to leave it in my cap for fear of being robbed." Then, having perceived Morit, she resumed laughing, "Ah, sir, I didn't mean to give you an advertisement, for I didn't know you were here. But you really have some extraordinarily fine lace just now." This turned the attention from the fan, which the young man laid on the table. The ladies were now all anxious to see what Madame Marty had bought. She was known to be very extravagant, totally unable to resist certain temptations. Strict in her conduct, incapable of any sexual transgression, she proved weak and cowardly before the least bit of finery. Daughter of a clerk of small means, she was ruining her husband, the 5th-class professor at the Lycée Bonaparte, who in order to meet the constantly increasing expenses of the household was compelled to double his income of 6,000 francs by giving private lessons. However, she did not open her bag, but held it tightly on her lap, and began to talk about her daughter Valentine, a girl of 14 whom she dressed like herself, in all the fashionable novelties to whose irresistible fascination she succumbed. "You know," said she, "they are making girls' dresses trimmed with narrow lace this winter. So when I saw a very pretty Valenciennes, thereupon she at last decided to open her bag, and the ladies were craning their necks, when, amidst the silence, the doorbell was heard. "It's my husband," stammered Madame Marty, in great confusion. "He promised to call for me on leaving the Lycée Bonaparte." Forthwith she shut her bag again, and instinctively hid it away under her chair. All the ladies set up a laugh. This made her blush for her precipitation, and she took the bag on her knees again, explaining, however, that men never understood matters and that they need not know everything. "Monsieur de Beauvais, Monsieur de Valagnoc," announced the footman. It was quite a surprise. Madame de Beauvais herself did not expect her husband. The latter, a fine man, wearing a moustache and an imperial in the correct military fashion so much liked at the Tuileries, kissed the hand of Madame Desforges, whom he had known as a young girl at her father's. And then he made way so that his companion, a tall, pale fellow, of an aristocratic poverty of blood, might in his turn make his bow to the lady of the house. However, the conversation had hardly been resumed when two exclamations rang out. "What? Is that you, Paul?" "Why, Octave." Mourette and Valagnoc thereupon shook hands, much to Madame Desforges's surprise. They knew each other, then. Of course, they had grown up side by side at the college at Plassans, and it was quite by chance they had not met at her house before. However, jesting together and with their hands still united, they stepped into the little drawing room, just as the servant brought in the tea, a china service on a silver waiter, which he placed near Madame Desforges, on a small round marble table with a light brass mounting. The ladies drew up and began talking in louder tones, raising a crossfire of endless chatter, whilst Monsieur de Beauvais, standing behind them, leant over every now and then to put in a word or two with the gallantry of a handsome functionary. The spacious room, so prettily and cheerfully furnished, became merrier still with these gossiping voices interspersed with laughter. "Ah, Paul, old boy," repeated Mourette. He was seated near Valagnoc, on a sofa. And alone in the little drawing room, which looked very coquettish with its hangings of buttercup silk, out of hearing of the ladies, and not even seeing them, except through the open doorway, the two old friends commenced grinning whilst they scrutinized each other and exchanged slaps on the knees. Their whole youthful career was recalled. The old college at Plassans, with its two courtyards, its damp classrooms, and the dining hall in which they had consumed so much codfish, and the dormitories where the pillows flew from bed to bed as soon as the monitor began to snore. Paul, who belonged to an old parliamentary family, noble, poor, and proud, had proved a good scholar, always at the top of his class and continually held up as an example by the master, who prophesied a brilliant future for him, whereas Octave had remained at the bottom, amongst the dunces, but nevertheless fat and jolly, indulging in all sorts of pleasures outside. Notwithstanding the difference in their characters, a fast friendship had rendered them inseparable until they were examined for their bachelor's degrees, which they took, the one with honors, the other in just a passable manner after two vexatious rebuffs. Then they went out into the world, each on his own side, and had now met again, after the lapse of 10 years, already changed and looking older. "Well," asked Morit, "what's become of you?" "Nothing at all," replied the other. Valagnok indeed, despite the pleasure of this meeting, retained a tired and disenchanted air, and as his friend, somewhat astonished, insisted, saying, "But you must do something." "What do you do?" He merely replied, "Nothing." Octave began to laugh. "Nothing." That wasn't enough. Little by little, however, he succeeded in learning Paul's story. It was the usual story of penniless young men, who think themselves obliged by their birth to choose a liberal profession and bury themselves in a sort of vain mediocrity, happy even when they escape starvation, notwithstanding their numerous degrees. For his part he had studied law by a sort of family tradition, and had then remained a burden on his widowed mother, who already hardly knew how to dispose of her 2 daughters. Having at last got quite ashamed of his position, he had left the 3 women to vegetate on the remnants of their fortune, and had accepted a petty appointment at the Ministry of the Interior, where he buried himself like a mole in his hole. "What do you get there?" resumed Morit. 3,000 francs. But that's pitiful pay. Ah! Old man, I'm really sorry for you. What? A clever fellow like you, who floored all of us. And they only give you 3,000 francs a year, after having already ground you down for 5 years. No, it isn't right. He paused and then, thinking of his own good fortune, resumed, "As for me, I made them a humble bow long ago. You know what I'm doing." "Yes," said Valagnok, "I heard you were in business. You've got that big place on the Place Galen, haven't you?" "That's it. Counter-jumper, my boy." Morit raised his head, again slapped his friend on the knee, and repeated, with the sterling gaiety of a man who did not blush for the trade by which he was making his fortune, "Counter-jumper, and no mistake. You remember, no doubt, I didn't nibble much at their baits, although at heart I never thought myself a bigger fool than the others. When I took my degree, just to please the family, I could have become a barrister or a doctor quite as easily as any of my schoolfellows, but those trades frightened me, for one sees so many chaps starving at them. So I just threw the ass's skin away, without the least regret, and plunged head first into business." Valagnok smiled with an awkward air, and ultimately muttered, "It's quite certain that your degree can't be of much use to you in selling linen." "Well," replied Morit, joyously, "all I ask is, that it shan't stand in my way, and you know, when one has been stupid enough to burden oneself with such a thing, it is difficult to get rid of it. One goes at a tortoise's pace through life, whilst those who are barefooted run like madmen." Then, noticing that his friend seemed troubled, he took his hand in his, and continued, "Come, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but confess that your degrees have not satisfied any of your wants. Do you know that my manager in the silk department will draw more than 12,000 francs this year?" "Just so. A fellow of very clear intelligence, whose knowledge is confined to spelling, and the first 4 rules of arithmetic. The ordinary salesmen in my place make from 3 to 4,000 francs a year, more than you can earn yourself, and their education did not cost anything like what yours did, nor were they launched into the world with a written promise to conquer it. Of course, it is not everything to make money. Only between the poor devils possessed of a smattering of science who now block up the liberal professions, without earning enough to keep themselves from starving, and the practical fellows armed for life's struggle, knowing every branch of their trade, I don't hesitate one moment, I'm for the latter against the former. I think they thoroughly understand the age they live in. His voice had become impassioned, and Harriet, who was pouring out the tea, turned her head. When he caught her smile, at the further end of the large drawing room, and saw 2 other ladies listening, he was the first to make merry over his own big phrases. In short, old man, every counter-jumper who commences, has, at the present day, a chance of becoming a millionaire. Valagnoc indolently threw himself back on the sofa, half closing his eyes and assuming an attitude of mingled fatigue and disdain in which a dash of affectation was added to his real hereditary exhaustion. "Bah," murmured he, "life isn't worth all that trouble. There is nothing worth living for." And as Maurite, quite shocked, looked at him with an air of surprise, he added, "Everything happens and nothing happens, a man may as well remain with his arms folded." He then explained his pessimism, the mediocrities and the abortions of existence. For a time he had thought of literature, but his intercourse with certain poets had filled him with unlimited despair. He always came to the conclusion that every effort was futile, every hour equally weary and empty, and the world incurably stupid and dull. All enjoyment was a failure, there was even no pleasure in wrongdoing. "Just tell me, do you enjoy life yourself?" asked he at last. Maurite was now in a state of astonished indignation, and exclaimed, "What? Do I enjoy myself? What are you talking about?" "Why, of course I do, my boy, and even when things give way, for then I am furious at hearing them cracking. I am a passionate fellow myself, and don't take life quietly, that's what interests me in it perhaps." He glanced towards the drawing room, and lowered his voice. "Oh, there are some women who've bothered me awfully, I must confess. Still I have my revenge, I assure you. But it is not so much the women, for to speak truly, I don't care a hang for them. The great thing in life is to be able to will and do, to create, in short. You have an idea, you fight for it, you hammer it into people's heads, and you see it grow and triumph. Ah! Yes, my boy, I enjoy life. All the joy of action, all the gaiety of existence, resounded in Maurite's words. He repeated that he went with the times. Really, a man must be badly constituted, have his brain and limbs out of order, to refuse to work in an age of such vast undertakings, when the entire century was pressing forward with giant strides. And he railed at the despairing ones, the disgusted ones, the pessimists, all those weak, sickly offsprings of our budding sciences, who assumed the lachrymose airs of poets, or the affected countenances of skeptics, amidst the immense activity of the present day. 'Twas a fine part to play, decent and intelligent, that of yawning before other people's labor. But yawning in other people's faces is my only pleasure, said Valagnoc, smiling in his cold way. At this Morit's passion subsided, and he became affectionate again. Ah, Paul, you're not changed. Just as paradoxical as ever. However, we've not met to quarrel. Each man has his own ideas, fortunately. But you must come and see my machine at work, you'll see it isn't a bad idea. And now, what news? Your mother and sisters are quite well, I hope. And weren't you supposed to get married at Plassans, about 6 months ago? A sudden movement made by Valagnoc stopped him, and as his friend had glanced into the larger drawing-room with an anxious expression, he also turned round, and noticed that Mademoiselle de Beauvais was closely watching them. Blanche, tall and sturdy, resembled her mother, but her face was already puffed out and her features seemed large, swollen, as it were, by unhealthy fat. Then, in reply to a discreet question, Paul intimated that nothing was yet settled, perhaps nothing would be settled. He had made the young person's acquaintance at Madame Desforges's, where he had visited a good deal the previous winter, but whither he now very rarely came, which explained why he had not met Octave there before. In their turn, the Beauvais invited him, and he was especially fond of the father, an ex-man about town who had retired into an official position. On the other hand, there was no money, Madame de Beauvais having brought her husband nothing but her Juno-like beauty as a marriage portion. So the family were living poorly on their last mortgaged farm, to the little money derived from which were fortunately added the 9,000 francs a year drawn by the Count as Inspector General of the State Studs. Certain escapades, however, continued to empty his purse, and the ladies, mother and daughter, were kept very short of money, being at times reduced to turning their dresses themselves. In that case, why marry, was Morit's simple question. Well, I can't go on like this forever, said Valagnoc, with a weary movement of the eyelids. Besides, there are certain expectations, we are waiting for the death of an aunt. However, Morit still kept his eye on Monsieur de Beauvais, who, seated next to Madame Gabelle, proved most attentive to her, laughing softly the while, with an amorous air. Thereupon Octave turned to his friend with such a significant twinkle of the eye that the latter added, "Not that one, at least not yet. The misfortune is, that his duties call him to the four corners of France, to the breeding depots, so that he has frequent pretexts for absenting himself. Last month, whilst his wife supposed him to be at Perpignan, he was simply carrying on in Paris, in an out-of-the-way neighborhood." There ensued a pause. Then the young man, who was also watching the Count's gallantry towards Madame Gabelle, resumed in a low tone, "Really, I think you are right. The more so as the dear lady is not exactly a saint, if all people say be true. But just look at him. Isn't he comical, trying to magnetize her with his eyes? The old-fashioned gallantry, my dear fellow. I adore that man, and if I marry his daughter, he may safely say it's for his sake. Morit laughed, greatly amused. He questioned Valagnok again, and when he found that the first idea of a marriage between him and Blanche had come from Madame Desforges, he thought the story better still. That dear Henriette took a widow's delight in marrying people, so much so, that when she had provided for the girls, she sometimes allowed their fathers to choose friends from her company. At that moment she appeared at the door of the little drawing-room, followed by a gentleman apparently about 60 years old, whose arrival had not been observed by the two friends, absorbed as they were in the conversation they were carrying on, to the accompaniment of the ladies' voices. These voices at times rang out in a shriller key above the tinkling of the small spoons in the china cups, and from time to time, during a brief silence, you heard a saucer being harshly laid down on the marble table. A sudden gleam of the setting sun, which had just emerged from behind a thick cloud, gilded the crests of the chestnut trees in the gardens, and streamed through the windows in a red, golden flame, whose glow lighted up the brocatelle and brass work of the furniture. "This way, my dear Baron," said Madame Desforges. "Allow me to introduce to you Monsieur Octave Morit, who is longing to express the admiration he feels for you." And turning round towards Octave, she added, "Baron Hartmann." A smile played on the old man's lips. He was short and vigorous, with a large Alsatian head, and a heavy face, which lighted up with a gleam of intelligence at the slightest curl of his mouth, the slightest movement of his eyelids. For the last fortnight he had resisted Henriette's wish that he should consent to this interview, not that he felt any immoderate jealousy of Morit, but because this was the third friend Henriette had introduced to him, and he was afraid of becoming ridiculous at last. And so on approaching Octave he put on the discreet smile of one who, albeit willing to behave amiably, is not disposed to be a dupe. "Oh, sir," said Morit, with his Provençal enthusiasm, "the Crédit Immobilier's last operation was really astonishing. You cannot think how happy and proud I am to know you." "Too kind, sir, too kind," repeated the Baron, still smiling. Henriette, robed in a lace dress, which revealed her delicate neck and wrists, looked at them with her clear eyes without any sign of embarrassment, standing between the two, raising her head, and going from one to the other. She indeed appeared delighted to see them so friendly together. "Gentlemen," said she at last, "I leave you to your conversation." And, turning towards Paul, who had risen from the sofa, she resumed, "Will you accept a cup of tea, Monsieur de Valagnok?" "With pleasure, madame," he replied, and they both returned to the larger drawing-room. Morit resumed his seat on the sofa, when Baron Hartmann likewise had sat down on it, and forthwith the young man broke into renewed praise of the Crédit Immobilier's operations. From that he went on to the subject so near his heart, speaking of the new thoroughfare, a lengthening of the Rue Riaumur, a section of which running from the Place de la Bourse to the Place de l'Opéra was about to be opened under the name of the Rue du 10 December. It had been declared a work of public utility 18 months previously. The expropriation jury had just been appointed, and the whole neighborhood was excited about this new street, anxiously awaiting the commencement of the works, and taking a keen interest in the houses condemned to disappear. For 3 years Morit had been waiting for this work, first, in the expectation of an increase of his own business, secondly, for the furtherance of certain schemes of enlargement which he dared not openly avow, so extensive were his ideas. As the Rue du 10 December was to cut through the Rue de Choiseul and the Rue de la Michaudière, he pictured the Ladies' Paradise occupying the whole block of building which these streets and the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin surrounded, and he already imagined it with a princely frontage in the new thoroughfare, dominating everything around like some lord and master of the conquered city. Hence his strong desire to make Baron Hartmann's acquaintance, as soon as he had learned that the Crédit Immobilier had contracted with the authorities to open and build this Rue du 10 December, on condition that it should receive the frontage ground on each side of the street. Really, he repeated, trying to assume a naive look, you'll hand over the street ready-made, with sewers, pavements, and gas lamps. And the frontage ground will suffice to compensate you. Oh! It's curious, very curious. At last he came to the delicate point. He was aware that the Crédit Immobilier was secretly buying up the houses forming part of the same block as the Ladies' Paradise, not only those which were to fall under the demolisher's pickaxes, but the others as well, those which were to remain standing, and he suspected the existence of a project for founding some great establishment, which made him anxious about those enlargements of his own premises of which he was ever dreaming, seized with fear at the idea that he might one day come into collision with a powerful company owning property which they certainly would not sell. It was precisely this fear which had prompted him to seek an alliance between himself and the Baron under Henriette's auspices. No doubt he could have seen the financier at his office, and have there talked the affair over at his ease, but he felt that he would be stronger in Henriette's house. To be near her, within the beloved perfume of her presence, to have her ready to convince them both with a smile, seemed to him a certain guarantee of success. "Haven't you bought the former Hotel du Villard, that old building next to my place?" he suddenly inquired. The Baron hesitated for a moment, and then denied it. But Morit looked him straight in the face and smiled, from that moment beginning to play the part of an open-hearted young man who was always straightforward in business. "Look here, Monsieur le Baron," said he, "as I have the unexpected honor of meeting you, I must make a confession. Oh, I don't ask you for any of your secrets, but I am going to entrust you with mine, for I'm certain that I couldn't place them in better hands. Besides, I want your advice. I have long wished to call and see you, but dared not do so." He did make his confession, and related his debut in life, not even concealing the financial crisis through which he was passing in the midst of his triumph. Everything was brought up, the successive enlargements of his premises, the continual reinvestments of all profits in the business, the sums contributed by his employees, the existence of the establishment risked at every fresh sale, in which the entire capital was staked, as it were, on a single throw of the dice. However, it was not money he wanted, for he had a fanatic's faith in his customers. His ambition ran higher, and he proposed to the Baron a partnership, in which the Credit Immobilier should contribute the colossal palace which he pictured in his dreams, whilst for his part he would give his genius and the business he had already created. Everything would be properly valued, nothing appeared to him easier to realize. "What are you going to do with your land and buildings?" he asked persistently. "You have a plan, no doubt. But I'm quite certain that your idea is not so good as mine. Think of it. We build fresh galleries on the vacant ground. We pull the houses down or rearrange them and open the most extensive establishment in Paris, a bazaar which will bring in millions." And then he let this fervent, heartfelt exclamation escape him, "Ah! If I could only do without you! But you hold everything now. Besides, I shall never have the necessary capital. Come, we must come to an understanding. It would be a crime not to do so. How you go ahead, my dear sir." Baron Hartmann contented himself with replying, "What an imagination you have!" He shook his head, and continued to smile, resolved not to return confidence for confidence. In point of fact, the idea of the Credit Immobilier was to found in the Rue du Dix December a huge rival to the Grand Hotel, a luxurious hostelry whose central position would attract foreigners. At the same time, however, as the hotel was only to occupy a certain frontage, the Baron might also have entertained Morit's idea, and have treated for the rest of the block of houses, which still represented a vast surface. However, he had already advanced funds to two of Henriette's friends, and he was getting tired of his lavishness. Besides, despite his passion for activity, which prompted him to open his purse to every fellow of intelligence and courage, Morit's commercial genius astonished rather than captivated him. Was not the founding of such a gigantic shop a fanciful, imprudent scheme? Would he not court certain failure by thus enlarging the drapery trade beyond all reasonable bounds? In short, he didn't believe in the idea and refused his support. "No doubt the idea is attractive," said he, "but it's a poet's idea. Where would you find the customers to fill such a cathedral?" Morit looked at him for a moment in silence, as if stupefied by the refusal which these words implied. Was it possible, a man of such foresight, who divined the presence of money at no matter what depth? And suddenly, with an extremely eloquent gesture, he pointed to the ladies in the drawing-room and exclaimed, "Customers, why look there!" The sun was paling and the golden-red flame was now but a yellowish gleam, dying away on the silk of the hangings and the panels of the furniture. At this approach of twilight, the large room was steeped in warm cozy pleasantness. While Monsieur de Boves and Paul de Valagnoc stood chatting near one of the windows, their eyes wandering far away into the gardens. The ladies had closed up, forming in the middle of the room a small circle of skirts whence arose bursts of laughter, whispered words, ardent questions and replies, all women's passion for expenditure and finery. They were talking about dress, and Madame de Boves was describing a gown she had seen at a ball. First of all, a mauve silk skirt, covered with flounces of old Alençon lace, 12 inches deep. "Oh! Is it possible?" exclaimed Madame Marty. "Some women are very fortunate." Baron Hartmann, who had followed Morit's gesture, was looking at the ladies through the doorway which was wide open. And he continued listening to them with one ear, whilst the young man, inflamed by his desire to convince him, went yet deeper into the question, explaining the mechanism of the new style of drapery business. This branch of commerce was now based on a rapid and continual turning over of capital, which it was necessary to convert into goods as often as possible in the same year. For instance, that year his capital, which only amounted to 500,000 francs, had been turned over 4 times, and had thus produced business to the amount of 2 millions. But this was a mere trifle, which could be increased tenfold, for later on, in certain departments, he certainly hoped to turn the capital over 15 or 20 times in the course of the 12-month. You understand, Baron, the whole system lies in that. It is very simple, but it had to be found out. We don't need an enormous working capital. The sole effort we have to make is to get rid of the stock we buy as quickly as possible so as to replace it by other stock which each time will make our capital return interest. In this way we can content ourselves with a very small profit, as our general expenses amount to as much as 16%, and as we seldom make more than 20%. On our goods, there is only a net profit of 4%. At the utmost, only this will finish by representing millions when we can operate on large quantities of goods incessantly renewed. You follow me, don't you? Nothing can be clearer. The Baron again shook his head doubtfully. He who had entertained the boldest schemes and whose daring at the time of the introduction of gas lighting was still spoken of, remained in the present instance uneasy and obstinate. "I quite understand," said he, "you sell cheap in order to sell a quantity, and you sell a quantity in order to sell cheap. But you must sell, and I repeat my former question. Whom will you sell to? How do you hope to keep up such a colossal sale?" A loud exclamation, coming from the drawing-room, interrupted Morit just as he began to reply. It was Madame Gabel declaring that she would have preferred the flounces of old Alençon simply round the upper skirt of the dress. "But, my dear," said Madame de Boves, "the upper skirt was covered with it as well. I never saw anything richer." "Ah, that's a good idea," resumed Madame Desforges. "I've got several yards of Alençon somewhere, I must look them up for a trimming." Then the voices fell again, sinking into a murmur. Prices were quoted. A feverish desire to buy and bargain stirred all the ladies. They were purchasing lace by the mile. "Why," declared Morit, when he could at last speak, one can sell what one likes when one knows how to sell. Therein lies our triumph." And then with his southern enthusiasm, he pictured the new business at work in warm, glowing phrases which brought everything vividly before the eyes. First came the wonderful power resulting from the assemblage of goods, all accumulated on one point and sustaining and facilitating the sale of one another. There was never any standstill. The article of the season was always on hand, and from counter to counter the customer found herself caught and subjugated, at one buying the material for a gown, at another cotton and trimming, elsewhere a mantle, in fact everything necessary to complete her costume, while in addition there were all the unforeseen purchases, chases, a surrender to a longing for the useless and the pretty. Next he began to sing the praises of the plain figure system. The great revolution in the business sprang from this fortunate inspiration. If the old-fashioned small shops were dying out, it was because they could not struggle against the low prices which the tickets guaranteed. Competition now went on under the very eyes of the public. A look in the windows enabled people to contrast the prices of different establishments, and each shop in turn was lowering its rates, contenting itself with the smallest possible profit. There could be no deceit, no long-prepared stroke of fortune by selling an article at double its value. There were simply current operations, a regular percentage levied on all goods, and success depended solely on the skillful working of the sales, which became the larger from the very circumstance that they were carried on openly and honestly. Was it not altogether an astonishing development? And it was already revolutionizing the markets and transforming Paris, for it was made of women's flesh and blood. "I have the women, I don't care a hang for the rest," exclaimed Moreet, with a brutal frankness born of his passion. At this cry Baron Hartmann appeared somewhat moved. His smile lost its touch of irony and he glanced at the young man, gradually won over by the confidence he displayed and feeling a growing friendship for him. "Hush," he murmured, paternally, "they will hear you." But the ladies were now all speaking at once, so excited that they did not even listen to each other. Madame de Boves was finishing the description of an evening dress, a mauve silk tunic, draped and caught up by bows of lace, the bodice cut very low, with similar bows of lace on the shoulders. "You'll see," said she. "I am having a bodice made like it, with some satin." "For my part," interrupted Madame Berdelis, "I was bent on buying some velvet." "Oh, such a bargain!" Then suddenly Madame Marty asked, "How much did the silk cost?" And off they started again, all together. Madame Gabel, Henriette, and Blanche were measuring, cutting out, and making up. It was a pillage of material, a ransacking of all the shops, an appetite for luxury seeking satisfaction in toilettes envied and dreamed of, with such happiness at finding themselves in an atmosphere of finery, that they buried themselves in it, as in warm air necessary to their existence. Moreet had glanced towards the larger drawing-room, and in a few phrases, whispered in the Baron's ear, as if he were confiding to him one of those amorous secrets which men sometimes venture to reveal among themselves. He finished explaining the mechanism of modern commerce. And, above all that he had already spoken of, dominating everything else, appeared the exploitation of women to which everything conduced, the capital incessantly renewed, the system of assembling goods together, the attraction of cheapness and the tranquilizing effect of the marking in plain figures. It was for women that all the establishments were struggling in wild competition. It was women whom they were continually catching in the snares of their bargains, after bewildering her with their displays. They had awakened new desires in her flesh. They constituted an immense temptation, before which she fatally succumbed, yielding at first to reasonable purchases of articles needed in the household, then tempted by her coquetry, and finally subjugated and devoured. By increasing their business tenfold and popularizing luxury, they, the drapers, became a terrible instrument of prodigality, ravaging households, and preparing mad freaks of fashion which proved ever more and more costly. And if women reigned in their shops like a queen, cajoled, flattered and overwhelmed with attentions, she was one on whom her subjects traffic, and who pays for each fresh caprice, with a drop of her blood. From beneath the very gracefulness of his gallantry, Moreet thus allowed the Baron to divine the brutality of a Jew who sells women by the pound weight. He raised a temple to her, caused her to be steeped in incense by a legion of shopmen, prepared the ritual of a new cultus, thinking of nothing but women and ever seeking to imagine more powerful fascinations. But, behind her back, when he had emptied her purse and shattered her nerves, he remained full of the secret scorn of a man to whom a woman has been foolish enough to yield. "Once have the women on your side," he whispered to the Baron, laughing boldly, "and you could sell the very world." Now the Baron understood. A few sentences had sufficed, he guessed the rest, and such a gallant exploitation inflamed him, stirring up the memories of his past life of pleasure. His eyes twinkled in a knowing way, and he ended by looking with an air of admiration at the inventor of this machine for devouring the female sex. It was really clever. And then he made precisely the same remark as Birdoncle, a remark suggested to him by his long experience. "They'll make you suffer for it, by and by, you know," said he. But Moreet shrugged his shoulders with an air of overwhelming disdain. They all belonged to him, they were his property, and he belonged to none of them. After deriving his fortune and his pleasures from them, he intended to throw them all over for those who might still find their account in them. It was the rational, cold disdain of a southerner and a speculator. "Well, my dear Baron," he asked in conclusion, "will you join me? Does this affair appear possible to you?" Albeit half conquered, the Baron did not wish to enter into any engagement yet. A doubt remained beneath the charm which was gradually operating on him, and he was going to reply in an evasive manner, when a pressing call from the ladies spared him the trouble. Amidst light bursts of laughter, voices were repeating "Monsieur Moreet! Monsieur Moreet!" And as the latter, annoyed at being interrupted, pretended not to hear, Madame de Boves, who had risen a moment previously, came as far as the door of the little drawing-room. "You are wanted," Monsieur Morit. It isn't very gallant of you to bury yourself in a corner to talk over business. Thereupon he decided to join the ladies, with an apparent good grace, a well-feigned air of rapture which quite astonished the Baron. Both of them rose and passed into the other room. "But I am quite at your service, ladies," said Morit on entering, a smile on his lips. He was greeted with an acclamation of triumph and was obliged to step forward, the ladies making room for him in their midst. The sun had just set behind the trees in the gardens, the daylight was departing, delicate shadows were gradually invading the spacious apartment. It was the emotional hour of twilight, that quiet voluptuous moment which reigns in Parisian flats between the dying brightness of the street and the lighting of the lamps in the kitchen. Monsieur de Boves and Valagnoc, still standing before a window, cast shadows upon the carpet, whilst, motionless in the last gleam of light which came in by the other window, Monsieur Marty, who had quietly entered, showed his poverty-stricken silhouette, his worn-out, well-brushed frock coat, and his pale face wan from constant teaching and the more haggard as what he had heard of the ladies' conversation had quite upset him. "Is your sale still fixed for next Monday?" Madame Marty was just asking. "Certainly, madame," replied Morit, in a flute-like voice, an actor's voice, which he assumed when speaking to women. Henriette thereupon intervened. "We are all going, you know. They say you are preparing wonders." "Oh, wonders," he murmured, with an air of modest fatuity. "I simply try to deserve your patronage." But they pressed him with questions. Madame Berdelis, Madame Gabel, even Blanche wanted to know something. "Come, give us some particulars," repeated Madame de Boves, persistently. "You are making us die of curiosity." And they were surrounding him, when Henriette observed that he had not even taken a cup of tea. At this they were plunged into desolation and four of them set about serving him, stipulating however that he must answer them afterwards. Henriette poured the tea out, Madame Marty held the cup, whilst Madame de Boves and Madame Berdelis contended for the honor of sweetening it. Then, when he had declined to sit down, and began to drink his tea slowly, standing up in the midst of them, they all drew nearer, imprisoning him in the circle of their skirts, and with their heads raised and their eyes sparkling, they smiled upon him. "And what about silk, your Paris delight which all the papers are talking of?" resumed Madame Marty, impatiently. "Oh," he replied, "it's an extraordinary article, large-grained fail, supple and strong. You'll see it, ladies, and you'll see it nowhere else, for we have bought the exclusive right to it. Really. A fine silk at 5 francs 60 centimes, said Madame Berdelis, enthusiastic. One can hardly believe it. Ever since the advertisements and puffs had appeared, this silk had occupied a considerable place in their daily life. They talked of it, promising themselves some of it, all agog with desire and doubt. And, beneath the inquisitive chatter with which they overwhelmed the young man, one could divine their different temperaments as purchasers. Madame Marty, carried away by her rage for spending money, bought everything at the ladies' paradise without selecting, just as things chanced to be placed in the windows or on the counters. Madame Gabel, on the other hand, walked about the shop for hours without ever buying anything, happy and satisfied in simply feasting her eyes. Madame de Beauvais, short of money and always tortured by some immoderate desire, nourished a feeling of rancor against the goods she could not carry away with her. Madame Berdelis, with the sharp eyes of a careful and practical housewife, made straight for the bargains, availing herself of the big establishments with such skill that she saved a lot of money. And lastly, Henriette, having very elegant tastes, only purchased certain articles there, such as gloves, hosiery, and her coarser linen. We have other stuffs of astonishing cheapness and richness, continued Morit, in his musical voice. For instance, I recommend you our golden grain, a taffeta of incomparable brilliancy. In the fancy silks there are some charming lines, designs specially chosen from among thousands by our buyer, and in velvets you will find an exceedingly rich collection of shades. I warn you, however, that cloth will be greatly worn this year. You'll see our matellasses and our cheviots. They had ceased to interrupt him, and drew yet closer, their lips parted by vague smiles, their faces eagerly outstretched as if their whole beings were springing towards the tempter. Their eyes grew dim, and slight quivers ran through them, but he meantime retained his calm, conquering air, amidst the intoxicating perfumes which their hair exhaled, and between each sentence he continued to sip a little of his tea, the aroma of which softened those sharper odors. At sight of such a power of fascination, so well controlled, strong enough to play with women without being overcome by the intoxication which she diffuses, Baron Hartmann, who had not ceased to look at Morit, felt his admiration increasing. So cloth will be worn, resumed Madame Marty, whose rugged face sparkled with coquettish passion. I must have a look at it. Madame Berdelis, who kept a cool lookout, in her turn remarked, your remnant sales take place on Thursdays, don't they? I shall wait. I have all my little ones to clothe. And turning her delicate blonde head towards the mistress of the house, she asked, Sauveur is still your dressmaker, I suppose? Yes, replied Henriette, Sauveur is very dear, but she is the only person in Paris who knows how to make a dress body. Besides, Monsieur Morit may say what he likes, but she has the prettiest designs that are not seen anywhere else. I can't bear to see the same dresses as mine on every woman's back. At first Morit slightly smiled. Then he intimated that Madame Sauveur bought her material at his shop. No doubt she went to the manufacturers direct for certain designs of which she acquired the sole right of sale. But for black silks, for instance, she watched for the paradise bargains, laying in a considerable stock, which she disposed of at double and treble the price she gave. Thus I am quite sure that her buyers will snap up our Paris delight. Why should she go to the manufacturers and pay dearer for this silk than she would at my place? On my word of honor, we shall sell it at a loss. This was a decisive blow for the ladies. The idea of getting goods below cost price awoke in them all the natural greed of woman, whose enjoyment in purchasing is doubled when she thinks that she is robbing the tradesman. He knew the sex to be incapable of resisting anything cheap. "But we sell everything for nothing," he exclaimed gaily, taking up Madame Desforges's fan, which lay behind him on the table. "For instance, here's this fan. How much do you say it cost?" "The Chantilly cost 25 francs, and the mounting 200, said Henriette. "Well, the Chantilly isn't dear. However, we have the same at 18 francs. As for the mount, my dear madam, it's a shameful robbery. I should not dare to sell one like it for more than 90 francs. "Just what I said," exclaimed Madame Bourdelis. 90 francs, murmured Madame de Boves. "One must be very poor indeed to go without one at that price." She had taken up the fan, and was again examining it with her daughter Blanche, and, over her large regular face and in her big, sleepy eyes, spread an expression of suppressed and despairing longing which she could not satisfy. The fan once more went the round of the ladies, amidst various remarks and exclamations. Monsieur de Boves and Valagnoc, meantime, had left the window, and whilst the former returned to his place behind Madame Gabelle, whose charms he again began to admire, with his correct and superior air, the young man leant over Blanche, endeavoring to think of some agreeable remark. "Don't you think it rather gloomy, mademoiselle, that white mount and the black lace?" "Oh," she replied, gravely, not a blush coloring her inflated cheeks, "I saw one made of mother of pearl and white feathers. Something truly virginal." Then Monsieur de Boves, who had doubtless observed the distressful glances with which his wife was following the fan, at last added his word to the conversation. "Those flimsy things soon break," said he. "Of course they do," declared Madame Gabelle, with a pout, affecting an air of indifference. "I'm tired of having mine mended." For several minutes, Madame Marty, very much excited by the conversation, had been feverishly turning her red leather bag about on her lap, for she had not yet been able to show her purchases. She was burning with a sort of sensual desire to display them, and, suddenly forgetting her husband's presence, she opened the bag and took out of it a few yards of narrow lace wound on a piece of cardboard. "This is the Valenciennes for my daughter," said she. "It's an inch and a half wide. Isn't it delicious? 1 franc 90 centimes the meter." The lace passed from hand to hand. The ladies were astonished. Mourette assured them that he sold these little trimmings at cost price. However, Madame Marty had closed the bag, as if to conceal certain things she must not show. But after the success obtained by the Valenciennes, she was unable to resist the temptation of taking out a handkerchief. There was this handkerchief as well. "Real Brussels, my dear." "Oh, a bargain. 20 francs. And after that the bag became inexhaustible. She blushed with pleasure at each fresh article she took out. There was a Spanish blonde lace cravat, 30 francs. She hadn't wanted it, but the shopman had sworn it was the last one in stock, and that in future the price would be raised. Next came a Chantilly veil, rather dear, 50 francs. If she didn't wear it she could make it do for her daughter. Really, lace is so pretty, she repeated with her nervous laugh. Once I'm inside I could buy everything. And this? Asked Madame de Boves, taking up and examining some guipure. That, replied she, is for an insertion. There are 26 yards, a franc the yard. Just fancy. But, asked Madame Berdelis, in surprise, what are you going to do with it? I'm sure I don't know. But it was such a funny pattern. At that moment, however, she chanced to raise her eyes and perceived her terrified husband in front of her. He had turned paler than ever, his whole person expressive of the patient, resigned anguish of a powerless man, witnessing the reckless expenditure of his dearly earned salary. Every fresh bit of lace to him meant disaster, bitter days of teaching, long journeys to pupils through the mud, the whole constant effort of his life resulting in secret misery, the hell of a necessitous household. And she, perceiving the increasing wildness of his look, wanted to catch up the veil, cravat and handkerchief and put them out of sight, moving her feverish hands about and repeating with forced laughter, "You'll get me a scolding from my husband. I assure you, my dear, I've been very reasonable, for there was a large lace flounce at 500 francs, oh! A marvel." "Why didn't you buy it?" asked Madame Gabelle, calmly. "Monsieur Marty is the most gallant of men." The poor professor was obliged to bow and say that his wife was quite free to buy what she liked. But at thought of the danger to which that large flounce had exposed him, an icy shiver sped down his back, and as Maurite was just at that moment affirming that the new shops increased the comfort of middle-class households, he glared at him with a terrible expression, the flash of hatred of a timid man who would like to throttle the destroyer but dares not. But the ladies had still retained possession of the lace. They were intoxicating themselves with their prolonged contemplation of it. The several pieces were unrolled and then passed from one to the other, drawing them all still closer together, linking them, as it were, with delicate meshes. On their laps there was a continual caress of this wondrously delicate tissue amidst which their guilty fingers fondly lingered. They still kept Maurite a close prisoner and overwhelmed him with fresh questions. As the daylight continued to decline, he was now and again obliged to bend his head, grazing their hair with his beard, as he examined a mesh, or indicated a design. Nevertheless, in this soft voluptuousness of twilight, in this warm feminine atmosphere, Maurite still remained the master whatever the rapture he affected. He seemed to be a woman himself. They felt penetrated, overcome by the delicate sense of their secret passions which he possessed, and surrendered themselves to him quite captivated, whilst he, certain that he had them at his mercy, appeared like the despotic monarch of finery, enthroned above them all. "Oh, Monsieur Maurite! Monsieur Maurite!" they stammered in low, rapturous voices, amidst the increasing gloom of the drawing-room. The last pale gleams of the heavens were dying away on the brass work of the furniture. The laces alone retained a snowy reflection against the dark dresses of the ladies, who in a confused group around the young man had a vague appearance of kneeling, worshipping women. A final glow still shone on one side of the silver teapot, a gleam like that of a night light, burning in an alcove balmy with the perfume of tea. But suddenly the servant entered with 2 lamps, and the charm was destroyed. The drawing-room awoke, light and cheerful once more. Madame Marty replaced her lace in her little bag and Madame de Boves ate another sponge cake, whilst Henriette, who had risen, began talking in a low tone to the Baron, near one of the windows. "He's a charming fellow," said the Baron. "Isn't he?" she exclaimed, with the involuntary impulse of a woman in love. He smiled, and looked at her with paternal indulgence. This was the first time he had seen her so completely conquered, and, too high-minded to suffer from it, he experienced nothing but compassion at seeing her in the hands of this handsome fellow, seemingly so tender and yet so cold-hearted. He thought he ought to warn her, and so in a joking way he muttered, "Take care, my dear, or he'll eat you all up." A flash of jealousy darted from Henriette's fine eyes. Doubtless she understood that Maurite had simply made use of her to get at the Baron, but she vowed that she would render him mad with passion, he whose hurried style of love-making was instinct with the facile charm of a song thrown to the 4 winds of heaven. "Oh," said she, affecting to joke in her turn, "the lamb always finishes by eating up the wolf." Thereupon the Baron, greatly amused, encouraged her with a nod. Could she be the woman who was to avenge all the others? When Maurite, after reminding Valagnoc that he wanted to show him his machine at work, came up to take his leave, the Baron retained him near the window opposite the gardens, now steeped in darkness. He was at last yielding to the young man's power of fascination. Confidence had come to him on seeing him amidst those ladies. Both conversed for a moment in a low tone, and then the banker exclaimed, "Well, I'll look into the affair. It's settled if your Monday's sale proves as important as you expect." They shook hands, and Maurite, delighted, took his leave, for he never enjoyed his dinner unless before sitting down at table he had been to glance at the day's receipts at the Ladies' Paradise. Chapter 4. On the following Monday, the 10th of October, a bright sun of victory pierced through the grey clouds which had darkened Paris during the previous week. There had even been a drizzle throughout the previous night, a sort of watery mist whose moisture had dirtied the streets, but in the early morning, thanks to the sharp breezes driving the clouds away, the pavement had become drier, and now the blue sky displayed a limpid, spring-like gaiety. Thus, already at 8 o'clock, the Ladies' Paradise blazed forth beneath the clear sun rays in all the glory of its great sale of winter novelties. Flags were flying at the door, pieces of woolens were flapping about in the fresh morning air, animating the place galen with the bustle of a country fair, whilst along both streets the windows developed symphonious displays whose brilliant tones were yet heightened by the clearness of the glass. It was like a debauch of color, a street pleasure bursting forth, a wealth of purchasable articles publicly displayed, on which everybody could feast their eyes. But at this early hour very few people entered, a few customers pressed for time, housewives of the neighborhood, women desirous of avoiding the afternoon crush. Behind the stuffs which decorated the shop, one could divine that it was empty, under arms and waiting for customers, with its waxed floors and its counters overflowing with goods. The busy morning crowd barely glanced at the windows, as it passed without slackening its steps. In the Rue Neuve Saint Augustin and on the Place Galen, where the vehicles were to take their stand, there were at 9 o'clock only 2 cabs. The inhabitants of the district, and especially the small traders, stirred up by such a show of streamers and decorations, alone formed little groups in the doorways and at the street corners, gazing at the paradise and venting bitter remarks. What most filled them with indignation was the sight of one of the 4 delivery vans just introduced by Mourette, which was standing in the Rue de la Michaudière, in front of the delivery office. These vans were green, picked out with yellow and red, their brilliantly varnished panels gleaming with gold and purple in the sunlight. This particular one with its brand new medley of colors, and the name of the establishment painted on either side, whilst up above appeared an announcement of the day's sale, finished by going off at the fast trot of a splendid horse, after being filled with parcels left over from the previous night, and Baudu, who was standing on the threshold of the old Elbeuf, watched it rolling off towards the boulevard, where it disappeared to spread amid a starry radiance the hated name of the ladies. Paradise all over Paris. Meantime, a few cabs were arriving and forming in line. Each time a customer entered, there was a movement amongst the shop messengers, who dressed in livery consisting of a light green coat and trousers, and red and yellow striped waistcoat were drawn up under the lofty doorway. Jouve, the inspector and retired captain, was also there, in a frock coat and white tie, wearing his decoration as a mark of respectability and probity, and receiving the ladies with a gravely polite air. He bent over them to point out the departments, and then they vanished into the vestibule, which had been transformed into an oriental saloon. From the very threshold it was a marvel, a surprise, which enchanted all of them. It was to Mourette that this idea had occurred. Before all others, he had been the first to purchase at very advantageous rates in the Levant a collection of old and new carpets, articles then but seldom seen and only sold at curiosity shops, at high prices, and he intended to flood the market with them, selling them at but little more than cost price, and simply utilizing them as a splendid decoration which would attract the best class of art customers to his establishment. From the center of the Place Galen you could see this oriental saloon, composed solely of carpets and door curtains hung up under his direction. The ceiling was covered with a quantity of Smyrna carpets, whose intricate designs stood out boldly on red grounds. Then from each side there hung Syrian and Caramanian door curtains, streaked with green, yellow, and vermilion, diabexer hangings of a commoner type, rough to the touch, like shepherds' cloaks, and carpets which could also be used as door curtains, long Ipahan, Teheran, and Kermanshah rugs, broader ones from Skowmaker and Madras, a strange fluorescence of ponies and palms, fantastic blooms in a garden of dreamland. On the floor too were more carpets, a heap of greasy fleeces. In the center was an Agra carpet, an extraordinary article with a white ground and a broad, delicate blue border, through which ran a violet-colored pattern of exquisite design. And then, here, there and everywhere came a display of marvels, Mecca carpets with velvety reflections, prayer carpets from Dagestan with the symbolic points, Kurdistan carpets covered with blooming flowers, and finally, in a corner a pile of cheap goods, Kala, and Kircher rugs from 15 francs a piece. This seeming and sumptuous tent, fit for a caliph, was furnished with divans and armchairs, made of camel sacks, some ornamented with variegated lozenges, others with primitive roses. Turkey, Arabia, Persia and the Indies were all there. They had emptied the palaces, looted the mosques and bazaars. A tawny gold prevailed in the weft of the old carpets, whose faded tints retained still a somber warmth, like that of an extinguished furnace, a beautiful mellow hue suggestive of the old masters. Visions of the East floated before you at sight of all the luxury of this barbarous art, amid the strong odor which the old wool retained of the land of vermin and of the rising sun. In the morning at 8 o'clock, when Denise, who was to enter on her duties that very Monday, crossed the Oriental Saloon, she stopped short, lost in astonishment, unable to recognize the shop entrance, and quite overcome by this harem-like decoration planted at the door. A messenger having shown her to the top of the house, and handed her over to Madame Cabin, who cleaned and looked after the rooms, this person installed her in number 7, where her box had already been placed. It was a narrow cell, opening on the roof by a skylight, and furnished with a small bed, a walnut-wood wardrobe, a toilet table, and 2 chairs. 20 similar rooms ran along the yellow-painted convent-like corridor, and, of the 35 young ladies in the house, the 20 who had no relations in Paris slept there, whilst the remaining 15 lodged outside, a few with borrowed aunts and cousins. Denise at once took off her shabby woolen dress, worn thin by brushing and mended at the sleeves, the only gown that she had brought from Valence, and then donned the uniform of her department, a black silk dress which had been altered for her and which she found ready on the bed. This dress was still too large, too wide across the shoulders, but she was so flurried by her emotion that she paid no heed to petty questions of coquetry. She had never worn silk before, and when rigged out in this unwanted finery she went downstairs again and looked at her shining skirt. She felt quite ashamed of the noisy rustling of the silk. Down below, as she was entering her department, a quarrel burst out and she heard Clara exclaim in a shrill voice, "Madam, I came in before her." "It isn't true," replied Marguerite. "She pushed past me at the door, but I had already 1 foot in the room." The matter in dispute was their inscription on the list of turns, which regulated the sales. The girls wrote their names on a slate in the order of their arrival, and whenever one of them had served a customer, she re-inscribed her name beneath the others. Madame Aurelie finished by deciding in Marguerite's favor. "Always some injustice here," muttered Clara, furiously. However, Denise's entry reconciled these young ladies. They looked at her, then smiled at each other. How could a person truss herself up in that way? The young girl went and awkwardly wrote her name on the list, where she found herself last. Meanwhile, Madame Aurelie examined her with an anxious pout and could not help saying, "My dear, too like you could get into your dress, you must have it taken in. Besides, you don't know how to dress yourself. Come here and let me arrange you a bit." Then she placed her before one of the tall glasses alternating with the massive doors of the cupboards containing the dresses. The spacious apartment, surrounded by these mirrors and carved oak woodwork, its floor covered with red carpet of a large pattern, resembled the commonplace drawing room of an hotel, traversed by a continual stream of travelers. The young ladies dressed in regulation silk, and promenading their charms about, without ever sitting down on the dozen chairs reserved for the customers, completed the resemblance. Between two buttonholes of their dress bodies they all wore a long pencil, with its point in the air, and protruding from their pockets, you could see the white leaves of a book of debit notes. Several ventured to wear jewelry, rings, brooches and chains, but their great coquetry, the point of display in which, given the forced uniformity of their dress they all struggled for preeminence, was their hair ever overflowing, its volume augmented by plaits and chignons when their own did not suffice, and combed, curled, and decked in every possible fashion. "Pull the waist down in front," said Madame Aurelie to Denise. "There, you now have no hump on your back. And your hair, how can you massacre it like that? It would be superb, if you only took a little trouble." This was, in fact, Denise's only beauty. Of a beautiful flaxen hue, it fell to her ankles, and when she did it up, it was so troublesome that she simply rolled it in a knot, keeping it together with the strong teeth of a bone comb. Clara, greatly annoyed by the sight of this abundant hair, affected to laugh at it, so strange did it look, twisted up anyhow with savage grace. She made a sign to a saleswoman in the underlinen department, a girl with a broad face and agreeable manner. The two departments, which adjoined one another, were ever at variance, still the young ladies sometimes joined together in laughing at other people. "Mademoiselle Cugnot, just look at that mane," said Clara, whom Marguerite was nudging, also feigning to be on the point of bursting into laughter. But Mademoiselle Cugnot was not in the humor for joking. She had been looking at Denise for a moment and remembered what she had suffered herself during the first few months after her arrival in the establishment. "Well, what?" said she. "Everybody hasn't got such a mane as that." And thereupon she returned to her place, leaving the two others crestfallen. Denise, who had heard everything, followed her with a glance of gratitude, while Madame Aurelie gave her a book of debit notes with her name on it, remarking, "Tomorrow you must get yourself up better, and now, try and pick up the ways of the house, and wait your turn for selling." Today's work will be very hard, we shall be able to judge of your capabilities. Despite her prophecies, the department still remained deserted. Very few customers came to buy mantles at this early hour. The young ladies husbanded their strength, prudently preparing for the exertion of the afternoon. Denise, intimidated by the thought that they were watching her, sharpened her pencil, for the sake of something to do. Then, imitating the others, she stuck it in her bosom, between two buttonholes, and summoned up all her courage, for it was necessary that she should conquer a position. On the previous evening she had been told that she was accepted as a probationer, that is to say, without any fixed salary, she would simply have the commission and allowance on what she sold. However, she fully hoped to earn 1,200 francs a year even in this way, knowing that the good Sales women earned as much as 2,000, when they liked to take the trouble. Her expenses were regulated. 100 francs a month would enable her to pay Pepe's board and lodging, assist Jean, who did not earn a sou, and procure some clothes and linen for herself. Only, in order to attain to this large amount, she would have to prove industrious and pushing, taking no notice of the ill will displayed by those around her but fighting for her share and even snatching it from her comrades if necessary. While she was thus working herself up for the struggle, a tall young man, passing the department, smiled at her, and when she saw that it was Deloche, who had been engaged in the lace department on the previous day, she returned his smile, happy at the friendship which thus presented itself and accepting his recognition as a good omen. At 9:30 a bell rang for the first luncheon. Then a fresh peal announced the second, and still no customers appeared. The second hand, Madame Frederick, who, with the sulky harshness of widowhood, delighted in prophesying disasters, declared curtly that the day was lost, that they would not see a soul, that they might close the cupboards and go away. Predictions which clouded the flat face of Marguerite, who was eager to make money, whilst Clara, with her runaway horse appearance, already began dreaming of an excursion to the woods of Verrières should the house really fail. As for Madame Aurélie, she remained silent and serious, promenading her Caesarian countenance about the empty department, like a general who has responsibility whether in victory or in defeat. About 11 o'clock a few ladies appeared, and Denise's turn for serving had arrived when the approach of a customer was signaled. "The fat old girl from the country, you know whom I mean," murmured Marguerite to Clara. It was a woman of 45, who occasionally journeyed to Paris from the depths of some out-of-the-way department where she saved her money up for months together. Then, hardly out of the train, she made straight for the ladies' paradise, and spent all her savings. She very rarely ordered anything by letter, for she liked to see and handle the goods, and would profit by her journeys to lay in a stock of everything, even down to needles, which she said were extremely dear in her small town. The whole staff knew her, was aware that her name was Bouteille, and that she lived at Albi, but troubled no further about her, neither about her position nor her mode of life. "How do you do, madam?" graciously asked Madame Aurélie, who had come forward. "And what can we show you?" You shall be attended to at once." Then, turning round, she added, "Now, young ladies." Denise approached, but Clara had sprung forward. As a rule, she was very careless and idle, not caring about the money she earned in the shop, as she could get plenty outside. However, the idea of doing the newcomer out of a good customer spurred her on. "I beg your pardon, it's my turn," said Denise, indignantly. Madame Aurelie set her aside with a severe look, exclaiming, "There are no turns. I alone am mistress here. Wait till you know, before serving our regular customers." The young girl retired, and as tears were coming to her eyes, and she wished to conceal her sensibility, she turned her back and stood up before the window, pretending to gaze into the street. Were they going to prevent her selling? Would they all conspire to deprive her of the important sales, like that? Fear for the future came over her. She felt herself crushed between so many contending interests. Yielding to the bitterness of her abandonment, her forehead against the cold glass, she gazed at the old Elbeuf opposite, thinking that she ought to have implored her uncle to keep her. Perhaps he himself regretted his decision, for he had seemed to her greatly affected the previous evening. And now she was quite alone in this vast house, where no one cared for her, where she found herself hurtled, lost. Pepe and Jean, who had never left her side, were living with strangers. She was parted from everything, and the big tears which she strove to keep back made the street dance before her in a sort of fog. All this time, the hum of voices continued behind her. "This one makes me look a fright," Madame Bouterolle was saying. "You really make a mistake, Madame," said Clara. "The shoulders fit perfectly, but perhaps you would prefer a pelisse to a mantle." Just then Denise started. A hand was laid on her arm. Madame Aurelie addressed her severely. "Well, you're doing nothing now, eh? Only looking at the people passing. Things can't go on like this, you know." "But since I'm not allowed to sell, madame—" "Oh, there's other work for you, mademoiselle. Begin at the beginning. Do the folding up." In order to please the few customers who had called, they had already been obliged to ransack the cupboards, and on the two long oaken tables, to the right and left, lay heaps of mantles, pelisses, and capes, garments of all sizes and materials. Without replying, Denise began to sort and fold them carefully and arrange them again in the cupboards. This was the lowest work, generally performed by beginners. She ceased to protest, however, knowing that they required the strictest obedience, and prepared to wait until the first hand should be good enough to let her sell, as she seemed at first to have the intention of doing. She was still folding, when Maurice appeared upon the scene. To her his arrival came as a shock. She blushed without knowing why, and again seized by a strange fear, thinking that he was going to speak to her. But he did not even see her. He no longer remembered the little girl whom a momentary impression had induced him to support. "Madame Aurelie," he called curtly. He was rather pale, but his eyes were clear and resolute. In making the tour of the departments he had found them empty, and the possibility of defeat had suddenly presented itself before him amidst all his obstinate faith in fortune. True, it was only 11 o'clock. He knew by experience that as a rule the crowd never arrived much before the afternoon. But certain symptoms troubled him. On the inaugural days of previous sales a general movement had manifested itself even in the morning. Besides, he did not see any of those bareheaded women, customers living in the neighborhood, who usually dropped into his shop as into a neighbor's. Despite his habitual resolution, like all great captains, he felt at the moment of giving battle a superstitious weakness growing on him. Things would not succeed, he was lost, and he could not have explained why, yet he thought he could read his defeat on the faces of the passing ladies. Just at that moment, Madame Bouterolle, she who always bought something, turned away, explaining, "No, you have nothing that pleases me. I'll see, I'll decide later on." Maurite watched her depart. Then, as Madame Aurélie ran up at his call, he took her aside, and they exchanged a few rapid words. She waved her hands despairingly and was evidently admitting that things were bad. For a moment they remained face to face, overcome by one of those doubts which generals conceal from their soldiers. But at last, in his brave way, he exclaimed aloud, "If you want any assistance, take a girl from the workroom. She'll be a little help to you." Then he continued his inspection, in despair. He had avoided Bourdoncle all the morning, for his assistant's anxious doubts irritated him. However, on leaving the underlinen department, where business was still worse than in the mantle gallery, he suddenly came upon him, and was obliged to listen to the expression of his fears. Still he did not hesitate to send him to the devil, with the brutality which he did not spare even his principal employees when things were looking bad. "Do keep quiet," said he, "everything is going on all right. I shall end by pitching the tremblers out of doors." Then, alone and erect, he took his stand on the landing overlooking the central hall, whence he commanded a view of almost the entire shop. Around him were the first-floor departments, beneath him those of the ground floor. Up above, the emptiness seemed heartbreaking. In the lace department an old woman was having every box searched and yet buying nothing, whilst three good-for-nothing minxes in the underlinen department were slowly choosing some collars at 18 sous a piece. Down below, in the covered galleries, in the rays of light which come in from the street, he noticed that customers were gradually becoming more numerous. There was a slow, intermittent procession wending its way past the counters. In the mercery and the haberdashery departments some women of the commoner class were pushing about, still there was hardly a soul among the linens or the woolens. The shop messengers, in their green swallow-tails with bright brass buttons, were waiting for customers with dangling hands. Now and again there passed an inspector with a ceremonious air, very stiff in his white choker. And Maurite was especially grieved by the mortal silence which reigned in the hall, where the light fell from a ground-glass roofing through which the sun rays filtered in a white diffuse hovering dust, whilst down below the silk department seemed to be asleep, in a quivering, church-like quietude. A shopman's footstep, a few whispered words, the rustling of a passing skirt, were the only faint sounds, and these the warm air of the heating apparatus almost stifled. However, carriages were beginning to arrive. The sudden pulling up of the horses was heard, followed by the banging of the doors of the vehicles. Outside, a distant tumult was commencing to rise. Inquisitive folks were jostling in front of the windows. Cabs were taking up their positions on the Place Galen. There were all the appearances of a crowd's approach. Still, on seeing the idle cashiers leaning back on their chairs behind their wickets, and observing that the parcel tables with their boxes of string and reams of blue packing paper remained unlittered, Moreet, though indignant with himself for being afraid, thought he could feel his immense machine ceasing to work and turning cold beneath him. "I say," Favia murmured Hootin, "look at the governor up there. He doesn't seem to be enjoying himself." "Oh, this is a rotten shop," replied Favia. "Just fancy, I've not sold a thing yet." Both of them, on the lookout for customers, from time to time whispered such short remarks as these, without looking at each other. The other salesmen of the department were occupied in piling up pieces of the Paris Delight under Robinho's orders, whilst Beaumont, in full consultation with a thin young woman, seemed to be taking an important order. Around them, on light and elegant shelves, were heaps of plain silks, folded in long pieces of creamy paper, and looking like pamphlets of an unusual size, whilst, encumbering the counters, were fancy silks, moires, satins and velvets, resembling beds of cut flowers, quite a harvest of delicate and precious tissues. This was the most elegant of all the departments, a veritable drawing room, where the goods, so light and airy, seemed to be simply so much luxurious furnishing. "I must have 100 francs by Sunday," said Hootin. "If I don't make an average of 12 francs a day, I'm lost. I reckoned on this sale." "By Jove! 100 francs, that's rather stiff," retorted Favia. "I only want 50 or 60. You must go in for swell jollifications, then." "Oh, no, my dear fellow. It's a stupid affair. I made a bet and lost. So I have to stand a dinner for 5 persons, 2 fellows and 3 girls. Hang me. I'll let the first that passes in for 20 yards of Paris Delight." They continued talking for a few minutes, relating what they had done on the previous day, and what they intended to do on the ensuing Sunday. Favia followed the races while Hootin did a little boating, and patronized music hall singers. But they were both possessed by the same eager desire for money, fighting for it throughout the week, and spending it all on Sunday. It was their sole thought in the shop, a thought which urged them into an incessant and pitiless struggle. And to think that cunning Beaumont had just managed to get hold of Madame Sauveur's messenger, the skinny woman with whom he was talking. That meant good business, 3 or 4 dozen pieces, at least, for the celebrated dressmaker always gave large orders. A moment before too, Robinho had taken it into his head to trick Favia out of a customer. "Oh, As for that fellow, we must settle his hash, said Houghton, who took advantage of the slightest incidents to stir up the salesman against the man whose place he coveted. Ought the first and second hands to sell? 'Pon my word, my dear fellow, if ever I become second, you'll see how well I'll act with the others. Thereupon, with his plump, amiable little Norman person, he began energetically playing the good-natured man. Favier could not help casting a side glance at him. However, he retained his phlegmatic air and contented himself with replying, "Yes, I know. For my part, I should be only too pleased." Then, as a lady came up, he added in a lower tone, "Look out. Here's one for you." It was a lady with a blotchy face, wearing a yellow bonnet, and a red dress. Houghton immediately divined in her a woman who would buy nothing, so in all haste he stooped behind the counter, pretending to be doing up his bootlace, and, thus concealed, he murmured, "No fear, let someone else take her. I don't want to lose my turn." However, Robinho was calling him, "Whose turn, gentlemen?" "Monsieur Houghton's." "Where's Monsieur Houghton?" And as that gentleman still gave no reply, it was the next salesman who served the lady with the blotches. Houghton was quite right, she simply wanted some patterns with the prices, and she detained the salesman more than 10 minutes, overwhelming him with questions. However, Robinho had seen Houghton get up from behind the counter, and so when another customer arrived, he interfered with a stern air, and stopped the young man just as he was rushing forward. "Your turn has passed. I called you, and as you were there behind, but I didn't hear you, sir." "That'll do. Write your name at the bottom. Now, Monsieur Favier, it's your turn." Favier, greatly amused at heart by this adventure, gave his friend a glance, as if to excuse himself. Houghton, with pale lips, had turned his head away. What particularly enraged him was that he knew the customer very well, an adorable blonde who often came to their department, and whom the salesmen called amongst themselves the pretty lady, knowing nothing of her except her looks, not even her name. She always made a good many purchases, instructed a messenger to take them to her carriage, and then immediately disappeared. Tall, elegant, dressed with exquisite taste, she appeared to be very rich, and to belong to the best society. "Well, and your hussy?" asked Houghton of Favier, when the latter returned from the pay desk, whither he had accompanied the lady. "Oh, a hussy," replied the other. "No, she looks far too ladylike. She must be the wife of a stockbroker or a doctor, or something of that sort." "Don't tell me. All the women get themselves up so much alike nowadays that it's impossible to tell what they are." Favier glanced at his debit book. "I don't care," he resumed, "I've stuck her for 293 francs. That makes nearly 3 francs for me." Houghton bit his lips, and vented his spleen on the debit books. Another invention for cramming their pockets. There was a secret rivalry between these two. Favier, as a rule, pretended to consider himself of small account and to recognize Hutin's superiority, but in reality devoured him all the while behind his back. Thus, Hutin was wild at the thought of the 3 francs pocketed so easily by a salesman whom he considered his inferior in business talent. A fine day's work. If it went on like this, he would not earn enough to pay for the seltzer water for his Sunday guests. And in the midst of the battle, which was now becoming fiercer, he walked along the counters with hungry eyes, eager for his share, jealous even of his superior, who was just showing the thin young woman out, and saying to her, "Very well. It's understood. Tell her I'll do my best to obtain this favor from Monsieur Morit." Morit had quitted his post up above some time before. Suddenly he reappeared on the landing of the principal staircase which communicated with the ground floor, and here again he commanded a view of the whole establishment. His face was regaining its color, his faith was coming back and increasing at sight of the crowd which was gradually filling the place. It was the expected rush at last, the afternoon crush, which in his feverishness he had for a moment despaired of. All the shopmen were at their posts, a last ring of the bell had announced the end of the 3rd lunch, the disasters of the morning, due no doubt to a shower which had fallen about 9 o'clock, could still be repaired, for the blue sky of daybreak had come back with its victorious gaiety. Now that the first-floor departments were growing animated, he was obliged to stand back to make way for the women who were coming up to the underclothing and mantle departments, whilst, behind him, in the lace and the shawl departments, he heard shopmen and customers talking of large sums. But the sight of the galleries on the ground floor especially reassured him. There was a crowd among the haberdashery, and even the linen and woolen departments were invaded. The procession of buyers had closed up, and now nearly all of them wore hats or bonnets. It was only here and there that you espied the white caps of a few belated housewives. In the yellow light streaming down into the silk hall, ladies had taken off their gloves to feel the Paris delight on which they commented in whispers. And there was no longer any mistaking the noises which came from outside, the rolling of cabs, the banging of carriage doors, all the increasing tumult of a growing crowd. Morit felt that his machine was again setting to work beneath him, getting up steam and reviving to activity, from the pay desks where gold was jingling, and the tables where messengers were hurriedly packing up goods, to the delivery room in the basement, which was quickly filling with the parcels sent down to it, its subterraneous rumble seeming to shake the whole house. And in the midst of the crowd was Inspector Jouve, walking about gravely, on the lookout for thieves. "Hullo! Is that you?" said Morit, all at once recognizing Paul de Valagnoc whom a messenger was conducting to him. "No, no, you are not in my way. Besides, you've only to follow me if you want to see everything, for today I stay in the breach." He still felt a little anxious. No doubt there were plenty of people, but would the sale prove to be the triumph he hoped for? However, he laughed with Paul and gaily carried him off. "Things seem to be picking up a bit," said Hutin to Favia. "But somehow I've no luck. there are some days that are precious bad, my word. I've just made another miss, that old frump hasn't bought anything. As he spoke he glanced towards a lady who was walking off, casting looks of disgust at all the goods. He was not likely to get fat on his 1,000 francs a year, unless he sold something. As a rule he made 7 or 8 francs a day in commission, which with his regular pay gave him an average of 10 francs a day. Favia never made much more than 8, and yet now that animal was literally taking the bread out of his mouth, for he had just sold another dress. To think of it, a cold-natured fellow who had never known how to amuse a customer. It was exasperating. "Those chaps over there seem to be doing very well," remarked Favia, speaking of the salesman in the hosiery and haberdashery departments. But Houghton, who was looking all round the place, suddenly inquired, "Do you know Madame Desforges, the governor's sweetheart?" "Look! That dark woman in the glove department, who is having some gloves tried on by Mignot." He paused, then resumed in a low tone, as if speaking to Mignot, on whom he continued to direct his eyes. "Oh, go on, old man, you may pull her fingers about as much as you like, that won't do you any good. We know your conquests." There was a rivalry between himself and the glove man, the rivalry of two handsome fellows, who both affected to flirt with the lady customers. As a matter of fact neither had any real conquests to boast about, but they invented any number of mysterious adventures, seeking to make people believe in all sorts of appointments given them by titled ladies between two purchases. "You ought to get hold of her," said Favia, in his sly, artful way. "That's a good idea," exclaimed Houghton. "If she comes here I'll let her in for something extensive. I want a 5-franc piece." In the glove department there was quite a row of ladies seated before the narrow counter covered with green velvet and edged with nickel silver, and before them the smiling shopmen were heaping up flat boxes of a bright pink, taken out of the counter itself, and resembling the ticketed drawers of a secretaire. Mignot, in particular, was bending his pretty doll-like face forward, and striving to impart tender inflections to his thick Parisian voice. He had already sold Madame Desforges a dozen pairs of kid gloves, the Paradise gloves, one of the specialties of the house. She had then asked for 3 pairs of suits, and was now trying on some Saxon gloves, for fear the size should not be exact. "Oh, the fit is perfect, madam," repeated Mignot. 6¼ would be too large for a hand like yours." Half lying on the counter, he held her hand, taking her fingers one by one and slipping the glove on with a long, renewed, persistently caressing touch, looking at her the while as if he expected to see in her face some sign of pleasure. But she, with her elbow on the velvet counter and her wrist raised, surrendered her fingers to him with the same unconcerned air as that with which she gave her foot to her maid so that she might button her boot. For her indeed he was not a man. She utilized his services with the disdain she always showed for servants and did not even look at him. "I don't hurt you, madam?" he inquired. She replied no with a shake of the head. The smell of the Saxon gloves, a savage smell resembling sugared musk, troubled her as a rule, but seated at this commonplace counter she did not notice it. "And what next, madam?" asked Migno. "Nothing, thanks. Be good enough to carry the parcel to pay desk number 10, for Madame Desforges." Being a constant customer, she gave her name at a pay desk, and had each purchase sent there without requiring a shopman to follow her. When she had gone away, Migno turned towards his neighbor and winked, and would have liked him to believe that some wonderful things had just taken place. Meanwhile, Madame Desforges continued her purchases. She turned to the left, stopping in the linen department to procure some dusters. Then she walked round and went as far as the woolen department at the further end of the gallery. As she was well pleased with her cook, she wanted to make her a present of a dress. The woolen department overflowed with a compact crowd. All the lower middle-class women were there, feeling the stuffs and absorbed in mute calculations, and she was obliged to sit down for a moment. The shelves were piled up with great rolls of material which the salesman took down one by one, with a sudden pull. They were indeed getting confused with all the litter on the counters, where stuffs were mingling and slipping down. It was a sea of neutral tints, the dull hues of woolens, iron greys, yellow greys and blue greys, with here and there a Scotch tartan and a blood-red flannel showing brightly. And the white tickets on the pieces looked like a scanty shower of snowflakes, dotting a dark December soil. Behind a pile of poplin, Leonard was joking with a tall bare-headed girl, a work girl of the neighborhood, sent by her mistress to match some merino. He detested these big sale days, which tired him to death, and endeavored to shirk his work, getting plenty of money from his father and not caring a fig about the business but doing only just enough to avoid being dismissed. "Listen to me, Mademoiselle Fanny," he was saying, "you are always in a hurry. Did the striped vicuna suit the other day? I shall come and see you, and ask for my commission, mind." But the girl ran off, laughing, and Leonard found himself before Madame Desforges, whom he could not help asking, "What can I serve you with, madam?" She wanted a dress, not too dear but yet of strong stuff. Leonard, with the view of sparing his arms, which was his principal thought, maneuvered so as to make her take one of the stuffs already unfolded on the counter. There were cashmeres, serges and vicunas there, and he declared that there was nothing better to be had, for you could never wear them out. However, none of these seemed to satisfy her. On one of the shelves she had observed a blue shalloon, which she wished to see. So he made up his mind at last, and took down the roll, but she thought the material too rough. Then he showed her a cheviot, some diagonals, some greys, every sort of woolens, which she felt out of curiosity, just for the pleasure of doing so, decided at heart to take no matter what. The young man was thus obliged to empty the highest shelves. His shoulders cracked and the counter vanished under the silky grain of the cashmeres and poplins, the rough nap of the cheviots and the tufty down of the vicunas. There were samples of every material and every tint. Though she had not the least wish to buy any, she even asked to see some grenadine and some chamber eagles. Then, when she had seen enough, she remarked, "Oh, after all, the first is the best, it's for my cook. Yes, the narrow-ribbed serge, the one at 2 francs. And when Leonard had measured it, pale with suppressed anger, she added, "Have the goodness to take that to pay desk number 10, for Madame Desforges." Just as she was going away, she recognized Madame Marty near her, accompanied by her daughter Valentine, a tall girl of 14, thin and bold, who already cast a woman's covetous looks on the materials. "Ah! It's you, dear madam." "Yes, dear madam, what a crowd, is it not?" "Oh, don't speak of it, it's stifling. And such a success. Have you seen the Oriental Saloon? Superb, wonderful." Thereupon, amidst all the jostling, pushed hither and thither by the growing crowd of modest purses rushing upon the cheap woolen goods, they went into ecstasies over the exhibition of Eastern carpets. And afterwards Madame Marty explained that she was looking for some material for a mantle, but she had not quite made up her mind and wanted to see some woolen matelas. "Look, Mamma," murmured Valentine, "it's too common." "Come to the silk department then," said Madame Desforges, "you must see their famous Paris delight." Madame Marty hesitated for a moment. It would be very dear, and she had faithfully promised her husband to be reasonable. She had been buying for an hour, quite a pile of articles was following her already, a muff and some quilling for herself and some stockings for her daughter. She finished by saying to the shopman who was showing her the matelas, "Well, no, I'm going to the silk department, you've nothing to suit me." The shopman then took up the articles already purchased and walked off before the ladies. In the silk department there was also a crowd, the principal crush being opposite the inside display arranged by Houghton, to which Mourette had given the finishing touches. This was at the further end of the hall, around one of the slender wrought iron columns which supported the glass roof. A perfect torrent of material, a billowy cascade fell from above, spreading out more and more as it neared the floor. The bright satins and soft-tinted silks, the Rainer and Renaissance satins with the pearly tones of spring water, the light silks, Nile green, Indian azure, May pink, and Danube blue, all of crystalline transparency, flowed forth above. Then came the stronger fabrics, warm-tinted Mervelot satins, and Duchesse silks, rolling in waves of increasing volume, whilst at the bottom, as in a fountain basin, the heavy materials, the figured armors, the damasks, and brocades, the beaded silks and the silk embroidered with gold and silver, reposed amidst a deep bed of velvet of every sort, black, white, and colored, with patterns stamped on silk and satin grounds, and spreading out with their medley of colors like a still lake in which reflections of sky and scenery were seemingly dancing. The women, pale with desire, bent over as if to look at themselves in a mirror. And before this gushing cataract they all remained hesitating between a secret fear of being carried away by such a flood of luxury, and an irresistible desire to jump in and be lost in it. "Here you are, then," said Madame Desforges, on finding Madame Berdalis installed before a counter. "Ah, good day," replied the latter, shaking hands with the other ladies. "Yes, I've come to have a look. What a prodigious exhibition! It's like a dream. And the Oriental Saloon. Have you seen the Oriental Saloon?" "Yes, yes, extraordinary." But beneath this enthusiasm, which was decidedly to be the fashionable note of the day, Madame Berdalis retained her practical housewifely coolness. She was carefully examining a piece of Paris delight, for she had come on purpose to profit by the exceptional cheapness of this silk, if she found it really advantageous. She was doubtless satisfied with it, for she bought 25 yards, hoping that this quantity would prove sufficient to make a dress for herself and a cloak for her little girl. "What? You are going already?" resumed Madame Desforges. "Take a walk round with us." "No, thanks, they are waiting for me at home. I didn't like to risk bringing the children into this crowd." Thereupon she went away, preceded by the salesman carrying the 25 yards of silk, who led her to pay desk number 10, where young Albert was getting confused by all the demands for invoices with which he was besieged. When the salesman was able to approach, after having inscribed his sale on a debit note, he called out the item, which the cashier entered in a register. Then it was checked, and the leaf torn out of the salesman's debit book was stuck on a file near the receipting stamp. 140 francs, said Albert. Madame Berdalis paid and gave her address, for having come on foot she did not wish to be troubled with a parcel. Joseph had already received the silk behind the pay desk, and was tying it up, and then the parcel, thrown into a basket on wheels, was sent down to the delivery department, which seemed to swallow up all the goods in the shop with a sluice-like roar. Meanwhile, the block was becoming so great in the silk department that Madame Desforges and Madame Marty could not find a salesman disengaged. So they remained standing, mingling with the crowd of ladies who were looking at the silks and feeling them, staying there for hours without making up their minds. However, the Paris delight proved the great success. Around it pressed one of those crowds whose feverish infatuation decrees a fashion in a day. A host of shopmen were engaged in measuring off this silk. Above the customers' heads you could see the pale glimmer of the unfolded pieces, as the fingers of the employees came and went along the oak yard measures hanging from brass rods, and you could hear the noise of scissors swiftly cutting the silk, as fast as it was unwound, as if indeed there were not shopmen enough to suffice for all the greedy outstretched hands of the purchasers. "It really isn't bad for 5 francs 60 centimes," said Madame Desforges, who had succeeded in getting hold of a piece at the edge of the table. Madame Marty and her daughter experienced some disappointment, however. The newspapers had said so much about this silk, that they had expected something stronger and more brilliant. However, Baudemont had just recognized Madame Desforges, and anxious to pay his court to such a handsome lady, who was supposed to be all-powerful with the governor, He came forward, with rather coarse amiability. What? No one was serving her. It was unpardonable. He begged her to be indulgent, for really they did not know which way to turn. And then he began to look for some chairs amongst the neighboring skirts, laughing the while with his good-natured laugh, full of a brutal love for the sex, which did not seem to displease Harriet. "I say," murmured Favia, as he went to take some velvet from a shelf behind Houghton, "there's Bothemont making up to your mash." Beside himself with rage with an old lady, who, after keeping him a quarter of an hour, had finished by buying a yard of black satin for a pair of stays, Houghton had quite forgotten Madame Desforges. In busy moments they took no notice of the turns, each salesman served the customers as they arrived. And he was answering Madame Bouteille, who was finishing her afternoon at the Ladies' Paradise, where she had already spent 3 hours in the morning, when Favia's warning made him start. What? Was he going to miss the governor's sweetheart, from whom he had sworn to extract a 5-franc piece for himself? That would be the height of ill luck, for he hadn't made 3 francs as yet with all those other chignons who were mooning about the place. Bothemont was just then calling out loudly, "Come gentlemen, someone this way." Thereupon Houghton passed Madame Bouteille over to Robinho, who was doing nothing. "Here's the second hand, madam. He will answer you better than I can." And he rushed off to take Madame Marty's purchases from the woolen salesman who had accompanied the ladies. That day a nervous excitement must have interfered with his usually keen scent. As a rule, the first glance told him if a customer meant to buy, and how much. Then he domineered over the customer, hastened to serve her so as to pass on to another, imposing his choice upon her and persuading her that he knew better than herself what material she required. "What sort of silk, madam?" he asked, in his most gallant manner, and Madame Desforges had no sooner opened her mouth than he added, "I know, I've got just what you want." When the piece of Paris delight was unfolded on a corner of the counter, between heaps of other silks, Madame Marty and her daughter approached. Houghton, rather anxious, understood that it was at first a question of serving these two. Whispered words were exchanged. Madame Desforges was advising her friend. "Oh, certainly," she murmured. "A silk at 5 francs 12 sous will never equal one at 15, or even 10. "It is very light," repeated Madame Marty. "I'm afraid that it has not sufficient body for a mantle." This remark induced the salesman to intervene. He smiled with the exaggerated politeness of a man who cannot make a mistake. "But flexibility, madam, is the chief quality of this silk. It will not crimple. It's exactly what you require." Impressed by such an assurance, the ladies said no more. They had taken the silk up, and were again examining it, when they felt a touch on their shoulders. It was Madame Gabel, who had been slowly walking about the shop for an hour past, feasting her eyes on all the assembled riches but not buying so much as a yard of calico. And now there was another explosion of gossip. What? Is that you? Yes, it's I, rather knocked about though. What a crowd, eh? One can't get about. And the Oriental Saloon. Ravishing. Good heavens! What a success! Stay a moment, we will go upstairs together. No, thanks, I've just come down. Hootin was waiting, concealing his impatience beneath a smile that did not quit his lips. Were they going to keep him there long? Really, the women took things very coolly. It was like stealing money out of his pocket. At last, however, Madame Gabel went off to resume her stroll, turning round the large display of silks with an enraptured air. Well, if I were you I should buy the mantle ready-made, said Madame Desforges, suddenly returning to the Paris delight. It won't cost you so much. It's true that the trimmings and making up, murmured Madame Marty. Besides, one has more choice. All three had risen. Madame Desforges, turning to Hootin, said to him, "Have the goodness to show us to the mantle department." He remained dumbfounded, unaccustomed as he was to such defeats. What? The dark lady bought nothing. Had he made a mistake then? Abandoning Madame Marty, he thereupon attacked Madame Desforges, exerting all his ability as a salesman on her. "And you, madam, would you not like to see our satins, our velvets? We have some extraordinary bargains." "Thanks, another time," she coolly replied, looking at him no more than she had looked at Mignot. Hootin had to take up Madame Marty's purchases and walk off before the ladies to show them to the mantle department. But he also had the grief of seeing that Robinho was selling Madame Bouteille a large quantity of silk. Decidedly his scent was playing him false. He wouldn't make 4 sous. Beneath the amiable propriety of his manners his heart swelled with the rage of a man robbed and devoured by others. "On the first floor, ladies," said he, without ceasing to smile. It was no easy matter to reach the staircase. A compact crowd of heads was surging under the galleries and expanding like an overflowing river in the middle of the hall. Quite a battle of business was going on. The salesmen had this population of women at their mercy, and passed them on from one to another with feverish haste. The moment of the formidable afternoon rush, when the overheated machine led its customers such a feverish dance, extracting money from their very flesh, had at last arrived. In the silk department especially a gust of folly seemed to reign. The Paris delight had brought such a crowd together that for several minutes Hootin could not advance a step, and Henriette, half suffocated, having raised her eyes to the summit of the stairs, there beheld Mourette, who ever returned thither as to a favorite position, from which he could view victory. She smiled, hoping that he would come down and extricate her. But he did not even recognize her in the crowd. He was still with Valagnoc, showing him the establishment, his face beaming with triumph the while. The trepidation within was now stifling all outside noise. You no longer heard the rumbling of the vehicles, nor the banging of their doors. Apart from the loud buzzing of the sails, naught remained but a consciousness that the immensity of Paris stretched all around, an immensity which would always furnish buyers. In the heavy still air, in which the fumes of the heating apparatus heightened the odors of the stuffs, there was an increasing hubbub compounded of all sorts of noises, of continual tramping, of phrases 100 times repeated around the counters, of gold jingling on the brass tablets of the pay desks, which a legion of purses besieged, and of baskets on wheels laden with parcels which were constantly disappearing into the gaping cellars. And, amidst the fine dust, everything finished by getting mixed, it became impossible to recognize the divisions of the different departments. The haberdashery department over yonder seemed submerged. Further on, in the linen department, a ray of sunshine, entering by a window facing the Rue Neuve Saint Augustin, looked like a golden dart in a mass of snow, while, among the gloves and woolens, a dense mass of bonnets and chignons hid the background of the shop from view. Even the toilettes could no longer be distinctly seen. The headgear alone appeared, decked with feathers and ribbons, while a few men's hats here and there showed like black spots, and the women's complexions, pale with fatigue and heat, assumed the transparency of camellias. At last, Hutin, thanks to his vigorous elbows, was able to open a way for the ladies, by keeping in front of them. But on reaching the landing, Henriette no longer found Maurice there, for he had just plunged Valagnoc into the midst of the crowd in order to complete his bewilderment, he himself, too, feeling the need of a dip into this bath of success. He lost his breath with rapture, feeling the while a kind of continuous caress from all his customers. To the left, ladies, said Hutin, still attentive despite his increasing exasperation. Up above, however, there was the same block. People invaded even the furnishing department, usually the quietest of all. The shawl, the fur, and the underclothing departments literally swarmed with customers, and as the ladies crossed the lace gallery another meeting took place. Madame de Boves was there with her daughter Blanche, both buried amidst the articles which Deloche was showing them. And again Hutin had to make a halt, parcel in hand. "Good afternoon. I was just thinking of you. I've been looking for you myself. But how can you expect to find anyone in this crowd? It's magnificent, isn't it? Dazzling, my dear. We can hardly stand. And you're buying?" "Oh, no, we're only looking round. It rests us a little to be seated." As a fact, Madame de Boves, with scarcely more than her cab fare in her purse, was having all sorts of laces handed down, simply for the pleasure of seeing and handling them. She had guessed Deloche to be a new salesman, slow and awkward, who dared not resist a customer's whims, and she had taken advantage of his bewildered good nature, to keep him there for half an hour, still asking for fresh articles. The counter was covered, and she plunged her hands into an increasing mountain of lace, Malines, Valenciennes, and Chantilly, her fingers trembling with desire, her face gradually warming with a sensual delight, whilst Blanche, close to her, agitated by the same passion, was very pale, her flesh inflated and flabby. However, the conversation continued, and Hutin, standing there waiting their good pleasure, could have slapped their faces for all the time they were making him lose. "Ah," said Madame Marty, "you're looking at some cravats and handkerchiefs like those I showed you the other day." This was true. Madame de Boves, tormented by Madame Marty's lace ever since the previous Saturday, had been unable to resist the desire to at least handle some like it, since the meager allowance which her husband made her did not permit her to carry any away. She blushed slightly, explaining that Blanche had wished to see the Spanish blonde cravats. Then she added, "You're going to the Mantles. Well, we'll see you again. Shall we say in the Oriental Saloon?" "That's it, in the Oriental Saloon. Superb, isn't it?" Then they separated enraptured, amidst the obstruction which the sale of insertions and small trimmings at low prices was causing. Deloche, glad to be occupied, again began emptying the boxes before the mother and daughter. And amidst the groups pressing close to the counters, Inspector Jouve slowly walked about with his military air, displaying his decoration and watching over all the fine and precious goods, so easy to conceal up a sleeve. When he passed behind Madame de Boves, surprised to see her with her arms plunged in such a heap of lace, he cast a quick glance at her feverish hands. "To the right, ladies," said Hutin, resuming his march. He was beside himself with rage. Was it not enough that he had missed a sale down below? Now they kept on delaying him at each turn of the shop. And with his annoyance was blended no little of the rancor that existed between the textile and the ready-made departments, which were in continual hostility, ever fighting for customers and stealing each other's percentages and commissions. Those of the silk hall were yet more enraged than those of the woolen department whenever a lady decided to take a mantle after looking at numerous taffetas and failes, and they were obliged to conduct her to Madame Aurélie's gallery. "Mademoiselle Vadon," said Hutin, in an angry voice, when he at last arrived in the department. But Mademoiselle Vadon passed by without listening, absorbed in a sale which she was conducting. The room was full, a stream of people were crossing it, entering by the door of the lace department and leaving by that of the underclothing department, whilst on the right were customers trying on garments, and posing before the mirrors. The red carpet stifled all noise of footsteps here, and the distant roar from the ground floor died away, giving place to a discreet murmur and a drawing-room warmth, increased by the presence of so many women. "Mademoiselle Prunaire," cried out Hutin. And as she also took no notice of him, he added between his teeth, so as not to be heard, "A set of jades." He was certainly not fond of them, tired to death as he was by climbing the stairs to bring them customers and furious at the profits which he accused them of taking out of his pocket. It was a secret warfare, into which the young ladies themselves entered with equal fierceness, and in their mutual weariness, always on foot and worked to death, all difference of sex disappeared and nothing remained but their contending interests, irritated by the fever of business. "So there's no one here to serve?" asked Hutin. But he suddenly caught sight of Denise. She had been kept folding all the morning, only allowed to serve a few doubtful customers, to whom moreover she had not sold anything. When Hutin recognized her, occupied in clearing an enormous heap of garments off the counters, he ran up to her. "Look here, mademoiselle. Serve these ladies who are waiting." Thereupon he quickly slipped Madame Marty's purchases into her arms, tired as he was of carrying them about. His smile returned to him, but it was instinct with the secret maliciousness of the experienced salesman, who shrewdly guessed into what an awkward position he had just thrown both the ladies and the young girl. The latter, however, remained quite perturbed by the prospect of this unhoped-for sale which suddenly presented itself. For the second time Hutin appeared to her as an unknown friend, fraternal and tender-hearted, always ready to spring out of the darkness to save her. Her eyes glistened with gratitude. She followed him with a lingering look, whilst he began elbowing his way as fast as possible towards his department. "I want a mantle," said Madame Marty. Then Denise questioned her. "What style of mantle?" But the lady had no idea. She wished to see what the house had got. And the young girl, already very tired, bewildered by the crowd, quite lost her head. She had never served any but the rare customers who came to Cornell's. At Valens, she did not even know the number of the models, nor their places in the cupboards. And so she was hardly able to reply to the ladies, who were beginning to lose patience, when Madame Aurélie perceived Madame Desforges, of whose connection with Moritz she was no doubt aware, for she hastened up and asked with a smile, "Are these ladies being served?" "Yes, that young person over there is attending to us," replied Henriette. "But she does not appear to be very well up to her work, she can't find anything." At this, the first hand completely paralyzed Denise by stepping up to her and saying in a whisper, "You see very well you know nothing. Don't interfere any more, please." Then turning round she called out, "Mademoiselle Vadon, these ladies require a mantle." She remained looking on whilst Marguerite showed the models. This girl assumed a dry polite voice with customers, the disagreeable manner of a young person robed in silk, accustomed to rub against elegance in every form, and full, unknown to herself, of jealousy and rancor. When she heard Madame Marty say that she did not wish to pay more than 200 francs, she made a grimace of pity. Oh! Madame would certainly give more, for it would be impossible to find anything at all suitable for 200 francs. Then she threw some of the common mantles on a counter with a gesture which signified, "Just see, aren't they pitiful?" Madame Marty dared not think them nice after that, but bent over to murmur in Madame Desforges's ear, "Don't you prefer to be served by men? One feels more comfortable." At last Marguerite brought a silk mantle trimmed with jet, which she treated with respect. And thereupon Madame Aurélie abruptly called Denise. "Come, do something at all events. Just put that on your shoulders." Denise, wounded to the heart, despairing of ever succeeding, had remained motionless, her hands dangling by her side. No doubt she would be sent away, and the children would be without food. All the tumult of the crowd buzzed in her head, her legs were tottering and her arms bruised by the handling of so many garments, a porter's work which she had never done before. However, she was obliged to obey and allow Marguerite to put the mantle on her, as on a dummy. "Stand upright," said Madame Aurélie. But a moment afterwards Denise was forgotten. Mourette had just come in with Valagnoc and Bourdoncle, and he bowed to the ladies, who complimented him on his magnificent exhibition of winter novelties. Of course they went into raptures over the Oriental saloon. Valagnoc, who was finishing his walk through the departments, displayed more surprise than admiration, for, after all, thought he, with his pessimist nonchalance, it was nothing more than an immense collection of drapery. Bourdoncle, however, forgetting that he himself belonged to the establishment, likewise congratulated the governor in order to make him forget his anxious doubts and persecutions of the earlier part of the day. "Yes, yes, things are going on very well, I'm quite satisfied," repeated Mourette, radiant, replying with a smile to Madame Desforges's loving looks. "But I must not interrupt you, ladies." Then all eyes were again turned on Denise. She placed herself entirely in the hands of Marguerite, who was making her turn round. "What do you think of it, eh?" asked Madame Marty of Madame Desforges. The latter gave her opinion, like a supreme umpire of fashion. "It isn't bad, the cut is original, but it doesn't seem to me very graceful about the waist." "Oh," interrupted Madame Aurélie, "it must be seen on the lady herself. You can understand, it does not have much effect on this young person, who is so slim. Hold up your head, mademoiselle, give the mantle all its importance." They smiled. Denise had turned very pale. She felt ashamed at being thus turned into a machine, which they examined and joked about so freely. Madame Desforges, yielding to the natural antipathy of a contrary nature, annoyed by the girl's gentle face, maliciously added, "No doubt it would set better if the young person's gown were not so loose-fitting." Thereupon she cast at Mourette the mocking glance of a Parisienne amused by the ridiculous rig of a country girl. He felt the amorous caress of this glance, the triumph of a woman proud of her beauty and her art. And so out of pure gratitude, the gratitude of a man who knew himself to be adored, he felt obliged to joke in his turn, despite his goodwill towards Denise, of whose secret charm he was conscious. "Besides, her hair should be combed," he murmured. This was the last straw. The director deigned to laugh, so all the young ladies ventured to do the same. Marguerite risked a slight chuckle, like a well-behaved girl who restrains herself, but Clara left a customer so as to enjoy the fun at her ease, and even some say less women of the underclothing department came in, attracted by the talking. As for the lady customers, they took it more quietly, with an air of well-bred enjoyment. Madame Aurélie was the only one who did not smile. It was as if Denise's splendid wild-looking hair and slender virginal shoulders had dishonored her, compromised the good reputation of her department. Denise herself had turned paler still, amidst all these people who were laughing at her. She felt herself violated, exposed to all their hostile glances, without defense. What had she done that they should thus attack her spare figure, and her too luxuriant hair? But she was especially wounded by Madame Desforges's and Maurit's laughter, instinctively divining their connection and her heart sinking with an unknown grief. That lady was surely very ill-natured to attack a poor girl who had said nothing, and as for Maurit, he most decidedly filled her with a freezing fear, in which all her other sentiments disappeared. And, totally abandoned, assailed in her most cherished feelings of modesty, indignant at such injustice, she was obliged to stifle the sobs which were rising in her throat. "I should think so. Let her comb her hair tomorrow," said the terrible birduncle to Madame Aurélie. Full of scorn for Denise's small limbs, he had condemned her the first time he had seen her. At last the first hand came and took the mantle off Denise's shoulders, saying to her in a low tone, "Well, mademoiselle, here's a fine start. Really, if this is the way you show your capabilities, it is impossible to be more stupid." Fearing that her tears might gush from her eyes, Denise hastened back to the heap of garments, which she began sorting on the counter. There at least she was lost in the crowd. Fatigue prevented her from thinking. But all at once nearby she perceived the saleswoman of the underclothing department, who had already defended her that morning. The latter had followed the scene, and murmured in her ear, "My poor child, you mustn't be so sensitive. Keep that to yourself, or they'll go on worse and worse. I come from Chartres. Yes, Pauline Cugnot is my name, and my parents are millers. Well, the girls here would have devoured me during the first few days if I had not stood up firm. Come, be brave. Give me your hand, we'll have a talk together whenever you like." This outstretched hand redoubled Denise's confusion. She shook it furtively and hastened to take up a load of cloaks, fearing lest she might again be accused of a transgression and receive a scolding if it were known she had a friend. However, Madame Aurélie herself had just put the mantle on Madame Marty, and they all exclaimed, "Oh, how nice! Delightful!" It at once looked quite different. Madame Desforges decided that it would be impossible to improve on it. A good deal of bowing ensued. Maury took his leave, whilst Valagnoc, who had perceived Madame de Beauvais and her daughter in the lace department, hastened to offer his arm to the former. Marguerite, standing before one of the pay desks, was already calling out the different purchases made by Madame Marty, who settled for them and ordered the parcel to be taken to her cab. Madame Desforges had found her articles at pay desk number 10. Then the ladies met once more in the Oriental saloon. They were leaving, but it was amidst a loquacious outburst of admiration. Even Madame Gabel became enthusiastic. "Oh, delicious! It makes you think you are in the East, doesn't it? A real harem, and not at all dear. And the Smyrnas. Oh, the Smyrnas! What tones, what delicacy! And that Kurdistan! Just look, a real Delacroix. The crowd was thinning. The bell, at an hour's interval, had already announced the first 2 dinners. The third was about to be served, and in the departments there now only remained a few lingering customers, whose fever for spending money had made them forget the time. Outside nothing was heard but the rolling of the last cabs breaking upon the husky voice of Paris, a snort like that of a satiated ogre digesting all the linens and cloths, silks and laces with which he had been gorged since the morning. Within, beneath the flaming gas jets, which, burning in the twilight, had illumined the last supreme efforts of the sail, everything looked like a field of battle still warm with the massacre of the materials. The salesmen, harassed and fatigued, camped amidst the contents of their shelves and counters, which appeared to have been thrown into confusion by the furious blast of a hurricane. It was with difficulty that you traversed the galleries on the ground floor, obstructed by straggling chairs. In the glove department it was necessary to step over a pile of cases heaped up around Mignot. Through the woolens there was no means of passing at all. Leonard was dozing on an ocean of bales, in which certain pieces standing on end, though half destroyed, seemed like houses which an overflowing river was carrying away, and, further on, the linen department appeared like a heavy fall of snow, and you stumbled against icebergs of napkins, and walked through flakes of handkerchiefs. The same disorder prevailed upstairs, in the departments of the first floor. The furs were scattered over the flooring. The mantles were heaped up like the great coats of soldiers hors de combat. The laces and the underlinen, unfolded, crumpled, thrown about everywhere, made you think of a nation of women who had disrobed themselves there, whilst down below, in the depths of the establishment, the delivery department, now in full activity, was still and ever disgorging the parcels which filled it to suffocation and which were carried off by the vans, in a last effort of the overheated machine. But it was on the silk department especially that the customers had flung themselves with the greatest ardor. There they had cleared off everything, there was abundant room to pass, the hall was bare. The whole of the colossal stock of Paris delight had been cut up and carried away, as if by a swarm of devouring locusts. And in the midst of this great void, Hutin and Favia were running through the counterfoils of their debit notes, calculating their commission, and still short of breath from the struggle. Favia, it turned out, had made 15 francs while Hutin had only managed to make 13. He had been thoroughly beaten that day, and was enraged at his bad luck. The eyes of both sparkled with the passion for gain. And all around them other shopmen were likewise adding up figures, glowing with the same fever, in the brutal gaiety which follows victorious carnage. "Well, Birdoncle," cried out Mourette, "are you trembling still?" He had returned to his favorite position against the balustrade, at the top of the stairs, and, in presence of the massacre of stuffs spread out below him, he indulged in a victorious laugh. His fears of the morning, that moment of unpardonable weakness which nobody would ever know of, inspired him with a greater desire to triumph. The battle was definitely won. The small tradespeople of the neighborhood were done for, and Baron Hartmann was conquered, with his millions and his building sites. Whilst Maurite gazed at the cashiers bending over their ledgers, adding up long columns of figures, whilst he listened to the sound of the gold falling from their fingers into the metal bowls, he already beheld the lady's paradise growing and growing, enlarging its hall and prolonging its galleries as far as the Rue du Dix December. And now he resumed, "Are you not convinced, Birdoncle, that the house is really too small? We could have sold twice as much." Birdoncle humbled himself, enraptured, moreover, to find himself in the wrong. But another spectacle rendered them grave. As was the custom every evening, Lhom, the chief sales cashier, had just collected the receipts from each pay desk, and after adding them up, he wrote the total amount on a paper which he displayed by hanging it on the iron claw with which the stump of his mutilated arm, severed at the elbow, was provided. And then he took the receipts up to the chief cash office, some in a leather case and some in bags, according to the nature of the specie. On this occasion the gold and silver predominated, and he slowly walked upstairs carrying 3 enormous bags, which he clasped with his one arm against his breast, holding one of them with his chin in order to prevent it from slipping. His heavy breathing could be heard at a distance as he passed along, staggering and superb, amidst the respectful shopmen. "How much, Lhom?" asked Maurite. 80,742 francs 10 centimes, replied the cashier. A joyous laugh stirred up the lady's paradise. The amount ran through the establishment. It was the highest figure ever attained in one day's sales by a draper's shop. That evening, when Denise went up to bed, she felt so faint that she was obliged to lean against the partition in the corridor under the zinc roof. And when she was inside her room, with the door closed, she fell down on the bed, her feet pained her so much. For a long time she continued gazing with a stupid air at the dressing table, the wardrobe, all the lodging-house-like bareness. This, then, was where she was going to live, and her first day, an abominable, endless day, filled her with sore distress. She would never have the courage to go through such another. Then she perceived that she was dressed in silk, and this uniform depressed her. She was childish enough, before unpacking her box, to put on her old woolen gown, which hung over the back of a chair. But when she had once more donned this poor garment, a painful emotion choked her. The sobs which she had kept back all day suddenly found vent in a flood of hot tears. She fell back on the bed, weeping at the thought of the 2 children, and she wept on, without even the strength to take off her boots, so completely was she overcome with fatigue and grief. Chapter V. The next day Denise had scarcely been downstairs half an hour, when Madame Aurélie said to her in her sharp voice, "You are wanted at the director's office, mademoiselle." The girl found Maurite alone, in his spacious room hung with green rep. He had suddenly remembered that unkempt girl, as Birdoncle called her, and he, who usually detested the part of fault-finder, had thought of sending for her and stirring her up a bit, if she were still dressed in the style of a country wench. On the previous day, despite his jocularity, he had experienced a feeling of wounded pride, on seeing the elegance of one of his sailess women questioned in Madame Desforges's presence. He harbored a mixed sentiment with regard to Denise, a commingling, as it were, of sympathy and anger. "We engaged you, mademoiselle," he commenced, "out of regard for your uncle, and you must not put us under the sad necessity," but all at once he stopped. On the other side of his table stood Denise, upright, serious, and pale. Her silk gown was no longer too big for her, but fitted tightly to her pretty figure, displayed the pure lines of her virgin shoulders, and if her hair, knotted in thick tresses, still appeared somewhat wild, she had at least tried to keep it in order. After falling asleep with her clothes on, her eyes red with weeping, she had, on waking at about 4 o'clock, felt ashamed of her nervous sensibility, and had immediately set about taking in her dress, besides spending an hour before the tiny looking-glass, combing her hair, which she was unable to reduce as much as she would have liked to. "Ah! Thank heavens," said Maurite, "you look better this morning. But there's still that dreadful hair." With these words he rose from his seat and stepped up to her to try and smooth her rebellious tresses in the same familiar way as Madame Aurélie on the previous day. "There. Just tuck that in behind your ear," he said, "the chignon is too high." She did not speak, but let him arrange her hair. In spite of her vow to be strong and brave, she had reached the office full of misgivings, feeling certain that she had been summoned to be informed of her dismissal. And Maurite's evident kindliness did not reassure her. She was still afraid of him, feeling whenever near him that uneasiness which she attributed to natural anxiety in the presence of a powerful man on whom her future depended. And when he saw her thus trembling under his hands, which were grazing her neck, he began to regret his good-natured impulse, for he feared above all to lose his authority. "In short, mademoiselle," he resumed, once more placing the table between himself and her, "try and look to your appearance. You are no longer at Valence, study our Parisian young ladies. If your uncle's name has sufficed to gain you admittance to our house, I at least trust that you will seek to justify the good opinion I formed of you from your appearance. Unfortunately, everybody here is not of the same opinion as myself. Let this be a warning to you. Don't make me tell a falsehood." He treated her like a child, with more pity than kindness, his curiosity simply awakened by the troublous, womanly charm which he divined was springing up in this poor awkward girl. And she, whilst he was lecturing her, having suddenly perceived the portrait of Madame Hédouin, whose handsome regular face was smiling gravely in its gold frame, felt herself shivering again, despite the encouraging words he addressed to her. That was the dead lady, she whom people accused him of having killed, in order to found the house with the blood of her limbs. Maurite was still speaking. "Now you may go," he said at last, sitting down and taking up his pen. And thereupon she went off, heaving a deep sigh of relief. From that day onward, Denise put forth all her courage. Beneath her attacks of sensitiveness, a strong sense of reason was constantly working, quite a feeling of bravery at finding herself weak and alone, with a cheerful determination to carry out her self-imposed task. She made very little stir but went straight ahead to her goal, overcoming all obstacles, and that simply and naturally, for her nature was one of unconquerable sweetness. At first she had to surmount the terrible fatigues of her work in the department. The piles of garments strained her arms to such a degree that during the first 6 weeks she cried with pain when she turned over at night, her back aching and her shoulders bruised. But she suffered still more from her shoes, heavy shoes which she had brought from Valence, lack of money preventing her from replacing them by light boots. Always on her legs, trotting about from morning to night, scolded if she were seen leaning for a moment against a partition, her feet, small like those of a child, became swollen by prolonged imprisonment in those torturing bluchers, the heels throbbed with fever and the soles were covered with blisters, the skin of which chafed off and stuck to her stockings. She experienced, too, a shattering of her whole frame. The constant weariness of her legs painfully affected her system and her face was ever pale. And yet she, so spare and frail, resisted courageously, whilst a great many other say less women, attacked by special maladies, were obliged to quit the business. Her readiness to suffer, her valiant stubbornness sustained her, smiling and upright, however, even when she felt ready to give way, thoroughly worn out by labor to which many men would have succumbed. Another torment was to have the whole department against her. To physical martyrdom was added the secret persecutions of her comrades. 2 months of patience and gentleness had not disarmed them. She was constantly exposed to offensive remarks, cruel inventions, a series of slights which cut her to the heart, in her longing for affection. For a long time the others joked over her unfortunate first appearance, and such nicknames as Clogs and Numbskull were bestowed on her. Then those who missed a sale were advised to go to Valence. In short, she passed for the fool of the place. And afterwards when she revealed herself to be a remarkably clever saleswoman, well up in the mechanism of the house, the others conspired to deprive her of all good customers. Marguerite and Clara pursued her with instinctive hatred, allying themselves together in order that they might not be swallowed up by this newcomer, whom they really feared in spite of their affected disdain. As for Madame Aurélie, she was hurt by the proud reserve displayed by Denise, who did not hover round her skirts with an air of caressing admiration, and she therefore abandoned her to the rancor of her favorites, the preferred ones of her court, who were always on their knees, feeding her with the continual flattery which could alone impart any amiability to her proud domineering nature. For a while, the second hand, Madame Frederick, appeared not to enter into the conspiracy, but this must have been by inadvertence, for she showed herself equally harsh directly she saw to what annoyances her good nature was likely to expose her. Then the abandonment became complete. They all made a butt of the unkempt girl who lived on in an hourly struggle, only managing by dint of the greatest courage to hold her own in the department. Such then was her life now. She had to smile, look brave and gracious in a silk gown which did not belong to her, and she was ever suffering from fatigue, badly treated, under the continual menace of a brutal dismissal. Her room was her only refuge, the only spot where she could indulge in the luxury of a cry, when she had suffered too much during the day. But a terrible coldness fell from the zinc roof, now covered with the December snow. She was obliged to nestle in her iron bedstead, pile all her clothes over her, and weep under the counterpane to prevent the frost from chapping her face. Maurite never spoke to her now. When she noticed Berdoncle's severe looks during business hours she trembled, for she divined in him a born enemy who would not forgive her the slightest fault. And amidst this general hostility, Inspector Jouve's strange friendliness astonished her. If he met her in any out-of-the-way corner he smiled at her and made some amiable remark. Twice, too, he had saved her from being reprimanded without any show of gratitude on her part, for she was more troubled than touched by his protecting airs. One evening, after dinner, while the young ladies were setting the cupboards in order, Joseph came to inform Denise that a young man wanted her below. She went down, feeling very anxious. "Hello," said Clara, "the unkempt girl has got a follower then." "He must be hard up for a sweetheart," declared Marguerite. Meantime, downstairs at the door, Denise found her brother Jean. She had formerly prohibited him from coming to the shop in this way, as it looked so bad. But she did not dare to scold him, so excited did he appear, bareheaded, out of breath through running all the way from the Faubourg du Temple. "Have you got 10 francs?" he stammered. "Give me 10 francs, or I'm a lost man." With his flowing locks and handsome girlish face the young rascal looked so comical, whilst launching out this melodramatic phrase, that she could have smiled had it not been for the anguish which his application for money caused her. "What? 10 francs," she murmured. "Whatever's the matter?" Thereupon he blushed, and explained that he had met a friend's sister. Denise stopped him, feeling embarrassed and not wishing to know any more about it. Twice already had he rushed in to obtain similar loans, but on the first occasion it had only been a matter of 25 sous, and on the next of 30. He was, however, always getting into bad company. "I can't give you 10 francs," she resumed. "Pepe's board isn't paid yet, and I've only just the money for it. I shall have hardly enough to buy a pair of boots, which I want very badly." "You are really not reasonable, Jean. It's too bad of you." "Well, I'm lost," he repeated, with a tragical gesture. "Just listen, little sister, she's a tall, dark girl, we went to the cafe with her brother. I never thought the drinks would," she had to interrupt him again, and as tears were coming into his eyes, she took out her purse and slipped a 10-franc piece into his hand. He at once set up a laugh. "I was sure of it, but on my honor, never again. A fellow would have to be a regular scamp." And thereupon he ran off, after kissing his sister, like a madman. The assistants in the shop seemed quite astonished. That night Denise did not sleep much. Since her entry into the ladies' paradise, money had been her cruel anxiety. She was still a probationer, without a salary. The other girls in her department frequently prevented her from selling, and she only just managed to pay Pepe's board and lodging. Thanks to the unimportant customers, they were good enough to leave her. It was a time of black misery, misery in a silk dress. She was often obliged to spend the night in repairing her small stock of clothes, darning her linen, mending her chemises as if they had been lace, without mentioning the patches that she put on her shoes, as cleverly as any bootmaker could have done. She even risked washing things in her hand basin. But her old woolen dress was an especial source of anxiety to her. She had no other, and was forced to put it on every evening when she quitted the uniform silk, and this wore it terribly. A stain on it gave her quite a fever. The least rent was a catastrophe. And she had nothing, not a sou, not even enough to buy the trifling articles which a woman always wants. She had even been obliged to wait a fortnight to renew her stock of needles and cotton. Thus it was a real disaster when Jean, with his love affairs, suddenly swooped down and pillaged her purse. A franc piece taken out of it left an abyss which she did not know how to fill up. As for finding 10 francs on the morrow, it was not to be thought of for a moment. All that night she was haunted by nightmare in which she saw Pepe thrown into the street, whilst she turned the paving stones over with her bruised fingers to see if there might not be some money underneath them. It happened that the next day she had to play the part of the well-dressed girl. Some well-known customers came in, and Madame Aurélie summoned her several times in order that she might show off the new styles. And whilst she was posing there, with the stereotyped graces of a fashion plate, she thought all the time of Pepe's board and lodging, which she had promised to pay that evening. She would contrive to do without any boots for another month, but even on adding the 30 francs left her of Pepe's money to the 4 francs which she had saved up sou by sou, there would never be more than 34 francs, and where was she to find 6 francs to complete the sum she required? It was an anguish in which her heart failed her. "You will notice that the shoulders are quite free," Madame Aurélie was saying. "It's very fashionable and very convenient. The young person can fold her arms." "Oh!" easily replied Denise, who continued to smile amiably. "One can't feel it. I am sure you will like it, madame." She was now blaming herself for having gone to fetch Pepe from Madame Gras on the previous Sunday, to take him for a walk in the Champs-Élysées. The poor child so seldom went out with her. But she had been obliged to buy him some gingerbread and a little spade, and then take him to see Punch and Judy, and all that had cost 29 sous. Really, Jean could not think much about the little one, or he would not be so foolish. Everything fell upon her shoulders. "Of course, if it does not suit you, madame," resumed the first hand, "just put this other cloak on, mademoiselle, so that the lady may judge." And Denise then walked slowly round, wearing the cloak and saying, "This is warmer. It's this year's fashion." And beneath her professional graces she continued worrying and worrying until the evening, at a loss as to where she might find this money. The young ladies, who were very busy, left her an important sale, but it was only Tuesday, and she must wait 4 days before drawing any cash. After dinner she decided to postpone her visit to Madame Gras till the morrow. She would excuse herself, say she had been detained, and before then she would perhaps have obtained the 6 francs. As Denise avoided the slightest expense, she went to bed early. What could she do out of doors, penniless and wild, and still frightened by the big city in which she only knew the streets around the shop? After venturing as far as the Palais Royal for the sake of a little fresh air, she would quickly return, lock herself in her room and set about sewing or washing. Along the corridor conducting to the bedrooms reigned a barrack-like promiscuity. The girls, who were often not very tidy, would gossip there over dirty water and dirty linen, break into frequent quarrels and patch up continual reconciliations. They were prohibited from going up to their rooms in the daytime. They did not live there, but merely slept there at night, climbing the stairs only at the last minute, and coming down again in the morning when still half asleep, hardly awakened by a rapid wash, and this hurry-scurry which night and morning swept through the corridor. The fatigue of 13 hours' work which threw them all on their beds thoroughly worn out, made the upper part of the house like an inn traversed by tired and ill-tempered travelers. Denise had no friend. Of all the young ladies, one alone, Pauline Cugnot, showed her a little affection, and the mantle and underclothing departments being close to one another, and in open war, the sympathy between the two Sales women had hitherto been confined to a few rare words hastily exchanged. Pauline certainly occupied a neighboring room, to the right of Denise's, but as she disappeared immediately after dinner and only returned at 11 o'clock, the latter simply heard her get into bed, and never met her after business hours. That evening, Denise had made up her mind to play the part of bootmaker once more. She was holding her shoes, turning them about and wondering how she could make them last another month. At last she decided to take a strong needle and sew on the soles, which were threatening to leave the uppers. Meantime a collar and a pair of cuffs were soaking in a basin full of soap suds. Every evening she heard the same sounds, the girls coming up one by one, brief whispered conversations, bursts of laughter and sometimes disputes which they stifled as much as possible. Then the beds creaked, the tired occupants yawned, and fell into heavy slumber. Denise's left-hand neighbor often talked in her sleep, which at first frightened her very much. Perhaps others, like herself, stopped up to mend their things, in spite of the regulations, but if so they probably took the same precautions as she did, moving with prudent care, and avoiding the least noise, for a quivering silence prevailed behind the closed doors. It had struck 11 some 10 minutes previously when a sound of footsteps made Denise raise her head. Another young lady late, thought she. And she realized that it was Pauline, by hearing the door next to her own open. But she was astonished when Pauline quietly came back into the passage and knocked at her door. "Make haste, it's me." The Sales women were forbidden to visit each other in their rooms, and Denise quickly unlocked her door, in order that her neighbor might not be caught by Madame Cabin, who was supposed to see this regulation strictly carried out. "Was she there?" asked Denise, when the other had entered. "Who?" "Madame Cabin," replied Pauline. "Oh, I'm not afraid of her, she's easily settled with a 5-franc piece." And then she added, "I've wanted to have a talk with you for a long time past. But it's impossible to do so downstairs. Besides, you looked so downhearted tonight at table." Denise thanked her, and, touched by her good-natured air, invited her to sit down. But in the bewilderment caused by this unexpected visit, she had not laid down the shoe she was mending, and Pauline at once perceived it. She shook her head, looked round and espied the collar and cuffs in the basin. "My poor child, I thought as much," resumed she. "Ah, I know what it is. When I first came up from Charters, and old Cugnot didn't send me a sou, I many a time washed my own chemises. Yes, yes, my chemises. I had only 2, and there was always one in soak." She sat down, still out of breath from running. Her broad face, with small bright eyes, and big tender mouth, possessed a certain grace, notwithstanding its rather coarse features. And, without any transition, all of a sudden, she began to relate her story, her childhood at the mill, old Cugnot ruined by a lawsuit, she sent to Paris to make her fortune with 20 francs in her pocket, then her start as a saleswoman in a shop at Batignolles, then at the Ladies' Paradise, a terrible start, every suffering and privation imaginable, and at last her present life, the 200 francs she earned each month, the pleasures she indulged in, the carelessness in which she allowed her days to glide away. Some jewelry, a brooch, and watch chain, glistened on her close-fitting gown of dark blue cloth, and she smiled from under a velvet toque ornamented with a large grey feather. Denise had turned very red, worried with reference to her shoe, and began to stammer out an explanation. "But the same thing happened to me," repeated Pauline. "Come, come, I'm older than you, I'm over 26, though I don't look it. Just tell me your little troubles." Thereupon Denise yielded to this friendship so frankly offered. She sat down in her petticoat, with an old shawl over her shoulders, near Pauline in full dress, and an interesting gossip ensued. It was freezing in the room, the cold seemed to run down the bare prison-like walls, but they were so fully taken up by their conversation that they did not notice that their fingers were almost frostbitten. Little by little, Denise opened her heart entirely, spoke of Jean and Pepe, and of how grievously the money question tortured her, which led them both to abuse the young ladies in the mantle department. Pauline relieved her mind. "Oh, the hussies," said she, "if they treated you in a proper way, you might make more than 100 francs a month. Everybody is down on me, and I'm sure I don't know why," answered Denise, beginning to cry. "Look at Monsieur Bourdoncle, he's always watching me, trying to find me in fault just as if I were in his way." "Old Jouve is about the only one," the other interrupted her. "What, that old ape of an inspector. Ah, my dear, don't you trust him. He may display his decoration as much as he likes, but there's a story about something that happened to him in our department. But what a child you are to grieve like this. What a misfortune it is to be so sensitive. Of course, what is happening to you happens to everyone, they are making you pay your footing. Then carried away by her good heart, she caught hold of Denise's hands and kissed her. The money question was a graver one. Certainly a poor girl could not support her two brothers, pay the little one's board and lodging, and stand treat for the big one's sweethearts with the few paltry sous she picked up from the others' cast-off customers, for it was to be feared that she would not get any salary until business improved in March. Listen to me, it's impossible for you to live in this way any longer. If I were you, said Pauline. But a noise in the corridor stopped her. It was probably Marguerite, who was accused of prowling about at night to spy upon the others. Pauline, who was still pressing her friend's hand, looked at her for a moment in silence, listening. Then, with an air of affectionate conviction, she began to whisper to her. Denise did not understand at first, and when she did, she withdrew her hands, looking very confused by what her friend had told her. Oh, no, she replied simply. Then continued Pauline, you'll never manage, I tell you so, plainly. Here are the figures, 40 francs for the little one, a 5-franc piece now and again for the big one, and then there's yourself. You can't always go about dressed like a pauper, with shoes that make the other girls laugh at you. Yes, really, your shoes do you a deal of harm. It would be much better to do as I tell you. No, no, repeated Denise. Well, you are very foolish. It's inevitable, my dear, we all come to it sooner or later. Look at me, I was a probationer, like you, without a sou. We are boarded and lodged, it's true, but there's our dress. Besides, it's impossible to go without a copper in one's pocket and shut oneself up in one's room, watching the flies. So you see, girls forcibly drift into it. She then spoke of her first admirer, a lawyer's clerk whom she had met at a party at Moudon. After him, had come a post office clerk. And, finally, ever since the autumn, she had been keeping company with a salesman at the Bon Marché, a very nice tall fellow. However, her advice had no effect whatever upon Denise. No, the latter replied in a tone of decision, and a fresh silence fell. In the small cold room they were smiling at each other, greatly affected by this whispered conversation. Besides, one must have affection for someone, she resumed, her cheeks quite scarlet. Pauline was astonished. She set up a laugh, and embraced her a second time, exclaiming, "But, my darling, when you meet and like each other, you are really droll. Look here, would you like Boge to take us somewhere in the country on Sunday? He'll bring one of his friends." "No," again said Denise in her gently obstinate way. Then Pauline insisted no further. Each was free to act as she pleased. What she had said was out of pure kindness of heart, for she felt really grieved to see a comrade so miserable. And as it was nearly midnight, she got up to leave. But before doing so she forced Denise to accept the 6 francs she wanted to make up Pepe's board money, begging her not to trouble about the matter, but to repay her the amount whenever she earned more. Now, she added, blow your candle out, so that they may not see which door opens. You can light it again immediately afterwards. The candle having been extinguished, they shook hands, and then Pauline ran off to her room, giving no sign of her passage through the darkness save the vague rustling of her petticoats amidst the deep slumber that had fallen on the occupants of the other little rooms. Before going to bed, Denise wished to finish her boot and do her washing. The cold became sharper still as the night advanced, but she did not feel it. The conversation had stirred her heart's blood. She was not shocked. It seemed to her that every woman had a right to arrange her life as she liked, when she was alone and free in the world. For her own part, however, she had never given way to such ideas. Her sense of right and her healthy nature naturally maintained her in the respectability in which she had always lived. At last, towards 1 o'clock, she went to bed. No, she thought, she did not love anyone. So what was the use of upsetting her life, the maternal devotion which she had vowed for her 2 brothers? However, she did not sleep. Insomnia gained upon her and a crowd of indistinct forms flitted before her closed eyes, then vanished in the darkness. From that time forward Denise took an interest in the love stories of the department. During slack times the girls were constantly occupied with their amatory affairs. Gossiping tales flew about, stories of adventures which amused them all for a week. Clara was a scandal and merely remained at the shop under pretense of leading a respectable life in order to shield herself from her family, for she was mortally afraid of old Prunaire, who had threatened to come to Paris and break her arms and legs with his clogs. Marguerite, on the contrary, behaved very well, and was not known to have any lover, which caused some surprise, for all knew of the circumstances which had led to her arrival in Paris. The young women also joked about Madame Frederick, declaring that she was discreetly connected with certain great personages, but the truth was they knew nothing of her love affairs, for she disappeared every evening, stiff as starch with her widow's sulkiness, and apparently always in a great hurry, though nobody knew whither she hastened so eagerly. As for the tittle-tattle about Madame Aurélie, this was certainly false, mere invention, spread abroad by discontented saleswomen just for fun. Perhaps she had formerly displayed rather more than a motherly feeling for one of her son's friends, but she now occupied too high a position in the business to indulge in such childishness. Then there was the flock, the crowd of the girls going off in the evening, 9 out of every 10 having young men waiting for them at the door. On the Place Galen, along the Rue de la Michodière, and the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, there was always a troop of motionless sentries watching for the girls' departure, and, when the defile began, each gave his arm to his lady and walked away. It was like the stage door exit of some theatre where figurants predominate. What most troubled Denise, however, was that she had discovered Colomban's secret. He was continually to be seen on the other side of the street, on the threshold of the old Elbeuf, his eyes raised and never quitting the young ladies of the jacket and mantle department. When he espied Denise watching him, he blushed and turned away his head, as if afraid that she might betray him to Genevieve, although there had been no further connection between the Bourdous and their niece since her engagement at the Ladies' Paradise. At first, on seeing his despairing airs, she had fancied that he was in love with Marguerite, for Marguerite, being very well conducted, and sleeping in the house, was not easy to approach. But great was her astonishment to find that Colomban's ardent glances were intended for Clara. For months past he had been devoured by passion in this way, remaining on the other side of the street and lacking the courage to declare himself, and this for a girl who was perfectly free, who lived in the Rue Louis-le-Grand, and whom he could have spoken to any evening. Clara herself appeared to have no idea of her conquest. Denise's discovery filled her with painful emotion. Was love so idiotic then? What? This fellow, who had real happiness within his reach, was ruining his life for the sake of that good-for-nothing girl whom he adored as reverently as if she had been a saint. From that day forward she felt a heart pang each time she espied Genevieve's pale suffering face behind the greeny panes of the old Elbeuf. In the evening, Denise could not help thinking a great deal, on seeing the young ladies march off with their sweethearts. She was sometimes obliged to reply by a smile to a friendly nod from Pauline, for whom both waited regularly every evening at 8:30, beside the fountain on the Place Galen. Then, after going out the last and taking a furtive walk, always alone, she was invariably the first to return, going upstairs to work, or to sleep, her head full of dreams, inquisitive as to the outdoor life of the others, of which she knew nothing. She certainly did not envy them. She was happy in her solitude, in the unsociableness in which she shut herself up, as in a hiding place, but all the same her imagination carried her away. She would try to guess things, picture the pleasures constantly described before her, the cafes, the restaurants, the theaters, the Sundays spent on the river and in the country taverns. Quite a weariness of mind, a desire mingled with lassitude resulted from these imaginings, and she seemed to have already had her fill of amusements which she had never tasted. However, there was but little room for dangerous dreams in her daily working life. During the 13 hours of hard toil in the shop, there was no time for any display of affection between the salesman and the saleswomen. If the continual fight for money had not abolished all sexual difference, the unceasing press of business which occupied their minds and fatigued their bodies would have sufficed to stifle desire. But very few love affairs had been known in the establishment amidst the various hostilities and friendships between the men and the women, the constant elbowing from department to department. They were all nothing but pieces of mechanism forced to contribute of the working of the immense machine, abdicating all individuality and simply contributing their strength to the total, commonplace, phalansterian power. It was only outside the shop that they resumed their individual lives, with a sudden flaming of awakened passion. Denise, however, one day saw Albert Lehom slip a note into the hand of a young lady in the underclothing department, after several times passing by with an air of indifference. The dead season, which lasts from December to February, was commencing, and she now had periods of rest, hours spent on her feet with her eyes wandering all over the shop whilst waiting for customers. The young ladies of her department were especially friendly with the salesmen who served the lace, but their intimacy never seemed to go any further than whispered banter. In the lace department there was a second hand, a gay young spark who pursued Clara with all sorts of suggestive stories, simply by way of a joke, for he really cared so little for her that he made no effort to meet her out of doors, and thus it was from counter to counter. The gentlemen and the young ladies would exchange winks, nods, and remarks, which they alone understood. At times with their backs half turned and a dreamy look on their faces in order to put the terrible birdoncle off the scent, they would indulge in some sly gossip. As for Deloche, he long contented himself with smiling at Denise when he met her, but, getting bolder, he at last occasionally murmured a friendly word. On the day she had noticed Madame Aurélie's son giving a note to the young lady in the underlinen department, it precisely happened that Deloche was asking her if she had enjoyed her lunch, feeling a desire to say something, and unable to think of anything more amiable. He also saw the billet pass, and as he glanced at the young girl, they both blushed at thought of this intrigue carried on under their eyes. But despite all these occurrences which gradually awoke the woman in her, Denise still retained her infantile peace of mind. The one thing that stirred her heart was to meet Hutin. But even this was only gratitude in her eyes. She simply thought herself touched by the young man's politeness. He could not bring a customer to the department without making her feel quite confused. Several times, on returning from a pay desk, she found herself making a détour, and traversing the silk hall though she had no business there, her bosom heaving the while with emotion. One afternoon she met Mourette there and he seemed to follow her with a smile. He paid scarcely any attention to her now, only addressing a few words to her from time to time, to give her a few hints about her toilet, and to joke with her, as an impossible girl, a little savage, almost a boy, whom he would never manage to transform into a coquette, notwithstanding all his knowledge of women. Sometimes indeed he even ventured to laugh at her and tease her, without caring to acknowledge to himself the troublous feeling, the charm which this little saleswoman, with such a comical head of hair, inspired in him. And that afternoon at sight of his mute smile, Denise trembled, as if she were in fault. Did he know why she was crossing the silk department, when she could not herself have explained what had impelled her to make such a détour? Hutin, moreover, did not seem to be at all aware of the young girl's grateful looks. The shop girls were not his style, he affected to despise them, boasting more than ever of his pretended adventures with the lady customers. One day a baroness had beamed on him, he would relate, and on another occasion he had fascinated the wife of an eminent architect. but as a matter of fact his only conquests were among girls at cafes and music halls. Like all young men in the drapery line, he had a mania for spending, battling throughout the week with a miser's greediness, with the sole object of squandering his money on Sundays on the race courses or in the restaurants and dancing saloons. He never thought of saving a penny, but spent his salary as soon as he drew it, absolutely indifferent about the future. Favia did not join him in these pleasure parties. Hutin and he, so friendly in the shop, bowed to each other at the door, where all further intercourse between them ceased. A great many of the shopmen, always side by side indoors, became perfect strangers, ignorant of each other's lives, as soon as they set foot in the streets. However, Hutin had an intimate, Leonard of the woolen department. Both lived in the same lodging house, the Hôtel de Smyrne, in the Rue Sainte-Anne, a murky building entirely inhabited by shop assistants. In the morning they arrived at the Paradise together, and in the evening, the first who found himself free, after the folding was done, waited for the other at the Café Saint-Roch, in the Rue Saint-Roch, a little place where many employees of the Ladies' Paradise met, brawling, drinking, and playing cards amidst the smoke of their pipes. They often stopped there till 1 in the morning, until indeed the tired landlord turned them out. For the last month, however, they had been spending 3 evenings a week at a free and easy at Montmartre, whither they would take their friends in order to fund the success of Mademoiselle Laure, a music hall singer, Hutin's latest conquest, whose talent they applauded with such violent rapping of their walking sticks and such clamorous shouts that on 2 occasions the police had been obliged to interfere. The winter passed in this way, and at last Denise obtained a fixed salary of 300 francs a year. It was quite time she did so, for her shoes were completely worn out. For the last month she had avoided going out, for fear of bursting them altogether. "What a noise you make with your shoes, mademoiselle," Madame Aurélie very often remarked, with an irritated look. "It's intolerable. What's the matter with your feet?" On the day when Denise came down wearing a pair of cloth boots, which had cost her 5 francs, Marguerite and Clara expressed their astonishment in a kind of half-whisper, so as to be heard. "Hullo! The unkempt one has given up her galoshes," said the former. "Ah," retorted the other, "she must have cried over them. They were her mother's." In point of fact, there was a general uprising against Denise. The girls of her department had discovered her friendship with Pauline, and thought they detected a certain bravado in this display of affection for a saleswoman of a rival counter. They spoke of treason, accused her of going and repeating their slightest words to their enemies. The war between the 2 departments became more violent than ever. It had never waxed so warm. Angry words were exchanged like cannon shots, and a slap even was given one evening behind some boxes of chemises. Possibly this long-standing quarrel arose from the fact that the young ladies in the underlinen department wore woolen gowns, whilst those of the mantles wore silk. In any case, the former spoke of their neighbors with the shocked air of respectable women, and facts proved that they were right, for it had been remarked that the silk dresses appeared to lead to dissolute habits among the young ladies who wore them. Clara was taunted with her troop of lovers, even Marguerite had her child thrown in her teeth, as it were, whilst Madame Frederick was accused of all sorts of secret passions. And all this solely on account of Denise. Now, young ladies, no ugly words, behave yourselves, Madame Aurélie would say with her imperial air, amidst the rising passions of her little kingdom. Show who you are. At heart she preferred to remain neutral. As she confessed one day, when talking to Maurite, these girls were all about the same, one was no better than another. But she suddenly became impassioned when she learnt from Bourdoncle that he had just caught her son downstairs kissing a young girl belonging to the underlinen department, the saleswoman to whom he had passed several letters. It was abominable, and she roundly accused the underlinen department of having laid a trap for Albert. Yes, it was a got-up affair against herself. They were trying to dishonor her by ruining an inexperienced boy, after finding it impossible to attack her department. Her only object, however, in making such a noise was to complicate the business, for she was well aware of her son's character and knew him to be capable of all sorts of stupid things. For a time the matter threatened to assume a serious aspect. Mignot, the glove salesman, was mixed up in it. He was a great friend of Albert's, and the rumor circulated that he favored the girls whom Albert sent him and who rummaged in his boxes for hours together. There was also a story about some suede kid gloves given to the saleswomen of the underlinen department, which was never properly cleared up. At last the scandal was stifled out of regard for Madame Aurélie, whom Maurite himself treated with deference. Bourdoncle contented himself a week later with dismissing, for some slight offense, the girl who had allowed herself to be kissed. At all events, if the managers closed their eyes to the terrible doings of their employees out of doors, they did not tolerate the least nonsense in the house. And it was Denise who suffered for all this. Madame Aurélie, although perfectly well aware of what was going on, nourished a secret rancor against her, and seeing her laughing one evening with Pauline, she also took it for bravado, concluding that they were gossiping over her son's love affairs. And she thereupon sought to increase the girl's isolation in the department. For some time she had been thinking of inviting the young ladies to spend a Sunday at Les Regals near Rambouillet, where she had bought a country house with the first 100,000 francs she had saved, and she suddenly decided to do so. It would be a means of punishing Denise, of putting her openly on one side. She was the only one not invited. For a fortnight in advance, nothing was talked of but this pleasure party. The girls kept their eyes on the sky already warmed by the May sunshine, and mapped out the whole day, looking forward to all sorts of pleasures, donkey riding, milk and brown bread. And they were to be all women, which was more amusing still. As a rule, Madame Aurélie killed her holidays like this, in going out with lady friends, for she was so little accustomed to being at home. She always felt so uncomfortable, so out of her element on the rare occasions when she could dine with her husband and son, that she preferred even not to avail herself of the opportunity but to go and dine at a restaurant. Wilhelm went his own way, enraptured to resume his bachelor existence, and Albert, greatly relieved, hastened off to his beauties, so that, unaccustomed to home life, feeling they were in each other's way, bored to death whenever they were together on a Sunday, they paid nothing more than flying visits to the house, as to some common hotel where people take a bed for the night. With respect to the excursion to Rambouillet, Madame Aurélie simply declared that considerations of propriety would not allow Albert to join them, and that the father himself would display great tact by refusing to come, a declaration which enchanted both men. However, the happy day was drawing near, and the girls chattered away more than ever, relating their preparations in the way of dress, just as if they were going on a 6 months' tour, whilst Denise had to listen to them, pale and silent in her abandonment. "Ah, they make you wild, don't they?" said Pauline to her one morning. "If I were you I would just catch them nicely. They are going to enjoy themselves. I would enjoy myself too. Come with us on Sunday, Boge is going to take me to Joinville." "No, thanks," said the girl with her quiet obstinacy. "But why not? Are you still afraid of being made love to?" And thereupon Pauline laughed heartily. Denise also smiled. She knew how such things came about. It was always during some similar excursions that the young ladies had made the acquaintance of their lovers. "Come," resumed Pauline, "I assure you that Boge won't bring anyone. We shall be all by ourselves. As you don't want me to, I won't go and marry you off, of course." Denise hesitated, tormented by such a strong desire to go that the blood rushed to her cheeks. Since the girls had been talking about their country pleasures she had felt stifled, overcome by a longing for fresh air, dreaming of tall grass into which she might sink to the neck, and of giant trees whose shadows would flow over her like so much cooling water. Her childhood, spent amidst the rich verdure of Le Cotentin, was awakening with a regret for sun and air. "Well, yes," said she at last. Then everything was soon arranged. Boge was to come and fetch them at 8 o'clock, on the Place Galen, whence they would take a cab to the Vincennes station. Denise, whose 25 francs a month was quickly exhausted by the children, had only been able to do up her old black woolen dress by trimming it with some strips of check poplin, but she had made herself a bonnet, by covering a shape with some silk and ornamenting it with blue ribbon. In this quiet attire she looked very young, like an overgrown girl, displaying all the cleanliness of careful poverty, and somewhat shamefaced, and embarrassed by her luxuriant hair, which waved round the bareness of her bonnet. Pauline, on the contrary, displayed a pretty spring costume in silk, striped white and violet, a feathered bonnet, with bows matching the dress, and jewels about her neck and rings on her fingers, which gave her the appearance of a well-to-do tradesman's wife. It was like a Sunday revenge on the woolen gown which she was obliged to wear throughout the week in the shop, whereas Denise, who wore her uniform silk from Monday to Saturday, resumed, on Sundays, her thin woolen dress of poverty-stricken aspect. "There's Boge," said Pauline, pointing to a tall young man standing near the fountain. And thereupon she introduced her lover, and Denise felt at her ease at once. He seemed such a nice fellow. Big, and strong as an ox, with a long Flemish face, in which his expressionless eyes twinkled with infantile puerility. Boche was the younger son of a grocer of Dunkirk and had come to Paris, almost driven from home by his father and brother, who thought him a fearful dunce. However, he now made 3,500 francs a year at the Bon Marché. Certainly in some things he was rather stupid, but he proved a very good hand in the linen department. "And the cab?" asked Pauline. They had to go on foot as far as the boulevard. The sun was already warming the streets and the glorious May morning seemed to be smiling on the pavements. There was not a cloud in the sky, all was gay in the blue air, transparent as crystal. An involuntary smile played about Denise's lips. She breathed freely. It seemed to her that her bosom was throwing off a stifling fit of 6 months' duration. At last she no longer felt the stuffy air and the heavy stones of the ladies' paradise weighing her down. She had the prospect of a long day in the country before her. And it was like a new lease of life, an infinite delight, into which she entered with all the glee of a little child. However, when they were in the cab, she turned her eyes away, feeling ill at ease as Pauline bent over to kiss her lover. "Oh, look," said she, her head still at the window, "there's Monsieur Lhomme. How he does walk!" "He's got his French horn," added Pauline, leaning out. "What an old fool he is! One would think he was running off to meet his girl." Lhomme, with his nose in the air, and his instrument under his arm, was spinning along past the Gymnase Theatre, laughing with delight at the thought of the treat in store for him. He was about to spend the day with a friend, a flautist at a petty theatre, in whose rooms a few amateurs indulged in a little chamber music on Sundays as soon as breakfast was over. At 8 o'clock. "What a madman," resumed Pauline. "And you know that Madame Aurélie and her clique must have taken the Rambouillet train that left at 6:30. It's very certain the husband and wife won't come across each other today." Both then began talking of the Rambouillet excursion. They did not wish it to be rainy for the others, because they themselves might suffer as well. Still, if a cloud could only burst over there without a drop falling at Joinville, it would be funny all the same. Then they attacked Clara, who hardly knew how to spend the money she made by her vices. Hadn't she bought 3 pairs of boots all at the same time, and thrown them away the next day, after slashing them with her scissors, on account of her feet, which were covered with corns? In fact, the young ladies were just as bad as the young men. They squandered everything, never saving a sou, but wasting 200 or 300 francs a month on dress and dainties. "But he's only got one arm all of a sudden," said Boche, who had kept his eyes on Lhomme. "How does he manage to play the French horn?" Pauline, who sometimes amused herself by playing on her lover's stupidity, thereupon told him that the cashier kept the instrument up by leaning it against a wall. He thoroughly believed her, and thought it very ingenious. "And when," stricken with remorse, she explained to him that Lhom had adapted to his stump a system of claws which he made use of as fingers. He shook his head, full of doubt, and declaring that they wouldn't make him swallow that. "You are really too stupid," she retorted, laughing. "Never mind, I love you all the same." They reached the station of the Vincennes line just in time for a train. Boche paid, but Denise had previously declared that she wished to defray her share of the expenses. They would settle up in the evening. They took second-class tickets, and found the train full of a gay, noisy throng. At Nogent, a wedding party got out, amidst a storm of laughter. Then, at last they arrived at Joinville, and went straight to the island to order lunch, and afterwards lingered there, strolling along, under the tall poplars beside the Marne. It was rather cold in the shade, a sharp breeze was blowing in the sunshine, gathering strength as it swept from the distance over a plain dotted with cultivated fields, on the other side of the river. Denise lingered behind Pauline and her lover, who walked along with their arms round each other's waists. She had picked a handful of buttercups, and was watching the flow of the river, happy, but her heart beating and her head drooping, each time that Boche leant over to kiss his sweetheart. Her eyes filled with tears. And yet she was not suffering. What could be the matter with her that she experienced this feeling of suffocation? Why did this vast landscape, amidst which she had looked forward to so much enjoyment, fill her with a vague regret that she could not explain? However, at lunch, Pauline's noisy laughter bewildered her. That young woman, who loved the suburbs with the passion of an actress living in the gaslight, in the heavy atmosphere of a crowd, wanted to lunch in an arbor, notwithstanding the sharp wind. She made merry over the sudden gusts which blew up the tablecloth, and thought the arbor very funny in its bareness, with its freshly painted trellis work which cast a reflection on the cloth. She ate ravenously, devouring everything with the voracity of one who, being badly fed at the shop, made up for it out of doors by giving herself an indigestion of all the things she liked. This was indeed her vice. She spent most of her money on cakes and indigestible dainties, titbits of all kinds, which she hastily nibbled in leisure moments. Now, however, as Denise seemed to have had enough with the eggs, fried fish, and stewed chicken, she restrained herself, not daring to order any strawberries which were still very dear, for fear of running the bill up too high. "Now, what are we going to do?" asked Boche, when the coffee was served. As a rule Pauline and he returned to Paris to dine, and finish their outing in some theatre. But at Denise's request, they decided to remain at Joinville all day. It would be droll, they would take a fill of the country. So they wandered about the fields all the afternoon. They spoke for a moment of going for a row, but abandoned the idea as Boche was not a good waterman. However, their strolls along the pathways ended by bringing them back to the banks of the Marne, all the same, and they became interested in all the river life, the squadrons of yawls and skiffs, and the young men who formed the crews. The sun was setting and they were returning towards Joinville, when they saw two boats coming downstream at a racing speed. their crews meantime exchanging volleys of insults, in which the repeated cries of sawbones and counter-jumpers predominated. "Hello," said Pauline, "it's Monsieur Houghton." "Yes," replied Boche, shading his face with his hand, "I recognize his mahogany boat. The other one is manned by students, no doubt." Thereupon he explained the deadly hatred existing between the students and the shopmen. Denise, on hearing Houghton's name mentioned, had suddenly stopped, and with fixed eyes followed the frail skiff. She tried to distinguish the young man among the rowers, but could only manage to make out the white dresses of two women, one of whom, who was steering, wore a red hat. Then the voices of the disputants died away amidst the loud flow of the river. "Pitch 'em in, the sawbones. Duck 'em, the counter-jumpers." In the evening they returned to the restaurant on the island. But it had turned very chilly and they were obliged to dine in one of the closed rooms, where the tablecloths were still damp from the humidity of winter. At 6 o'clock the tables were already crowded, yet the excursionists still hurried in, looking for vacant corners, and the waiters continued bringing in more chairs and forms, putting the plates closer and closer together and crowding the people up. Cold as it had been before, the atmosphere now became stifling and they had to open the windows. Out of doors, the day was waning. A greenish twilight fell from the poplars so quickly that the landlord, unprepared for these repasts under cover, and having no lamps, was obliged to put a candle on each table. What with the laughter, the calls and the clatter of plates and dishes, the uproar became deafening. The candles flared and guttered in the draught from the open windows, whilst moths fluttered about in the air warmed by the odor of the food, and traversed by sudden cold gusts of wind. "What fun they are having, eh?" said Pauline, very busy with a plate of stewed eels, which she declared extraordinary. And she leant over to add, "Didn't you see Monsieur Albert over there? It was really young Lhomme, in the midst of three questionable women. Already intoxicated, he was knocking his glass on the table, and talking of drubbing the waiter if he did not bring some liqueurs immediately." "Well," resumed Pauline, "there's a family for you. The mother is at Rambouillet, the father in Paris, and the son at Joinville. They won't tread on one another's toes today." Denise, though she detested noise, was smiling and tasting the delight of being unable to think, amid such uproar. But all at once they heard a commotion in the other room, a burst of voices which drowned all others. Men were yelling, and must have come to blows, for one could hear a scuffle, chairs falling, quite a struggle indeed, amid which the river cries again resounded, "Duck 'em, the counter-jumpers. Pitch 'em in, the sawbones." And when the landlord's loud voice had calmed this tempest, Houghton, wearing a red jersey, and with a little cap at the back of his head, suddenly made his appearance, having on his arm the tall, fair girl, who had been steering his boat and who, by way of wearing the crew's colors, had planted a bunch of poppies behind her ear. Clamorous applause greeted their entry, and Houghton, his face beaming with pride at thus being remarked, threw his chest forward and assumed a nautical rolling gait, displaying the while a bruised cheek, quite blue from a blow he had received. Behind him and his companion followed the crew. They took a table by storm, and the uproar became deafening. "It appears," explained Boge, after listening to the conversation behind him, "it appears that the students recognized the woman with Houghton as an old friend from their neighborhood, who now sings in a music hall at Montmartre. So they were kicking up a row about her." "In any case," said Pauline, stiffly, "she's precious ugly, with her carroty hair. Really, I don't know where Monsieur Houghton picks them up, but they're an ugly, dirty lot." Denise had turned pale, and felt an icy coldness, as if her heart's blood were flowing away, drop by drop. Already, on seeing the boats from the bank, she had felt a shiver, but now she no longer had any doubt at seeing that girl with Houghton. With trembling hands, and a choking sensation in her throat, she suddenly ceased to eat. "What's the matter?" asked her friend. "Nothing," she stammered, "but it's rather warm here." However, Houghton's table was close to theirs, and when Houghton perceived Boge, whom he knew, he commenced a conversation in a shrill voice, in order to attract further attention. "I say," he cried, "are you as virtuous as ever at the Bon Marche?" "Not so much as all that," replied Boge, turning very red. "That won't do. You know there's a confessional box at your place for the salesmen who venture to look at the young ladies there." "No, no. A house where they insist on their employees marrying, that won't do for me." The other fellows began to laugh, and Leonard, who was one of Houghton's crew, added some jocular remark about the Louvre establishment, at which Pauline herself burst into a merry peal. Boge, however, was annoyed by the joke about the state propriety and innocence of his establishment, and all at once he retorted, "Oh, you needn't talk, you are not so well off at the ladies' paradise. Sacked for the slightest thing. And a governor too, who is always smirking round his lady customers." Houghton no longer listened to him, but began to praise the Place Cliché establishment. He knew a girl there who was so inexpressibly dignified that customers dared not speak to her for fear of humiliating her. Then, drawing up closer, he related that he had made 115 francs that week. Oh! A capital week. Favre had been left behind with merely 52 francs, in fact the whole lot had been floored. And it could be seen that he was telling the truth. He was squandering his cash as fast as possible and did not mean to go to bed till he had rid himself of the 115 francs. Then, as he gradually became intoxicated, he fell foul of Robinho, that fool of a second hand who affected to keep himself apart, to such a point that he refused to walk down the street with one of his salesmen. "Shut up," said Leonard, "you talk too much, old man." The heat had yet increased, the candles were guttering down onto the wine-stained tablecloths, and through the open windows, whenever the noise within ceased for an instant, there came a distant prolonged murmur, the voice of the river, and of the lofty poplars falling asleep in the calm night. Boge had just called for the bill, seeing that Denise was no better, indeed she was now quite white, choking from the tears she withheld. However, the waiter did not appear, and she had to submit to more of Hutin's loud talk. He was now boasting of being much superior to Leonard, because Leonard simply squandered his father's money, whereas he, Hutin, spent his own earnings, the fruit of his intelligence. At last Boche paid, and the two girls went out. Denise heaved a sigh of relief. For a moment she had thought she was going to die in that suffocating heat, amidst all those cries, and she still attributed her faintness to want of air. At present she could breathe freely in the freshness of the starry night. As the two young women were leaving the garden of the restaurant, a timid voice murmured in the shade, "Good evening, ladies." It was Deloche. They had not seen him at the further end of the front room, where he had been dining alone, after coming from Paris on foot, for the pleasure of the walk. On recognizing his friendly voice, Denise, suffering as she was, yielded mechanically to the need of some support. "Monsieur Deloche," said she, "are you coming back with us? Give me your arm." Pauline and Boche had already gone on in front. They were astonished, never thinking it would turn out like that, and with that fellow above all. However, as there was still an hour before the train started, they went to the end of the island, following the bank, under the tall poplars, and, from time to time, they turned round, murmuring, "But where have they got to? Ah, there they are. It's rather funny, all the same." At first Denise and Deloche remained silent. The uproar from the restaurant was slowly dying away, changing into a musical sweetness in the calmness of the night, and still feverish from that furnace, whose lights were disappearing one by one behind the foliage. They went further in amidst the coolness of the trees. Opposite them there was a sort of shadowy wall, a mass of shadow so dense that they could not even distinguish any trace of the path. However, they went forward quietly, without fear. Then, their eyes getting more accustomed to the darkness, they saw on the right hand the trunks of the poplar trees, resembling somber columns upholding the domes of their branches, between which gleamed the stars, whilst the water occasionally shone like a mirror. The wind was falling and they no longer heard anything but the loud flow of the stream. "I am very pleased to have met you," stammered Deloche at last, making up his mind to speak first. "You can't think how happy you render me in consenting to walk with me." And, aided by the darkness, after many awkward attempts, he ventured to tell her that he loved her. He had long wanted to write to her and tell her so, but perhaps she would never have known it had it not been for that lovely night coming to his assistance, that water which murmured so softly, and those trees which screened them with their shade. However, she did not reply. She continued to walk by his side with the same suffering air. And he was trying to gaze into her face, when all at once he heard a sob. "Oh! Good heavens!" he exclaimed, "you are crying, mademoiselle, you are crying. Have I offended you?" "No, no," she murmured. She strove to keep back her tears, but could not do so. Even whilst she was at table, she had thought that her heart was about to burst. and now in the darkness she surrendered herself to her sensibility, stifled by her sobs and thinking that if Houghton had been in Deloche's place and had said such tender things to her, she would have been unable to say nay. But this self-confession suddenly filled her with confusion, and a burning flush of shame suffused her face. "I didn't mean to offend you," continued Deloche, almost crying also. "No, but listen," she replied, her voice still trembling, "I am not at all angry with you. But never speak to me again as you have just done. Oh, you're a good fellow, and I'm quite willing to be your friend, but nothing more. You understand, your friend." He quivered, and after a few steps taken in silence, he stammered, "In fact, you don't love me." And then as she spared him the pain of a brutal no, he resumed in a soft, heartbroken voice, "Oh, I was prepared for it. I have never had any luck, I know I can never be happy. At home, they used to beat me. In Paris, I've always been a drudge. You see, when a chap doesn't know how to rob other fellows of their sweethearts, and is too awkward to earn as much as the others, why the best thing he can do is to go into some corner and die. Never fear, I shan't torment you any more. As for loving you, you can't prevent me, can you? I shall love you like a dog. There, everything escapes me, that's my luck in life." And then he, too, burst into tears. She tried to console him, and in their friendly effusion they found they belonged to the same part of the country, she to Valence, he to Quebec, 8 miles from each other, and this proved a fresh tie. His father, a poor, needy process server, sickly jealous, had been wont to drub him, exasperated by his long pale face and tow-like hair, which, said he, did not belong to the family. Then they got to talking of the vast Cotentin pastures, surrounded with quickset hedges, of the shady paths and lanes winding beneath elm trees, and of the grass-grown roads, like alleys in a park. Around them the night was yet paling and they could distinguish the rushes on the banks, and the lacework of the foliage, black against the twinkling stars, and a peacefulness came over them. They forgot their troubles, brought closer together, to a cordial feeling of friendship, by their ill luck. "Well," asked Pauline of Denise, taking her aside when they reached the station. The young girl, who understood her friend's meaning by her smile and stare of tender curiosity, turned very red and answered, "Oh, no, my dear. Remember what I told you. But he belongs to my part of the country. We were talking about Valence." Pauline and Boche were perplexed, put out in their ideas, not knowing what to think. Deloche left them on the Place de la Bastille. Like all young probationers, he slept in the house, and had to be back by 11 o'clock. Not wishing to go in with him, Denise, who had obtained what was called theatre leave, which allowed her to remain out till past midnight, accepted Boche's invitation to accompany Pauline to his home in the Rue Saint-Roch. They took a cab, and on the way Denise was stupefied to learn that her friend would not return to the Paradise till the morrow, having squared matters with Madame Cabin by giving her a 5-franc piece. Boche, who did the honors of his room, which was furnished with some old Empire furniture, given him by his father, got angry when Denise spoke of settling up, but at last accepted the 15 francs 12 sous which she had laid on the chest of drawers. However, he insisted on making her a cup of tea, and after struggling with a spirit lamp and saucepan, was obliged to go and fetch some sugar. Midnight struck as he was pouring out the tea. "I must be off," said Denise. "Presently," replied Pauline. "The theatres don't close so early." Denise, however, felt uncomfortable in that bachelor's room, and a quarter of an hour later she contrived to slip away. The private door which conducted to Maury's apartments and to the assistants' bedrooms was in the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin. Madame Cabin opened it by pulling a string and then gave a glance in order to see who was returning. A night light was burning dimly in the hall, and Denise, on finding herself in this uncertain glimmer, hesitated, and was seized with fear, for a moment previously, on turning the corner of the street, she had seen the door close on the shadowy figure of a man. It must have been the governor coming home from a party, and the idea that he was there in the dark, possibly waiting for her, caused her one of those strange fears with which he still inspired her, without any reasonable cause. Someone was certainly moving about on the first floor, for she heard a creaking of boots, whereupon, quite losing her head, she opened a door which led into the shop, and which was always left unlocked for the night watch to make his rounds. On entering, she found herself in the printed cotton department. "Good heavens! What shall I do?" she stammered, in her emotion. Then the idea occurred to her that there was another door upstairs leading to the bedrooms, but to reach it she would have to go right across the shop. She preferred this, however, notwithstanding the darkness reigning in the galleries. Not a gas jet was burning there, only a few lighted oil lamps hung here and there from the branches of the chandeliers, and these scattered lights, like yellow specks fading away in the gloom, resembled the lanterns hung up in mines. Big shadows loomed before her. She could hardly distinguish the piles of goods, which assumed all sorts of threatening aspects. Now they looked like fallen columns, now like squatting beasts, and now like lurking thieves. The heavy silence, broken by distant breathing, moreover increased the darkness. However, she found her way. From the linen department on her left came a paler gleam, bluey, like a house front under a summer sky at night. Then she wished to cross the central hall, but on running up against some piles of printed calico, she thought it safer to traverse the hosiery department, and then the woolen one. There she was frightened by a loud noise of snoring. It was Joseph, the messenger, sleeping behind some morning articles. She then quickly ran into the hall where the skylight cast a sort of crepuscular light, which made it appear larger, and, with its motionless shelves, and the shadows of its yard measures describing reversed crosses, lent it the awe-inspiring aspect of a church at night. And she, indeed full of fear, now fairly fled. In the mercery and glove departments she nearly trod on some more assistants, and only felt safe when she at last found herself on the staircase. But up above, just outside the mantle department, She was again seized with terror on perceiving a lantern twinkling in the darkness and moving forward. It was the patrol of 2 firemen, marking their passage on the faces of the indicators. She stood still for a moment, failing to understand their business, and watched them passing from among the shawls to the furniture, and then on to the underlinen department, terrified the while by their strange maneuvers, by the grating of their keys and the closing of the iron doors which shut with a resounding clang. When they approached, she took refuge in the lace department, but suddenly heard herself called by name and thereupon ran off to the door conducting to the private stairs. She had recognized Deloche's voice. He slept in his department, on a little iron bedstead which he set up himself every evening, and he was not asleep yet, but with open eyes was rememorating aloud the pleasant hours he had spent that evening. "What? It's you, mademoiselle," said Marguerite, whom Denise, despite all her maneuvering, found before her on the staircase, a small pocket candle holder in his hand. She stammered, and tried to explain that she had been to look for something. But he was not angry. He gazed at her with his paternal, and at the same time inquisitive, air. "You had permission to go to the theatre, then?" "Yes, sir." "And have you enjoyed yourself?" "What theatre did you go to?" "I have been in the country, sir." This made him laugh. Then, laying a certain stress on his words, he added, "All alone?" "No, sir, with a lady friend," she replied, her cheeks burning, shocked as she was by the suspicion which his words implied. He said no more, but he was still looking at her in her simple black dress and bonnet trimmed with a strip of blue ribbon. Was this little savage going to turn out a pretty girl? She looked all the better for her day in the open air, quite charming indeed, with her splendid hair waving over her forehead. And he, who during the last 6 months had treated her like a child, sometimes giving her advice, yielding to a desire to inform himself, to a wicked wish to know how a woman grew up and became lost in Paris, no longer laughed, but experienced a feeling of surprise and fear mingled with tenderness. No doubt it was a lover who was improving her like this. At this thought he felt as if pecked to the heart by a favorite bird, with which he had been playing. "Good night, sir," murmured Denise, continuing on her way without waiting. He did not answer, but remained watching her till she had disappeared. And then he entered his own apartments. Chapter 6. When the dead summer season arrived, quite a hurricane of panic swept through the ladies' paradise. The reign of terror, terror of dismissal, commenced. Many employees were sent away on leave, and others were dismissed in dozens by the principals, bent on clearing the shop, as no customers appeared there during the July and August heat. Marguerite, on making his daily round with Bourdoncle, would call aside the managers, whom he had prompted during the winter to engage more men than were really necessary, in order that the business might not suffer. But it was now a question of reducing expenses, and this was effected by casting quite a third of the shop people, the weak ones who allowed themselves to be swallowed up by the strong ones, onto the pavements again. "Come," he would say, you must have some who don't suit you. We can't keep them all this time doing nothing. And if the manager hesitated, hardly knowing whom to sacrifice, he would continue, make your own arrangements, 6 salesmen must suffice, you can take on others in October, there are always plenty to be had. Moreover, Birdoncle undertook the executions. He had a terrible way of saying, "Go and be paid," which fell on the poor devil he had singled out like a blow from an axe. Anything served him as a pretext for clearing off the superfluous staff. He invented misdeeds, speculating on the slightest negligence. You were sitting down, sir, go and get paid. You dare to answer me, go and get paid. Your shoes have not been blackened, go and get paid. And even the bravest trembled in presence of the massacre which he left behind him. Then, this system not working quickly enough, he invented a trap by which in a few days and without fatigue, he got rid of the number of salesmen condemned beforehand. At 8 o'clock, he took his stand at the door, watch in hand, and at 3 minutes past the hour, the breathless young people who arrived were greeted with his implacable "Go and get paid." This was a quick and cleanly manner of doing the work. "You've an ugly mug," he ended by saying one day to a poor devil whose nose, all on one side, annoyed him, "Go and get paid." The favored ones obtained a fortnight's holiday without pay, which was a more humane way of lessening the expenses. Moreover, the salesmen quietly accepted their precarious situation, obliged to do so by necessity and habit. Since their arrival in Paris, they had roamed about, commencing their apprenticeship here, finishing it there, getting dismissed or they themselves resigning all at once, just as interest dictated. When business slackened, the workmen lost their daily bread, and this went on amidst the subdued working of the machine. The useless gear was quietly thrown aside, like so much old plant. There was no gratitude shown for services rendered. So much the worse for those who did not know how to look after themselves. Nothing else was now talked of in the various departments. Fresh stories circulated every day. The dismissed salesmen were named, in the same way as one counts the dead in time of cholera. The shawl and the woolen departments suffered especially. 7 employees disappeared from them in 1 week. Then quite a drama threw the underlinen department into confusion. A customer, nearly fainting away, accused the young person who had served her of eating garlic, and the latter was dismissed at once, although, badly fed and dying of hunger, she had simply been finishing a collection of bread crusts at the counter. However, the authorities showed themselves pitiless at the least complaint from customers. No excuse was admitted. The employee was always wrong, and had to disappear like a defective instrument, which interfered with the proper working of the business, and the others bowed their heads, not even attempting any defense. In the panic which was raging, each trembled for himself. Mignot, going out one day with a parcel under his coat, notwithstanding the regulations, was nearly caught, and really thought himself lost. Leonard, celebrated for his idleness, was simply indebted to his father's position in the drapery trade for not being turned away one afternoon when Birdoncle found him dozing between two piles of English velvets. But the Holmes were especially anxious, each day expecting to see their son Albert sent away, as the principals were very dissatisfied with his conduct at his pay desk. He frequently had women there who diverted his attention from his work, and twice already Madame Aurelie had been obliged to plead for him. Denise was so menaced amid this general clearance, that she lived in constant expectation of a catastrophe. It was in vain that she summoned up her courage, struggling with all her gaiety and all her reason in the endeavor not to yield to the misgivings of her tender nature. She burst into blinding tears as soon as she had closed the door of her bedroom, in desolation at the thought of finding herself in the street, on bad terms with her uncle, not knowing where to go, without a copper saved, and with the two children to look after. The sensations she had experienced during the first few weeks again returned. She fancied herself a grain of seed under a powerful millstone, and utter discouragement came over her at the thought of what a small atom she was in this great machine, which would certainly crush her with its quiet indifference. There was no illusion possible. If they dismissed anyone from her department it would certainly be herself. During the Rambouillet excursion no doubt the other young ladies had incensed Madame Aurelie against her, for since then that lady had treated her with an air of severity into which entered a certain rancour. Besides, they could not forgive her for going to Joinville, regarding it as a sign of revolt, a means of setting the whole department at defiance, by exhibiting herself out of doors with a young lady from a rival counter. Never had Denise suffered so much in the department, and she now gave up all hope of conquering it. "Let them alone," repeated Pauline, "a lot of stuck-up things, as stupid as geese." But it was just these fine lady airs which intimidated Denise. Nearly all the Sales women, by their daily contact with rich customers, acquired certain graces, and finished by forming a vague nameless class, something between a work girl and a middle-class lady. But beneath their art in dress, and the manners and phrases they had learned by rote, there was often only a false, superficial education, the fruit of reading worthless papers, attending cheap theatres and music halls, and picking up all the current stupidities of Paris. "You know the unkempt one has got a child," said Clara one morning, on arriving in the department. And, as the others seemed astonished, she continued, "Yes, I saw her yesterday myself taking the child out for a walk. She's got it stowed away in the neighborhood, somewhere." 2 days later, Marguerite came up after dinner with another piece of news. "A nice thing, I've just seen the unkempt one's sweetheart, a workman, just fancy." Yes, a dirty little workman, with yellow hair, who was watching her through the windows. From that moment it became an accepted fact. Denise had a workman for a lover, and an infant concealed somewhere in the neighborhood. They overwhelmed her with spiteful allusions. The first time she understood them she turned quite pale at the monstrosity of their suppositions. It was abominable, she tried to explain, and stammered out, but they are my brothers. Oh! Oh! Her brothers, said Clara in a bantering tone. Madame Aurélie was obliged to interfere. Be quiet. Young ladies, you had better go on changing those tickets. Mademoiselle Baudoux is quite free to misbehave herself out of doors, if only she worked a bit when she is here. This curt defense was a condemnation. The poor girl, suffocating as if they had accused her of a crime, vainly endeavored to explain the facts. They laughed and shrugged their shoulders, and she felt wounded to the heart. On hearing the rumors, Deloche was so indignant that he wanted to slap the faces of the young ladies in Denise's department, and was only restrained from doing so by the fear of compromising her. Since the evening at Joinville, he had harbored a submissive love, an almost religious friendship for her, which he proved by his faithful dog-like looks. He was careful not to show his affection before the others, for they would have laughed at him. Still, that did not prevent him dreaming of the avenging blow he would deal if ever anyone should attack her in his presence. Denise finished by not answering the insults. It was all too odious, nobody would believe it. When any of her companions ventured a fresh allusion, she contented herself with looking at her with a sad, calm air. Besides, she had other troubles, material anxieties which took up her attention. Jean went on as badly as ever, always worrying her for money. Hardly a week passed that she did not receive some fresh story from him, 4 pages long, and when the house postman brought her these letters, in a big, passionate handwriting, she hastened to hide them in her pocket, for the Sales women affected to laugh, and hummed snatches of some doubtful ditties. Then, after inventing some pretext to enable her to go to the other end of the establishment and read these letters, she became full of fear. Poor Jean seemed to be lost. All his fibs succeeded with her. She believed in all his extraordinary love adventures, her complete ignorance of such things making her exaggerate his dangers. Sometimes it was a 2-franc piece he wanted to enable him to escape some woman's jealousy, at other times 5 francs, 6 francs, to get some poor girl out of a scrape as her father would otherwise kill her. And so, as her salary and commission did not suffice, Denise conceived the idea of looking for a little work after business hours. She spoke about it to Robinho, who had shown a certain sympathy for her since their first meeting at Vincard's, and he procured her the making of some neckties at 5 sous a dozen. At night, between 9 and 1 o'clock, she could sew 6 dozen of these, which represented 30 sous, out of which she had to deduct 4 sous for a candle. And as this sum kept Jean going, she did not complain of the want of sleep, and would have thought herself very happy had not another catastrophe once more upset her budgetary calculations. At the end of the second fortnight, when she went to the necktie dealer's, she found the door closed. The woman had failed, become bankrupt, thus carrying off her 18 francs 6 sous, a considerable sum on which she had been relying for the last week. All the annoyances she experienced in the department disappeared before this disaster. "You seem worried," said Pauline. meeting her one day in the furniture gallery, looking very pale. "Are you in want of anything?" But as Denise already owed her friend 12 francs, she tried to smile and replied, "No, thanks. I've not slept well, that's all." It was the 20th of July, and the panic caused by the dismissals was at its height. Out of the 400 employees, Burdoncle had already sacked 50, and there were rumors of fresh executions. She, however, thought but little of the menaces which were flying about, entirely absorbed as she was by the anguish caused her by one of Jean's adventures, an adventure yet more terrifying than any previous one. That very day he wanted 15 francs, which sum alone could save him from somebody's vengeance. On the previous evening she had received the first letter opening the drama, then, one after the other had come 2 more, and in the last, the perusal of which she was finishing when Pauline met her, Jean had announced his death for that evening, if she did not send the money. She was in agony. She couldn't take the sum out of Pepe's board money as this she had paid away 2 days before. Every sort of bad luck was pursuing her, for she had hoped to get her 18 francs 6 sous through Robinho, who might perhaps be able to find the necktie dealer, but Robinho, having got a fortnight's holiday, had not returned on the previous night though expected to do so. However, Pauline still questioned her in a friendly way. Whenever they met, in an out-of-the-way department, they would thus converse for a few minutes, keeping a sharp lookout the while. And suddenly, Pauline made a move as if to run off, having observed the white tie of an inspector coming out of the shawl department. "Ah! It's only old Jouve," she murmured in a relieved tone. "I can't think what makes the old man grin as he does when he sees us together. In your place I should beware, for he's too kind to you. He's an old humbug, as spiteful as a cat, and thinks he's still got his troopers to talk to." This was quite true. Jouve was detested by all the salespeople for his severity. More than half the dismissals were the result of his reports, and, rakish ex-captain that he was, with a big red nose, he only showed himself lenient in the departments served by women. Thus though he must have perceived Denise and Pauline he went away, pretending not to see them, and they heard him dropping on a salesman of the lace department, guilty of watching a fallen horse in the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin. "By the way," resumed Pauline, "weren't you looking for Monsieur Robinho yesterday? He's come back." At this Denise thought herself saved. "Thanks," said she, "I'll go round the other way then, and pass through the silk department." "So much the worse. They sent me upstairs to the workroom to fetch a bodkin." And thereupon they separated. The young girl, with a busy look, as if she were running from pay desk to pay desk in search of something, reached the stairs and went down into the hall. It was 9:15, the first lunch bell had rung. A warm sun was playing on the windows, and in spite of the grey linen blinds, the heat penetrated the stagnant air. Now and then a refreshing breath arose from the floor, which some assistants were gently watering. A somnolence, A summer siesta reigned in all the vacant spaces around the counters. You might have thought yourself in a church wrapped in sleeping shadow after the last Mass. Some salesmen were standing about listlessly, and a few rare customers crossed the galleries and the hall, with the indolent step of women annoyed by the sun. Just as Denise went down, Favia was measuring a dress length of light silk, with pink spots, for Madame Bouterolle, who had arrived in Paris from the south on the previous day. Since the commencement of the month, the provinces had been sending up their detachments. You saw nothing but queerly dressed dames in yellow shawls, green skirts, and flaring bonnets. But the shopmen were even too indolent to laugh at them. Favia accompanied Madame Bouterolle to the mercery department, and on returning, remarked to Hutin, "Yesterday they were all orphanat women, today they are all Provençals. I'm sick of them." But just then Hutin rushed forward, for it was his turn, and he had recognized the pretty lady, the lovely blonde thus nicknamed by the department, which knew nothing about her, not even her name. They all smiled at her. Not a week passed without her coming to the ladies' paradise, hitherto always alone. This time, however, she had a little boy of 4 or 5 with her, and this gave rise to various comments. "She's married, then?" asked Favia, when Hutin returned from the pay desk, where he had debited her with 30 yards of Duchess satin. "Possibly," replied he, "although the youngster proves nothing. Perhaps he belongs to a lady friend. What's certain is, that she must have been weeping. She was awfully melancholy, and her eyes were so red." A silence ensued. The two salesmen gazed vaguely into the depths of the shop. Then Favia resumed in a low voice, "If she's married, perhaps her husband smacked her face." "Possibly," repeated Hutin, "unless a lover has played her false." And after a fresh silence, he added, "Anyway, I don't care a hang." At this moment Denise crossed the silk department, slackening her steps and looking around her, in search of Robinho. She could not see him, so she went into the linen department, then passed through again. The two salesmen had noticed her movements. "There's that bag of bones again," murmured Hutin. "She's looking for Robinho," said Favia. "I can't think what they get up to together." "Oh, nothing wrong. But they say Robinho has procured her a little work, some neckties." "What a spec, eh?" Hutin was meditating something spiteful, and when Denise passed near him, he stopped her, saying, "Is it me you're looking for?" She turned very red. Since the Joinville excursion, she had not dared to read her heart, full of confused sensations. She was constantly recalling his appearance with that red-haired girl, and if she still trembled before him, it was doubtless from uneasiness. Had she ever loved him? Did she love him still? She hardly liked to stir up these things, which were painful to her. "No, sir," she replied, embarrassed. Hutin thereupon began to laugh at her uneasy manner. "Would you like us to serve him to you?" "Favia, just serve Robinho to this young lady." She looked at him fixedly, with the sad calm look with which she had met the wounding remarks made by the girls, her companions. Ah! So he was spiteful, he attacked her as well as the others. And she felt a sort of supreme anguish, the breaking of a last tie. Her face expressed such real suffering, that Flavia, although not of a very tender nature, came to her assistance. "Monsieur Robinho has gone out to match some goods," said he. "No doubt he will be back for lunch. You'll find him here this afternoon, if you want to speak to him." Denise thanked him, and went up to her department, where Madame Aurélie was waiting for her in a terrible rage. What? She had been gone half an hour. Where had she just sprung from? Not from the workroom, that was quite certain. The poor girl hung her head, thinking of this avalanche of misfortunes. All would be over if Robinho should not come in. However, she resolved to go down again, later on. In the silk department, Robinho's return had provoked quite a revolution. The salesman had hoped that, disgusted with the annoyances they were incessantly causing him, he would not return to the establishment, and, in fact, there was a moment, when pressed by Vincard to take over his business, he had almost decided to do so. Houtin's secret labor, the mine which he had been laying under the second-hand's feet for months past, was about to explode. During Robinho's holidays, he had temporarily taken his place and had done his best to injure him in the minds of the principals, and secure possession of his situation by excess of zeal. He discovered and reported all sorts of trifling irregularities, suggested improvements, and invented new designs. There was, however, nothing exceptional in all this. Everybody in the department, from the unpaid probationer, longing to become a salesman, to the first salesman who coveted the situation of manager, had but one fixed idea, and that was to dislodge the comrade above them, to ascend another rung of the ladder, by knocking him over if necessary. And this battle of appetites, this constant hurtling, even contributed to the better working of the machine, inspiriting the sales and fanning the flame of success which was astonishing Paris. Behind Houtin, there was Flavia, and behind Flavia came the others, in a long line. You heard a loud noise as of jaws working. Robinho was condemned, and each was grabbing for one of his bones. So when the second hand returned from his holiday there was a general grumbling. The matter had to be settled at once, the salesman's attitude appearing so menacing that the head of the department had sent Robinho out to match some goods at the depots of manufacturers in order to give the authorities an opportunity to come to a decision. "We would sooner all leave, if he is to be kept," declared Houtin. The affair greatly bothered Baudemont, whose gaiety ill accorded with such worries. He was pained to see nothing but scowling faces around him. Nevertheless he desired to be just. "Come, leave him alone, he doesn't hurt you," he said. But they protested energetically. "What? Doesn't hurt us? An insupportable being who is always irritable and so proud that he would walk over one rather than not pass." This was the great grievance of the department. Robinho, nervous as a woman, was intolerably stiff and susceptible. They related scores of stories about him. One poor little fellow had fallen ill through his treatment, and even lady customers had been humiliated by his curt remarks. "Well, gentlemen, I won't take anything on myself," said Beaumont. "I've notified the position to the directors, and am going to speak about it shortly." The second lunch was being rung. The clang of a bell came up from the basement with a distant muffled sound in the close air of the shop. Houghton and Favier went down. From all the counters came salesmen one by one, hastening, helter-skelter, through the narrow entrance to the kitchen passage down below, a damp passage always lighted by gas. The flock pushed forward, without a laugh or a word, amidst an increasing clatter of crockery and a strong odor of food. Then at the far end of the passage there was a sudden halt, before a wicket. Flanked by piles of plates, and armed with forks and spoons, which he plunged into copper pans, a cook was distributing the portions. And when he stood aside, the flaring kitchen could be seen beyond his white-covered belly. "Of course," muttered Houghton, consulting the bill of fare, written on a black board above the wicket. "Boiled beef and pungent sauce, or skate. Never any roast meat in this rotten shop. Their boiled beef and fish don't do a fellow a bit of good. Moreover, the fish was universally neglected, for the pan was quite full." Favier, however, took some skate. Behind him, Houghton stooped down, saying, "Beef and sauce." With a mechanical movement of his fork, the cook picked up a piece of meat, then poured a spoonful of sauce over it, and Houghton, suffocated by the hot air from the kitchen, had hardly secured his portion, before the words, "Beef, pungent sauce, beef, pungent sauce" followed each other like a litany, whilst the cook continued to pick up the meat and pour the sauce over it with the rapid rhythmical movement of a well-regulated clock. "But the skate's cold," declared Favier, whose hand felt no warmth from the plate. They were now all hurrying along, with arms extended and plates held straight, for fear of running against one another. 10 steps further was the bar, another wicket with a shiny zinc counter, on which were ranged the shares of wine, small bottles, without corks and still damp from rinsing. And each took one of these bottles in his empty hand as he passed, and then, completely laden, made for his table with a serious air, careful not to spill anything. Houghton, however, grumbled between his teeth. "This is a fine dance, with all this crockery." The table at which he and Favier sat was at the end of the corridor, in the last dining room. The rooms were all alike, old cellars 12 feet by 15, which had been cemented over and fitted up as refectories. But the damp came through the paintwork, the yellow walls were covered with greenish spots, and, from the narrow windows, opening on the street, on a level with the pavement, there fell a livid light, incessantly traversed by the vague shadows of passers-by. In July as in December, you stifled in the warm air, laden with nauseous smells, which came from the kitchen nearby. Houghton went in first. On the table, which was fixed at one end to the wall, and covered with American cloth. There were only the glasses, knives, and forks, marking the places. A pile of clean plates stood at each end, whilst in the middle was a big loaf, a knife sticking in it, with the handle in the air. Houghton rid himself of his bottle and laid down his plate. Then, after taking his napkin from the bottom of a set of pigeonholes, the sole ornament on the walls, he heaved a sigh and sat down. "And I'm fearfully hungry, too," he murmured. "It's always like that," replied Favier, seating himself on the left. "Nothing to eat when one is starving." The table was rapidly filling. It contained 22 places. At first nothing was heard but a loud clattering of knives and forks, the gormandizing of big fellows whom 13 hours daily work incessantly rendered hungry. Formerly the employees had been allowed an hour for meals, which had enabled them to go to a cafe and take their coffee, and they would then dispatch their dinner in 20 minutes, anxious to get into the street. But this excited them too much. They came back careless, their minds bent on other things than business, and so the managers had decided that they should not go out, but pay an extra 3 halfpence for a cup of coffee, if they wanted one. So now they were in no hurry, but prolonged the meal, being in no wise anxious to go back to work before time. Between their big mouthfuls a great many read newspapers which they had folded and placed against their bottles. Others, their first hunger satisfied, talked noisily, always returning to the eternal grievance of the bad food, to the money they had earned, to what they had done on the previous Sunday, and what they were going to do on the next one. "I say, what about your Robinho?" a salesman suddenly asked Houghton. The struggle between the men of the silk department and their second hand occupied all the counters. The question was discussed every evening at the Café Saint Roch until midnight. Houghton, who was busy with his piece of beef, contented himself with replying, "Well, he's come back." Then, suddenly getting angry, he resumed, "But confound it, I really believe they've given me a slice of donkey. It's become disgusting, my word of honor." "You needn't grumble," said Favier. "I was flat enough to ask for skate. It's putrid." They were all speaking at once, some complaining and some joking. At a corner of the table, against the wall, sat Deloche silently eating. He was afflicted with a ravenous appetite, which he had never been able to satisfy, and not earning enough to afford any extras, he cut himself huge chunks of bread, and bolted even the least savory platefuls, with a gourmandizing air. They all laughed at him, crying, "Favier, pass your skate to Deloche. He likes it like that. And your meat, Houghton, Deloche wants it for his dessert." The poor fellow shrugged his shoulders, and did not even reply. It wasn't his fault if he was dying of hunger. Besides, the others might abuse the food as much as they liked, they swallowed it all the same. But a low whistle stopped their talk. Moreet and Burdoncle were in the corridor. For some time the complaints had become so frequent that the principals pretended to come and judge the quality of the food themselves. They gave 30 sous a head per day to the chief cook, who had to pay for everything: provisions, coal, gas, and staff, and they displayed a naive astonishment when the food was not good. That very morning even, each department had deputed a spokesman. Mignot and Leonard had undertaken to speak for their comrades. And so, in the sudden silence which fell, all ears were cocked to catch the conversation going on in the next room, which Morit and Bourdoncle had just entered. The latter declared the beef excellent, and Mignot, astounded by this quiet assertion, was repeating, "But chew it, and see," whilst Leonard, attacking the skate, gently remarked, "But it stinks, sir." Morit thereupon launched into a cordial speech. He would do everything for his employees' welfare, he was their father, and would rather eat dry bread himself than see them badly fed. "I promise you to look into the matter," he said in conclusion, raising his voice so that they might all hear it from one end of the passage to the other. The inquiry being finished, the noise of the knives and forks commenced once more. "Yes, reckon on that, and drink water," Hutin muttered. "Ah, they're not stingy of fine words. You want some promises, there you are. But all the while they continue feeding you on old boot leather, and chuck you out like dogs." The salesman who had already questioned him thereupon repeated, "You say that Robinho," but a clatter of heavy crockeryware drowned his voice. The men changed their plates themselves, and the piles at both ends were diminishing. When a kitchen help brought in some large tin dishes, Hutin cried out, "Baked rice. This is a finisher." "Good for a penn'orth of gum," said Favier, serving himself. Some liked it but others thought it too sticky. Those who were plunged in the fiction of their newspaper, not even knowing what they were eating, remained silent. All, however, mopped their foreheads, and the narrow cellar-like apartment filled with a ruddy vapor whilst the shadows of the passers-by continually passed like black bars over the littered tables. "Pass Deloche the bread," cried one of the wags. Each one cut a piece, and then again dug the knife into the loaf up to the handle, and the bread still went round. "Who'll take my rice for a dessert?" all at once asked Hutin, and when he had concluded his bargain with a short, thin young fellow, he attempted to sell his wine also, but no one would take it as it was known to be detestable. "As I was telling you, Robinho is back," he continued, amid the crossfire of laughter and conversation that went on. "Oh, his affair is serious. Just fancy, he has been leading the Sales women astray. Yes, and he gets them cravats to make." "Silence," muttered Favier. "They're just judging him." And with a wink he called attention to Bourdoncle, who was walking up and down the passage between Morit and Bourdoncle, all three absorbed in an animated conversation, carried on in a low tone. The dining room of the managers and second hands happened to be just opposite. And so on seeing Morit pass, Bourdoncle, having finished his meal, had got up to relate the affair and explain the awkward position he was in. The other two listened, still refusing to sacrifice Robinho, a first-class salesman, who dated from Madame Hédouin's time. But when Bothemond came to the story of the Necties, Birdoncle got angry. Was this fellow mad to interfere with the Sales women and procure them extra work? The house paid dearly enough for the women's time. If they worked on their own account at night, they must work less during the daytime in the shop, that was certain. Therefore it was a robbery. They were risking their health, which did not belong to them. No, the night was intended for sleep. They must all sleep, or they would be sent to the right about. Things are getting rather warm, remarked Houghton. Each time the three principals passed the dining room, the shopmen watched them, commenting on their slightest gestures. The baked rice, in which a cashier had just found a brace button, was momentarily forgotten. I just heard the word cravat, said Favia. And you saw how Birdoncle's face turned pale all at once. Moritz shared his partner's indignation. That a saleswoman should be reduced to work at night seemed to him an attack on the very organization of the ladies' paradise. Who was the stupid that couldn't earn enough in the business? But when Bothemond named Denise, he softened down, and invented excuses. Ah! Yes, that poor little girl, she wasn't very sharp, and had others dependent on her, it was said. Birdoncle interrupted him to declare they ought to send her packing immediately. They would never do anything with such an ugly creature. He had always said so, and he seemed to be indulging a spiteful feeling. Thereupon Moritz, in embarrassment, affected to laugh. Dear me! What a severe man! Couldn't they forgive her for once? They could call in the culprit and give her a scolding. In short, Robinho was the one to blame, for he ought to have dissuaded her, he, an old hand, knowing the ways of the house. Well, there's the governor laughing now, resumed Favia, in astonishment, as the group again passed the door. Ah, by Jove, exclaimed Houghton, if they persist in shoving Robinho on our shoulders, we'll make it lively for them. Birdoncle looked straight at Moritz and then simply made a gesture of disdain, to intimate that he saw how it was, and thought it idiotic. Bothemond meantime resumed his complaints. The salesman threatened to leave, and there were some very good men amongst them. However, what appeared to have most effect on these gentlemen was the rumor of Robinho's friendly relations with Gajan. The latter, it was said, was urging the former to set up for himself in the neighborhood, offering him any amount of credit, to run in opposition to the ladies' paradise. There was a pause. Ah! Robinho thought of showing fight, did he? Moritz had become serious, though he affected a certain scorn, and avoided coming to a decision, as if it were matter of no importance. They would see, they would speak to him. And he immediately began to joke with Bothemond, whose father, arriving from his little shop at Montpellier 2 days previously, had almost choked with stupefaction and rage on seeing the immense hall in which his son reigned. Everyone was still laughing about the old man, who, recovering his southern assurance, had immediately begun to run everything down, pretending that the drapery business would soon go to the dogs. Ah! Precisely, "Here's Robinho," said Beaumont. "I sent him to attend to some matching so as to avoid any unpleasant occurrence. Excuse me if I insist, but things have come to such a pass that something must really be done." Robinho, who had just come in, passed by the group with a bow, on his way to the table. Morit simply repeated, "All right, we'll see about it." Then all three went off. Hutin and Favia were still watching for them, but on seeing that they did not return began to relieve their feelings. Did the governor mean to come down like that at every meal, to count their mouthfuls? A nice thing it would be if they could not even eat in peace. The truth was, they had just seen Robinho come in, and the governor's good humor made them anxious about the result of the struggle they were engaged in. They lowered their voices, trying to find fresh subjects for grumbling. "But I'm dying of hunger," continued Hutin, aloud. One is hungrier than ever on rising from table. And yet he had eaten 2 portions of jam, his own and the one which he had secured in exchange for his plate of rice. All at once he cried out, "Hang it, I'm going in for an extra. Victor, give me another jam." The waiter was finishing the serving of the desserts. He then brought in the coffee, and those who took it gave him their 3 sous there and then. A few had gone away, dawdling along the corridor and looking for a dark corner where they might smoke a cigarette. The others remained at table before the greasy plates, rolling pellets of breadcrumbs and recounting the same old stories, amidst the sickly odor of victuals, which they could no longer smell, and the sweltering heat which was reddening their ears. The walls reeked with moisture, a slow asphyxia fell from the mouldy vaulted ceiling. Leaning against the wall was Deloche, stuffed with bread and digesting in silence, his eyes on the window. His daily recreation, after luncheon, was to watch the feet of the passers-by spinning along the street, a continual procession of living feet in big shoes, elegant boots, and ladies' tiny boots, without either head or body. On rainy days all were very dirty. "What? Already?" suddenly exclaimed Hutin. A bell had begun to ring at the end of the passage and they had to make way for the third lunch. The waiters came in with pails of warm water and big sponges to clean the American cloth. Gradually the rooms emptied and the salesmen returned to their departments, loitering as they went up the stairs. In the kitchen, the head cook had resumed his place at the wicket, between the pans of skate, beef, and sauce, again armed with his forks and spoons and ready to fill the plates anew with the rhythmical movement of a well-regulated clock. As Hutin and Favia slowly withdrew, they saw Denise coming down. "Monsieur Robinho is back, mademoiselle," said the former with sneering politeness. "He is still at table," added the other. "But if you are in a very great hurry you can go in." Denise continued on her way without replying or turning round, but when she passed the dining room of the managers and second hands, she could not help just looking in, and saw that Robinho was really there. She resolved that she would try to speak to him in the afternoon, and continued her journey along the corridor to her own dining room, which was at the other end. The women took their meals apart, in 2 special rooms. Denise entered the first one. This also was an old cellar, transformed into a refectory, but it had been fitted up with more comfort. On the oval table, in the middle of the apartment, the 15 places were set further apart and the wine was in decanters, a dish of skate and a dish of beef with pungent sauce occupying the 2 ends of the table. Waiters in white aprons moreover attended to the young ladies, and spared them the trouble of fetching their portions from the wicket. The manager had thought this arrangement more seemly. "You went round, then?" asked Pauline, already seated and cutting herself some bread. "Yes," replied Denise, blushing, "I was accompanying a customer." But this was a fib. Clara nudged her neighbor. What was the matter with the unkempt girl? She was quite strange in her ways that day. One after the other she had received 2 letters from her lover and then went running all over the shop like a madwoman, pretending she was going to the workroom, where she did not even put in an appearance. There was something up, that was certain. Then Clara, eating her skate without any show of disgust, with the indifference of a girl who had been used to nothing better than rancid bacon, began speaking of a frightful drama, accounts of which filled the newspapers. "You've read about that man cutting his mistress's throat with a razor, haven't you?" "Well," said a little, quiet, delicate-looking girl belonging to the underlinen department, "she was unfaithful to him. Serve her right." But Pauline protested. "What? Just because you had ceased to love a man, he was to be allowed to cut your throat?" "Ah! No, never." And stopping all at once, she turned round to the waiter, saying, "Pierre, I can't get through this beef. Just tell them to do me an extra, an omelette, nice and soft, if possible." Then to while away the time, she took out some chocolate which she began eating with her bread, for she always had her pockets full of sweetmeats. "It certainly isn't very amusing," resumed Clara. "And some people are fearfully jealous, you know. Only the other day there was a workman who pitched his wife into a well." She kept her eyes on Denise, thinking she had guessed her trouble on seeing her turn pale. Evidently that little prude was afraid of being beaten by her lover, whom she no doubt deceived. It would be a lark if he should come into the shop after her, as she seemed to fear he would. But the conversation took another turn, for one of the girls was giving a recipe for cleaning velvet. Then they went on to speak of a piece at the Gaiety, in which some lovely little children danced better than any grown-up persons. Pauline, saddened for a moment at the sight of her omelette, which was overdone, recovered her spirits on finding that it tasted fairly well. "Pass the wine," said she to Denise. "You should take an omelette." "Oh, the beef is enough for me," replied the young girl, who, in order to avoid expense, contented herself with the food provided by the house, no matter how repugnant it might be. When the waiter brought in the baked rice, the other young ladies protested. They had refused it the previous week, and had hoped it would not appear again. Denise, inattentive, worrying the more about Jean after Clara's stories, was the only one to eat it, and all the others looked at her with disgust. There was a great demand for extras. They gorged themselves with jam. Moreover, this was a sort of elegance. They considered it aristocratic to feed themselves at their own expense. "You know that the gentlemen have complained," said the delicate little girl from the underlinen department, "and the management has promised." But the others interrupted her with a burst of laughter, and began to rail at the management. Coffee was taken by all excepting Denise, who couldn't bear it, she said. And they lingered there before their cups. The young ladies from the underlinen department, all middle-class simplicity in their woolen dresses, and the young ladies from the mantle department arrayed in silk, their napkins tucked under their chins, in order not to stain their gowns, like ladies who might have come down to the servants' hall to dine with their chambermaids. Having opened the glazed sash of the air-hole to change the stifling poisoned air, they were speedily obliged to close it, for the cab wheels seemed to be passing over the table. "Hush," whispered Pauline, "here's that old beast." It was Inspector Jouve, who was rather fond of prowling about at meal-times, when the young ladies were there. He was supposed, in fact, to look after their dining rooms. With a smiling face he would come in and walk round the tables. Sometimes he would even indulge in a little gossip, and inquire if they had made a good lunch. But as he annoyed them and made them feel uncomfortable, they all hastened to get away. Although the bell had not rung, Clara was the first to disappear. The others followed her, and soon only Denise and Pauline remained. The latter, after drinking her coffee, was finishing her chocolate drops. But all at once she got up, saying, "I'm going to send a messenger for some oranges. Are you coming?" "Presently," replied Denise, who was nibbling at a crust, determined to wait till the last, so that she might be able to see Robinho on her way upstairs. However, when she found herself alone with Jouve, she felt uneasy and annoyed, and quitted the table. But as she was going towards the door he stopped her, saying, "Mademoiselle Bordeaux," erect before her. He was smiling with a paternal air. His thick grey moustache and short cropped hair gave him a respectable military appearance, and he threw out his chest, on which was displayed the red ribbon of his decoration. "What is it, Monsieur Jouve?" asked she, feeling reassured. "I caught you again this morning talking upstairs behind the carpet department. You know it is not allowed, and if I reported you, she must be very fond of you, your friend Pauline." His moustache quivered, and his huge nose seemed all aflame. "What makes you so fond of each other, eh?" Denise had again been seized with an uneasy feeling. He was getting too close, and was speaking in her face. "It's true we were talking, Monsieur Jouve," she stammered, "but there's no harm in talking a bit. You are very kind to me, and I'm very much obliged to you." "I ought not to be kind," said he. "Justice, and nothing more, is my motto. But when it's a pretty girl," and thereupon he came closer still, and she felt really afraid. Pauline's words returned to her memory, and she recalled the stories which were told of old Jouve's goings-on. "Leave me alone," she murmured, drawing back. "Come," said he, "you are not going to play the savage with me, who always treat you so well. Be amiable, come and take a cup of tea and a slice of bread and butter with me this evening. You are very welcome." She was struggling now. "No, no," she exclaimed. The dining room remained empty, the waiter had not come back. Jauve, listening for the sound of any footsteps, cast a rapid glance around him, and then, very excited, losing all control over himself, he attempted to kiss her on the neck. "What a spiteful, stupid little girl you are," he said. But she was quite shocked and terrified by the approach of his burning face, and all at once she gave him so rough a push that he staggered and nearly fell upon the table. Fortunately, a chair saved him, but in the shock, some wine left in a glass spurted onto his white necktie, and soaked his decoration. And he remained there, without wiping himself, choked with anger at such brutality. "Ah, you will be sorry for this, on my word of honor," he growled between his teeth. Denise ran away. Just at that moment the bell rang, but sorely perturbed, still shuddering, she forgot Robinho, and went straight up to her counter. And she did not dare to go down again. As the sun fell on the frontage of the Place Galen of an afternoon, they were soon all stifling in the first-floor rooms, notwithstanding the grey linen blinds. A few customers came, put the young ladies into perspiration, and went away without buying anything. Everyone was yawning even under Madame Aurélie's big sleepy eyes. At last, towards 3 o'clock, Denise, seeing the first hand falling asleep, quietly slipped off, and resumed her journey across the shop, with a busy air. To put the curious ones, who might be watching her, off the scent, she did not go straight to the silk department, pretending that she wanted something among the laces. She went up to Deloche, and asked him a question, and then, on reaching the ground floor, she passed through the printed cottons department, and was just going into the cravat gallery, when she stopped short, startled and surprised. Jean was before her. "What? It's you," she murmured, quite pale. He was wearing his working blouse, and was bareheaded, with his hair in disorder, its curls falling over his girlish face. Standing before a showcase of narrow black neckties, he appeared to be thinking deeply. "What are you doing here?" resumed Denise. "What do you think?" replied he. "I was waiting for you. You won't let me come. So I came in all the same, but haven't said anything to anybody. You may be quite easy. Pretend not to know me, if you like." Some salesmen were already looking at them in astonishment. Jean lowered his voice. "She wanted to come with me, you know." "Yes, she is close by, opposite the fountain." "Give me the 15 francs quick, or we are done for as sure as the sun is shining on us." Denise then lost her head. The lookers-on were grinning, listening to this adventure. And as behind the cravat department there was a staircase leading to the basement, she hastily pushed her brother, and made him go down. Once below he resumed his story, embarrassed, inventing his facts as he went on, and fearing that he might not be believed. The money is not for her. She is too respectable for that. And as for her husband, he does not care a straw for 15 francs. No, it's for a low fellow, one of her friends, who saw me kissing her, and if I don't give him this money this evening, be quiet, murmured Denise. Presently, do get along. They were now in the parcels office. The dead season had steeped the vast basement in a sort of torpor, in the pale light falling from the air holes. It was cool as well, and a silence fell from the ceiling. However, there was a porter collecting from one of the compartments a few parcels for the neighborhood of the Madeleine, and, on the large sorting table, sat Campion, the chief clerk, his legs dangling, and his eyes wandering. Jean began again. The husband, who has a big knife. Get along, repeated Denise, still pushing him forward. They followed one of the narrow passages, where the gas was always kept burning. In the dark vaults to the right and the left were the reserve goods, shadowy behind the gratings. At last she stopped opposite one of these. Nobody was likely to pass that way, but the assistants were not allowed there, and she shuddered. If this rascal says anything, resumed Jean, the husband, who has a big knife, but where do you expect me to find 15 francs? Exclaimed Denise in despair. Can't you be more careful? You're always getting into some stupid scrape. He struck his chest. Amidst all his romantic inventions he had almost forgotten the exact truth. He dramatized his pecuniary wants, but there was always some immediate necessity behind his display. By all that's sacred, it's really true this time, said he. She stopped him again, and lost her temper, tortured and completely at a loss. I don't want to know, she replied. Keep your wicked conduct to yourself. It's too bad, you ought to know better. You're always tormenting me. I'm killing myself to keep you in money. Yes, I have to stay up all night at work. Not only that, but you are taking the bread out of your little brother's mouth. Jean stood there with his mouth agape, and his face paling. What? It was wicked. And he could not understand. From infancy he had always treated his sister like a comrade, and thought it quite a natural thing to open his heart to her. But what upset him above all else was to learn that she stopped up all night. The idea that he was killing her, and taking Pepe's share as well, affected him so much that he began to cry. You're right, I'm a scamp, he exclaimed. Really now, I am quite furious with myself. I could slap my face. He had taken her hands, and was kissing them and inundating them with tears. Give me the 15 francs, and this shall be the last time, I swear it to you. Or rather, no, don't give me anything. I prefer to die. If the husband murders me, it will be a good riddance for you. And as she was now crying as well, he became stricken with remorse. I say that, but of course I'm not sure. Perhaps he doesn't want to kill anyone. We'll manage. I promise you that, little sister. Goodbye, I'm off. However, a sound of footsteps at the end of the passage suddenly frightened them. She quickly drew him close to the grating, in a dark corner. For an instant they heard nothing but the hissing of a gas burner near them. Then the footsteps drew nearer, and, on stretching out her neck, she recognized Inspector Jouve, who had just entered the corridor, with his stiff military walk. Was he there by chance, or had someone at the door warned him of Jean's presence? She was seized with such fright that she quite lost her head, and, pushing Jean out of the dark spot where they were concealed, drove him before her, stammering out, "Be off! Be off!" Both galloped along, hearing Jouve behind them, for he also had begun to run. And again they crossed the parcels office, and reached the foot of the stairs leading out into the Rue de la Michaudière. "Be off," repeated Denise, "be off. If I can, I'll send you the 15 francs all the same." Jean, bewildered, scampered away. The inspector, who came up panting, out of breath, could only distinguish a corner of his white blouse, and his locks of fair hair flying in the wind. For a moment Jouve remained trying to get his breath back and resume his dignified demeanor. He now wore a brand new white necktie which he had purchased in the linen department and the large bow of which glistened like snow. "Well, this is nice behavior, mademoiselle," said he, his lips trembling. "Yes, it's nice, very nice. If you think I'm going to stand this sort of thing you're mistaken." And with this remark he pursued her whilst she was returning to the shop, overcome with emotion and unable to find a word of defense. She was sorry now that she had run away. Why hadn't she explained the matter, and brought her brother forward? They would now imagine all sorts of villainies, and, say what she might, they would never believe her. Once more she forgot Robinho, and went back to her counter, while Jouve repaired to the manager's office to report the matter. But the messenger on duty told him that Monsieur Morit was with Monsieur Bourdoncle and Monsieur Robinho. They had been talking together for the last quarter of an hour. In fact, the door was half open, and he could hear Morit gaily asking Robinho if he had spent a pleasant holiday. There was not the least question of a dismissal, on the contrary, the conversation fell on certain things to be done in the silk department. "Do you want anything, Monsieur Jouve?" exclaimed Morit. "Come in." But a sudden instinct warned the inspector. As Bourdoncle had come out, he preferred to relate everything to him, and they slowly passed through the shawl department, walking side by side, the one leaning over and talking in a low tone, the other listening without a muscle of his severe face betraying his impressions. "All right," he said at last. And as they had arrived at the mantle department, he went in. Just at that moment Madame Aurélie was scolding Denise. Where had she come from again? This time she couldn't say that she had been to the workroom. Really, these continual absences could not be tolerated any longer. "Madame Aurélie," cried Bourdoncle, He had decided on a bold stroke, not wishing to consult Maurite, for fear of some weakness. The first hand came up, and the story was once more related in a low voice. All the girls were waiting in the expectation of some catastrophe. At last, Madame Aurélie turned round with a solemn air. "Mademoiselle Bordeaux," she called, and her puffy Caesarian countenance assumed the inexorable sternness of sovereign power, "go and get paid." The terrible phrase rang out loudly in the empty department. Denise stood there pale as a ghost, without saying a word. At last she was able to ask in broken sentences, "Me? Me? What for? What have I done?" Bourdoncle harshly replied that she knew very well, that she had better not provoke any explanation, and he spoke of the cravats, and added that it would be a fine thing if all the young ladies were to receive men down in the basement. "But it was my brother," she cried with the grievous anger of an outraged virgin. Marguerite and Clara began to laugh. Madame Frederick, usually so discreet, shook her head with an incredulous air. Always her brother. Really it was very stupid. Denise looked round at all of them, at Bourdoncle, who had taken a dislike to her from the first, Chauve, who had stopped to serve as a witness, and from whom she expected no justice, and then at those girls whom she had not been able to soften by 9 months of smiling courage, who were happy, in fact, to help in turning her out of doors. What was the use of struggling? What was the use of trying to impose herself on them when none of them liked her? And she went away without a word, not even casting another look at the room where she had so long battled. But as soon as she was alone, before the hall staircase, a deeper sense of suffering filled her heart. No one cared for her, and the sudden thought of Maurite had just deprived her of all resignation. No. No. She could not accept such a dismissal. Perhaps he would believe that villainous story of a rendezvous with a man down in the cellars. At this thought, a feeling of shame tortured her, an anguish with which she had never before been afflicted. She wished to go and see him to explain the matter to him, simply in order to let him know the truth, for she was quite ready to go away as soon as he should know it. And her old fear, the shiver which chilled her whenever she was in his presence, suddenly developed into an ardent desire to see him, not to leave the house in fact without telling him that she had never belonged to another. It was nearly 5 o'clock, and the shop was waking into life again in the cool evening air. She quickly started off for Maurite's office. But when she reached the door, a hopeless, melancholy feeling again took possession of her. Her tongue refused its office, the intolerable burden of existence again fell on her shoulders. He would not believe her, he would laugh like the others, she thought, and this idea made her almost faint away. All was over, she would be better alone, out of the way, dead. And thereupon, without informing either Pauline or Deloche, she at once went for her money. "You have 22 days, mademoiselle," said the clerk. "That makes 18 francs and 14 sous, to which must be added 7 francs for commission." "That's right, isn't it?" Yes, sir. Thanks. And Denise was about to go off with her money, when she at last met Robinho. He had already heard of her dismissal, and promised to find the necktie dealer. Then in a lower tone he tried to console her, but lost his temper. What an existence, to be at the continual mercy of a whim. To be thrown onto the pavement at an hour's notice, without even being able to claim a full month's salary. Denise went up to inform Madame Cabin that she would endeavor to send for her box during the evening. It was just striking 5 when she found herself on the pavement of the Place Galen, bewildered, in the midst of the crowd of people and vehicles. That same evening when Robinho got home he received a letter from the management informing him, in a few lines, that for certain reasons relating to internal arrangements they were obliged to deprive themselves of his services. He had been at the Paradise for 7 years, and only that afternoon had been talking to the principals. Thus it was a heavy blow for him. Houghton and Favia, however, were crowing in the silk department, as loudly as Clara and Marguerite in the other one. A jolly good riddance. Such clean sweeps made room for others. Deloche and Pauline were the only ones who, when they met amidst the crush of the galleries, exchanged distressful words, in their regret at the departure of Denise, so virtuous and gentle. "Ah," said the young man, "if ever she succeeds anywhere else, I should like to see her come back here, and trample on all those good-for-nothing creatures." It was Bourdoncle who in this affair had to bear the brunt of Maurite's anger. When the latter heard of Denise's dismissal, he was exceedingly annoyed. As a rule he never interfered with the staff, but this time he affected to see an encroachment on his attributions, an attempt to override his authority. Was he no longer master in the place, that they dared to give orders? Everything must pass through his hands, absolutely everything, and he would immediately crush anyone who should resist. Then, after making personal inquiries, all the while in a nervous torment which he could not conceal, he again lost his temper. The poor girl had not lied, it was really her brother. Campion had fully recognized him. Why had she been sent away, then? He even spoke of taking her back. However, Bourdoncle, strong is his passive resistance, bent before the storm. He studied Maurite, and one day when he saw him a little calmer he ventured to say in a meaning voice, "It's better for everybody that she's gone." Maurite stood there looking very awkward, the blood rushing to his face. "Well," he replied laughing, "perhaps you're right. Let's go and take a turn downstairs. Things are looking better. The receipts rose to nearly 100,000 francs yesterday." Chapter 7. For a moment Denise stood bewildered on the pavement, in the sun which still shone fiercely at 5 o'clock. The July heat warmed the gutters. Paris was blazing with that white chalky light of summertime, whose reverberations are so blinding. And the catastrophe had fallen on her so suddenly, they had turned her out so roughly, that she stood there turning her money over in her pocket in a mechanical way, while she wondered where she could go, and what she could do. A long line of cabs prevented her from quitting the pavement alongside the Ladies' Paradise. When she at last ventured amongst the wheels, she crossed the Place Galen, as if intending to take the Rue Louis-le-Grand. Then altering her mind, she walked towards the Rue Saint-Roch. But she still had no plan, for she stopped at the corner of the Rue Neuve des Petits Champs, into which she finally turned, after looking around her with an undecided air. The passage choice opening before her, she passed through it and found herself in the Rue Mancini, without knowing how, and ultimately came into the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin again. Her head was full of a fearful buzzing. She thought of her box on seeing a commissionaire, but where could she have it sent and why all this trouble, when but an hour ago she had still had a bed in which to sleep that night? Then, with her eyes fixed on the houses, she began examining the windows. There were any number of bills announcing apartments to let. But repeatedly overcome by the emotion which was agitating her whole being, she saw them confusedly. Was it possible? Thrown into solitude so suddenly, lost in this immense city in which she was a stranger, without support, without resources. She must contrive to eat and sleep, however. The streets succeeded one another. After the Rue des Moulins came the Rue Sainte-Anne. She wandered about the neighborhood, frequently retracing her steps, indeed always coming back to the only spot she knew really well. And suddenly she felt quite astonished, for she was again standing before the Ladies' Paradise. To escape this obsession she hurried into the Rue de la Michodière. Fortunately Baudu was not at his door. The old Elbeuf appeared lifeless, behind its murky windows. She would never have dared to show herself at her uncle's, for he now always pretended not to recognize her, and she did not wish to become a burden to him, in the misfortune which he had predicted to her. However, on the other side of the street, a yellow bill attracted her attention. Furnished room to let. It was the first that did not frighten her, so poor was the aspect of the house. She soon recognized it, with its 2 low stories, and rustic-colored front, squeezed between the Ladies' Paradise and the old Hôtel du Villard. On the threshold of the umbrella shop, old Burris, hairy and bearded like a prophet, and with spectacles on his nose, stood studying the ivory handle of a walking stick. Tenanting the whole house, he underlet the 2 upper floors furnished, in order to lighten the rent. "You have a room to let, sir," said Denise, approaching him in obedience to an instinctive impulse. He raised his big bushy eyes, surprised to see her, for he knew all the young persons at the Ladies' Paradise. And after noticing her clean little gown and respectable appearance, he replied, "It won't suit you." "How much is it, then?" replied Denise. 15 francs a month. She asked to see it. Then, on entering the narrow shop, and observing that he still eyed her with an astonished air, she told him of her departure from the paradise and of her desire not to trouble her uncle. The old man thereupon fetched a key from a shelf in the back shop, a small dark room, where he did his cooking and had his bed. Beyond it, through a dirty window, You could espy a backyard about 6 feet square. "I'll walk in front to prevent you from falling," said Burrus, entering the damp corridor on one side of the shop. He stumbled against a stair, and then commenced the ascent, reiterating his warning to be careful. "The rail," said he, "was close against the wall. There was a hole at the corner. Sometimes the lodgers left their dust boxes there." So complete was the obscurity that Denise could distinguish nothing, but simply felt how chilly the old damp plaster was. On the first floor, however, a small window overlooking the yard enabled her to obtain a vague glimpse of the rotten staircase, the walls black with dirt and the cracked, discolored doors. "If only one of these rooms were vacant," resumed Burrus. "You would be very comfortable there. But they are always occupied." On the second floor the light increased, illumining with a raw pallor the distressful aspect of the house. A journeyman baker occupied the first room, and it was the other, the further one, that was vacant. When Burrus had opened the door he was obliged to remain on the landing in order that Denise might enter with ease. The bed, placed in the corner nearest the door, left just sufficient room for one person to pass. At the other end there was a small walnut-wood chest of drawers, a deal table stained black, and 2 chairs. Such lodgers as did any cooking were obliged to kneel before the fireplace, where there was an earthenware stove. "Oh, it's not luxurious," said the old man, "but the view from the window is gay. You can see the people passing in the street." And, as Denise gazed with surprise at the ceiling just above the bed, where a chance lady lodger had written her name, Ernestine, by drawing the flame of a candle over the plaster, he added with a smile, "If I did a lot of repairs, I should never make both ends meet. There you are, it's all I have to offer." "I shall be very well here," declared the young girl. She paid a month in advance, asked for the linen, a pair of sheets and 2 towels, and made her bed without delay, happy and relieved to know where she would sleep that night. An hour later she had sent a commissionaire to fetch her box, and was quite at home. During the first 2 months she had a terribly hard time of it. Being unable to pay for Pepe's board, she had taken him away, and slept him on an old couch lent by Burrus. She could not do with less than 30 sous a day, including the rent, even by living on dry bread herself, in order to procure a bit of meat for the little one. During the first fortnight she got on fairly well, having begun her housekeeping with about 10 francs, and then too she was fortunate enough to find the cravat dealer, who paid her the 18 francs 6 sous which were due to her. But after that she became completely destitute. In vain did she apply to the various large shops, the Place Clichy, the Bon Marché, and the Louvre. The dead season had stopped business everywhere and she was told to apply again in the autumn. More than 5,000 drapery employees, dismissed like herself, were wandering about Paris in want of situations. She then tried to obtain work elsewhere, but in her ignorance of Paris she did not know where to apply, and often accepted most ungrateful tasks, sometimes not even getting paid. On certain evenings she merely gave Pepe his dinner, a plate of soup, telling him that she had dined out, and she would go to bed with her head in a whirl, nourished by the fever which was burning her hands. When Jean suddenly dropped into the midst of this poverty, he called himself a scoundrel with such despairing violence that she was obliged to tell some falsehood to reassure him, and she even occasionally found the means to slip a 2-franc piece into his hand, by way of proving that she still had money. She never wept before the children. On Sundays, when she was able to cook a piece of veal in the stove, on her knees before the fire, the tiny room re-echoed with the gaiety of children, careless about existence. Then, when Jean had returned to his masters and Pepe was asleep, she spent a frightful night, in anguish how to provide for the coming day. Other fears kept her awake. 2 women lodging on the first floor received visitors, and sometimes these visitors mistook the floor and came banging at Denise's door. Burris having quietly told her not to answer, she buried her face under her pillow to escape hearing their oaths. Then, too, her neighbor, the baker, who never came home till morning, had shown a disposition to annoy her. But she suffered still more from the annoyances of the street, the continual persecution of passers-by. She could not go downstairs to buy a candle, in those streets swarming with debauchees, without feeling a man's hot breath behind her, and hearing crude, insulting remarks, and some individuals pursued her to the very end of the dark passage, encouraged by the sordid appearance of the house. Why had she no lover? It astonished people and seemed ridiculous. She herself could not have explained why she resisted, menaced as she was by hunger, and perturbed by all the sexuality in the air around her. One evening when Denise had not even any bread for Pepe's soup, a well-dressed man, wearing a decoration, commenced to follow her. On reaching the passage he became brutal, and it was with loathing and revolt that she banged the door in his face. Then, once more upstairs, she sat down, with her hands trembling. The little one was sleeping. What should she say if he woke up and asked her for bread? And yet had she chosen, her misery would have ceased. She could have had money, dresses, and a fine room. It was very simple, everyone came to that, it was said, for a woman alone in Paris could not live by her labor. But her whole being rose up in protest, against the disgrace of the thing. She considered life a matter of logic, good conduct, and courage. Denise frequently questioned herself in this way. An old love story floated in her memory, the story of a sailor's betrothed whom her love guarded from all perils. At Valence she had often hummed this sentimental ballad whilst gazing into the deserted street. Had she likewise some tender affection in her heart that she proved so brave? She still thought of Houghton, full of uneasiness. Morning and evening she saw him pass under her window. Now that he was second-hand he walked by himself, saluted with respect by the mere salesman. He never raised his head, and she thought she suffered from his vanity. Still she watched him without fear of being discovered. Whereas, as soon as she saw Mourette, who also passed every day, she began to tremble, and quickly concealed herself, her bosom heaving. He had no need to know where she was lodging. And then she would feel ashamed of the house, and suffer at the idea of what he must think of her, although perhaps they would never meet again. Denise still lived amidst all the hubbub of the ladies' paradise. A mere wall separated her room from her old department, and, from early morning, she lived her old days afresh, divining and hearing the arrival of the crowd and the increasing bustle of business. The slightest noise shook the old hovel which clung to the side of the Colossus, and shared in its pulsations. Moreover, she could not avoid certain meetings. She twice had found herself face to face with Pauline, who had offered her services, grieved to see her so unfortunate, and she had even been obliged to tell a falsehood to avoid receiving her friend or paying her a visit, one Sunday, at Beaugess. But it was more difficult still for her to defend herself against Deloche's desperate affection. Aware of all her troubles, he watched her, waited for her in the doorways. One day he wanted to lend her 30 francs, a brother's savings, he said, with a blush. And these meetings made her regret the shop, and continually brought her back to thoughts of the life the others led there, as if she herself had not quitted it. No one had ever called upon her till one afternoon when she was surprised by a knock. It was Colomban. She received him standing. For his part he seemed greatly embarrassed and began stammering, asking how she was getting on, and speaking of the old Elbeuf. Perhaps, thought she, it was Uncle Baudu who had sent him, regretting his rigor, for he continued to pass her without taking any notice of her, although he was well aware of her miserable position. However, when she plainly questioned her visitor, he appeared more embarrassed than ever. No, it was not the governor who had sent him, and he finished by naming Clara. He simply wanted to talk about Clara. Then little by little he grew bolder, and asked Denise's advice, imagining no doubt that she might be willing to play the part of a go-between. And it was in vain that she tried to dishearten him, by reproaching him with the pain he was causing Genevieve for such a heartless girl. He came up another day, indeed got into the habit of coming to see her. This seemed to suffice for his timid passion. He continually began the same conversation afresh, unable to resist the impulse and trembling with joy at finding himself with one who had approached Clara. And all this caused Denise to live more than ever at the ladies' paradise. Towards the end of September the poor girl experienced the blackest misery. Pepe had fallen ill, having caught a severe cold. He ought to have had plenty of good broth, and she had not even a piece of bread to give him. One evening, completely conquered, she was sobbing, in one of those despairing straits which drive women onto the streets, or into the Seine, when old Burrus gently knocked at the door. He had brought with him a loaf, and a milk can full of broth. There's something for the youngster," said he in his abrupt way. "Don't cry like that, it annoys my lodgers." And as she thanked him with a fresh outburst of tears, he resumed, "Do keep quiet. Come and see me tomorrow. I've some work for you." Since the terrible blow which the ladies' paradise had dealt him by opening an umbrella department, Burrus had ceased to employ any workwomen. In order to save expenses he did everything himself, cleaning, mending, and sewing. His trade moreover was diminishing to such a point that he sometimes remained without work. And so he was obliged to invent some occupation on the following day when he installed Denise in a corner of his shop. He felt, however, that he could not allow anyone to die of hunger in his house. "You'll have 2 francs a day," said he. "When you find something better, you can leave me." She was afraid of him, and did the work so quickly that he was embarrassed to find her more. He had given her some silk to stitch, some lace to repair. During the first few days she did not dare to raise her head, uneasy at feeling him near her, with his lion-like mane, hooked nose, and piercing eyes, shaded by bushy brows. His voice was harsh, his gestures were extravagant, and the mothers of the neighborhood often frightened their youngsters by threatening to send for him, as they would for a policeman. However, the boys never passed his door without calling out some insulting words, which he did not even seem to hear. All his maniacal anger was directed against the scoundrels who dishonored his trade by selling cheap trashy articles, which dogs, said he, would not consent to use. Denise trembled whenever he burst out thus, "Art is done for, I tell you. There's not a single respectable handle made nowadays. They make sticks, but as for handles, it's all up. Bring me a proper handle, and I'll give you 20 francs. He had a real artist's pride. Not a workman in Paris was capable of turning out a handle like his, as light and as strong. He carved the knobs with charming ingenuity, continually inventing fresh designs, flowers, fruit, animals, and heads, all executed in a free and lifelike style. A little pocket knife sufficed him, and, with his spectacles on his nose, he would spend whole days in chipping bits of boxwood and ebony. "A pack of ignorant beggars," said he, "who are satisfied with sticking a certain quantity of silk on so much whalebone. They buy their handles by the gross, handles ready-made. And they sell just what they like. I tell you, art is done for." At last Denise began to feel easier. He had desired that Pepe should come down into the shop to play, for he was wonderfully fond of children. When the little one was crawling about on all fours, neither of them had room to move. She sat in her corner doing the mending, he near the window, carving away with his little knife. Every day now brought round the same work and the same conversation. Whilst working, he would continually assail the ladies' paradise, never weary of explaining how affairs stood in the terrible duel between that bazaar and himself. He had occupied his house since 1845, and had a 30 years' lease of it at a rent of 1,800 francs a year, and, as he made 1,000 francs out of his 4 furnished rooms, he only paid 800 for the shop. It was a mere trifle, he had no expenses, and could thus hold out for a long time still. To hear him, there was no doubt about his eventual triumph. He would certainly swallow up the monster. Then suddenly he would break off to ask, "Have they got any dogs' heads like that?" And he would blink his eyes behind his glasses, whilst judging the dog's head which he was carving, with its lip turned up and its fangs displayed, in a lifelike growl. Pepe, delighted with the dog, would thereupon get up, resting his two little arms on the old man's knee. "As long as I make both ends meet, I don't care a hang about the rest," the latter resumed, whilst delicately shaping the dog's tongue with the point of his knife. "The scoundrels have taken away my profits, but if I'm making nothing, I'm not losing anything yet, or at least only a trifle. And, you see, I'm ready to sacrifice everything rather than yield." Thereupon he would brandish his knife, and his white hair would blow about in a storm of anger. "But if they made you a reasonable offer," Denise would mildly observe, without raising her eyes from her needle, "it would be wiser to accept it." This suggestion, however, only produced an outburst of ferocious obstinacy. "Never. If my head were under the knife I should still say no, by heavens I would. I've another 10 years lease, and they shan't have the house before then, even if I should have to die of hunger within the 4 bare walls. Twice already they've tried to get over me. They offered me 12,000 francs for my goodwill, and 18,000 francs for the last 10 years of my lease, in all 30,000. But no, not for 50,000 even. I have them in my power, and intend to see them licking the dust before me. 30,000 francs. It's a good sum." Thereupon resumed Denise. "You could go and establish yourself elsewhere. And suppose they were to buy the house?" Burris, now putting the finishing touches to his dog's tongue, appeared absorbed for a moment, a childish laugh pervading his venerable prophet's face. Then he continued, "The house, no fear. They spoke of buying it last year, and offered 80,000 francs, twice as much as it's worth. But the landlord, a retired fruiterer, as big a scoundrel as they, wanted to make them shell out more. Besides, they are suspicious about me, they know I should then be even less inclined to give way. No. Here I am, and here I intend to stay. The emperor with all his cannon could not turn me out." Denise did not dare to say any more, but went on with her work, whilst the old man continued to vent short sentences, between 2 cuts of his knife, now muttering something to the effect that the game had hardly begun, and then that they would see wonderful things later on, for he had certain plans which would sweep their umbrella counter away, and, deeply blended with his obstinacy, you detected the personal revolt of the skilled manufacturer against the growing invasion of commonplace rubbish. Pepe, however, at last climbed on his knees, and impatiently stretched out his hands towards the dog's head. "Give it me, sir." "Presently, youngster," the old man replied in a voice that suddenly became softer. "He hasn't any eyes as yet, we must make his eyes now." And whilst carving the eyes he continued talking to Denise. "Do you hear them? Isn't there a roar next door? That's what exasperates me more than anything, my word of honor. To have them always on my back like this with their infernal locomotive-like noise. It made his little table tremble, he asserted. The whole shop was shaken, and he would spend the entire afternoon without a customer of his own but amidst all the trepidation of the jostling multitude in the ladies' paradise. From morning to night this was a subject for eternal grumbling. Another good day's work. They were knocking against the wall. The silk department must have cleared 10,000 francs, or else he made merry. Not a sound came from behind the wall. A showery day had killed the receipts. And the slightest stir, the faintest vibration, thus furnished him with matter for endless comment. Did you hear? Someone has slipped down. Ah, if they could only all fall and break their backs. That, my dear, is a dispute between some ladies. So much the better. So much the better. Ah. You hear the parcels falling into the basement. What a row they make. It's disgusting. It did not do for Denise to discuss his remarks, for he bitterly retorted by reminding her of the shameful way in which she had been dismissed. For the 100th time she was obliged to relate her life in the jacket and mantle department, the hardships she had at first endured, the small unhealthy bedrooms, the bad food, and the continual battle between the salesmen, and thus they would talk about the shop from morning to night, absorbing it hourly in the very air they breathed. But with eager, outstretched hands Pepe repeated, "Give it me, sir, give it me." The dog's head was finished and Burrus held it at a distance, then examined it closely with noisy glee. "Take care, it will bite you," he said. "There, go and play, and don't break it, if you can help it." Then speedily reverting to his fixed idea, he shook his fist at the wall. "You may do all you can to knock the house down," he exclaimed. "You shan't have it, even if you invade the whole street." Denise now had something to eat each day, and she was extremely grateful to the old umbrella dealer, realizing that he had a good heart beneath his strange, violent ways. Nevertheless she felt a strong desire to find some work elsewhere, for she often saw him inventing some trifle for her to do and fully understood that he did not require a workwoman in the present collapse of his business, and was merely employing her out of charity. 6 months had passed thus, and the dull winter season having again returned, she was despairing of finding a situation before March, when, one evening in January, Deloche, who was watching for her in a doorway, gave her a bit of advice. Why did she not call on Robinho? Perhaps he might want someone. During the previous September, Robinho, though fearing to jeopardize his wife's 60,000 francs, had made up his mind to buy Vincard's silk business. He had paid 40,000 for the goodwill and stock, and was starting with the remaining 20,000. It was not much, but he had Gajan behind him to back him up with any amount of credit. Gajan ever since his quarrel with the Ladies' Paradise had been longing to stir up competitors against the Colossus, and he thought victory certain, by creating special shops in the neighborhood, where the public would find a large and varied choice of articles. Only the very rich Lyons manufacturers, such as Dumonteil, could accept the big shop's terms, satisfied to keep their looms going with them, and seeking their profits in their sales to less important establishments. But Gagin was far from having the solidity and staying power possessed by Dumonteil. For a long time a mere commission agent, it was only during the last 5 or 6 years that he had possessed looms of his own, and he still had a lot of his work done by piece workers, furnishing them with the raw material and paying them by the yard. It was precisely this system which, increasing his manufacturing expenses, had prevented him from competing with Dumonteil for the supply of the Paris delight. This had filled him with rancor, and he saw in Robinho the instrument of a decisive battle with those drapery bazaars which he accused of ruining French manufactures. When Denise called she found Madame Robinho alone. Daughter of an overseer in the highways and bridges service, entirely ignorant of business matters, the young wife still retained the charming awkwardness of a girl educated in a convent. She was dark, very pretty, with a gentle, cheerful manner, which made her extremely charming. Moreover, she adored her husband, living solely by his love. Just as Denise was about to leave her name, Robinho himself came in, and at once engaged her, one of his 2 saleswomen having left him on the previous day to go to the ladies' paradise. "They don't leave us a single good hand," said he. "However, I shall feel quite easy with you, for you are like me, you can't be very fond of them. Come tomorrow." In the evening Denise hardly knew how to announce her departure to Burris. In fact, he called her an ungrateful girl, and lost his temper. And when, with tears in her eyes, she tried to defend herself by intimating that she could see through his charitable conduct, he softened down, stammered that he had plenty of work, that she was leaving him indeed just as he was about to bring out a new umbrella of his invention. "And Pepe?" he asked. This was Denise's great trouble. She dared not take him back to Madame Gras, and could not leave him alone in the bedroom, shut up from morning to night. "Very good, I'll keep him," said the old man. "He'll be all right in my shop. We'll do the cooking together." And then, as she refused the offer fearing that it might inconvenience him, he thundered out, "Great heavens! Have you no confidence in me? I shan't eat your child." Denise was much happier at Robinho's. He only paid her 60 francs a month, with her board, without giving her any commission on the sales, that not being the rule in the old-fashioned houses, but she was treated with great kindness, especially by Madame Robinho, who was always smiling at her counter. He, nervous and worried, was sometimes rather abrupt. At the expiration of the first month, Denise had become quite one of the family, like the other saleswomen, a silent, consumptive, little body. The Robinho's were not at all particular before them, but freely talked of the business whilst at table in the back shop, which looked onto a large yard. And it was there they decided one evening to start the campaign against the ladies' paradise. Gagin had come to dinner and, after the roast leg of mutton, had broached the subject in his Leonese voice, thickened by the Rhone fogs. "It's getting unbearable," said he. They go to Dumont-Tail, purchase the sole right to a design, and take 300 pieces straight off, insisting on a reduction of half a franc a yard, and, as they pay ready money, they also secure the profit of 18% discount. Very often Dumont-Tail barely makes 4 sous a yard out of it. He simply works to keep his looms going, for a loom that stands still is a dead loss. Under these circumstances, how can you expect that we, with our limited plant, and our piece workers, can keep up the struggle? Robinho, pensive, forgot his dinner. 300 pieces, he murmured. I tremble when I take a dozen, and at 90 days too. They can sell at a franc or 2 francs cheaper than we can. I have calculated that their catalogued articles are offered at 15% less than our own prices. That's what kills the small houses. He was passing through a period of discouragement. His wife, full of anxiety, looked at him with a loving air. She understood very little about the business. All these figures confused her. She could not understand why people worried over things so much, when it was so easy to be gay and love one another. However, it sufficed that her husband desired to conquer, and she became as impassioned as he himself, and would have stood to her counter till death. But why don't all the manufacturers come to an understanding together? Resumed Robinho, violently. They could then lay down the law, instead of submitting to it. Gajan, who had asked for another slice of mutton, was slowly chewing. Ah! Why? The looms must be kept going, I tell you. When you have weavers a little bit everywhere, in the neighborhood of Lyons, in the Gard, in the Isère, you can't stand still a day without an enormous loss. Then we who sometimes employ piece workers with 10 or 15 looms of their own are better able to control our output, whereas the big manufacturers are obliged to have continual outlets, the quickest and most extensive possible. And so they are on their knees before the big shops. I know 3 or 4 who outbid each other, and who would sooner work at a loss than not obtain the orders. But they make up for it with the small establishments like yours. Yes, if they manage to live through the big places, they make their profit out of you little fellows. Heaven knows how the crisis will end. It's odious, exclaimed Robinho, relieved by this cry of anger. Denise was quietly listening. With her instinctive love of logic and life, she was secretly in favor of the big shops. They had relapsed into silence, and were eating some preserved French beans, when at last she ventured to remark in a cheerful tone, "The public does not complain." At this Madame Robinho could not restrain a little laugh, which annoyed both her husband and Gajan. No doubt the customer was satisfied, for, in the end, it was the customer who profited by the fall in prices. But everybody must live. Where would they all be if, under the pretext of conducing to the general welfare, the consumer was fattened at the expense of the producer? And then began a long discussion. Denise affected to be joking, though all the while producing solid arguments. By the new system the middlemen disappeared, and this greatly contributed to cheapen the articles. Besides, the manufacturers could no longer live without the big shops, for as soon as one of them lost their custom, failure became a certainty. In short, it was a natural commercial evolution. It would be impossible to prevent things from going on as they ought to, when everybody was working towards that result, whether they liked it or not. "So you are for those who turned you out into the street?" thereupon asked Gajan. Denise became very red. She herself was surprised at the vivacity of her defense. What had she at heart, that such a flame should have risen in her breast? "Dear me, no," she replied. "Perhaps I'm wrong, for you are more competent to judge than I. I simply express my opinion. The prices, instead of being settled by 50 houses as they formerly used to be, are now fixed by 4 or 5, which have lowered them, thanks to the power of their capital, and the strength of their immense custom. So much the better for the public, that's all." Robinho was not angry, but had become grave, and had fixed his eyes on the tablecloth. He had often felt the force of the new style of business, the evolution which the young girl spoke about, and in his clear, quiet moments he would ask himself why he should try to resist such a powerful current, which must carry everything before it. Madame Robinho herself, on seeing her husband deep in thought, glanced with approval at Denise, who had modestly resumed her silent attitude. "Come," resumed Gajan, to cut short the argument, "all that is simply theory. Let's talk of our matter." After the cheese, the servant brought in some jam and some pears. He took some jam, and ate it with a spoon, with the unconscious greediness of a big man very fond sweet things. "This is it," he resumed, "you must attack their Paris delight, which has been their success of the year. I have come to an understanding with several of my brother manufacturers at Lyons, and have brought you an exceptional offer, a black silk, a veil which you can sell at 5 francs 50 centimes a meter. They sell theirs at 5 francs 60, don't they? Well, this will be 2 sous cheaper, and that will suffice to upset them." At this Robinho's eyes lighted up again. In his continual nervous torment, he often skipped like this from despair to hope. "Have you got a sample?" he asked. And when Gajan drew from his pocketbook a little square of silk, he went into raptures, exclaiming, "Why, this is a handsomer silk than the Paris delight. At all events it produces a better effect, the grain is coarser. You are right, we must make the attempt. Ah! I'll bring them to my feet or give up for good." Madame Robinho, sharing the enthusiasm, declared the silk superb, and even Denise herself thought they might succeed. The latter part of the dinner thus proved very gay. They talked in a loud tone. It seemed as if the ladies' paradise was at its last gasp. Gajan, who was finishing the pot of jam, explained what enormous sacrifices he and his colleagues would be obliged to make to deliver an article of such quality at so low a price, but they would ruin themselves rather than yield. They had sworn to kill the big shops. As the coffee came in, the gaiety was still further increased by the arrival of Vincard, who called, on his way past, just to see how his successor was getting on. "Famous," he cried, feeling the silk. "You'll floor them, I stake my life." "Ah! You owe me a rare good thing. I told you that this was a golden affair." He had just taken a restaurant at Vincennes. It was an old, cherished idea of his, slyly nurtured while he was struggling with his silk business, trembling with fear lest he should not sell it before the crash came, and vowing that he would afterwards put his money into some undertaking where he could rob folks at his ease. The idea of a restaurant had struck him at the wedding of a cousin, who had been made to pay 10 francs for a tureen of dishwater, in which floated some Italian paste. And, in presence of the Robineaus, the joy he felt at having saddled them with an unremunerative business, which he had despaired of getting rid of, made his face with its round eyes and large loyal-looking mouth, a face beaming with health, expand as it had never done before. "And your pains?" asked Madame Robineo, good-naturedly. "My pains," he murmured, in astonishment. "Yes, those rheumatic pains which tormented you so much when you were here." He then recollected the fibs he had told and slightly colored. "Oh, I suffer from them still," said he. "But the country air, you know, has done me a deal of good." "Never mind, on your side you've done a good stroke of business. Had it not been for my rheumatics, I could soon have retired with 10,000 francs a year. Yes, on my word of honor." A fortnight later, the battle between Robineo and the Ladies' Paradise began. It became celebrated, and for a time occupied the whole Parisian market. Robineo, using his adversary's weapons, had advertised extensively in the newspapers. Besides that, he made a fine display, piling huge bales of the famous silk in his windows and displaying immense white tickets, on which the price, 5 francs and a half per meter, appeared in gigantic figures. It was this price that caused a revolution among the women. It was 2 sous less than that charged at the Ladies' Paradise, and the silk appeared more substantial. From the first day a crowd of customers flocked in. Madame Marty bought a dress she did not need, pretending it to be a bargain. Madame Berdelis also thought the silk very fine, but preferred waiting, guessing no doubt what would happen. And, indeed, during the following week, Mourette boldly reduced the price of the Paris Delight by 4 sous, after a lively discussion with Bourdoncle and the other managers, in which he had succeeded in convincing them that they must accept the challenge, even at a sacrifice, for these 4 sous represented a dead loss, the silk being already sold at strict cost price. It was a heavy blow to Robineo, who had not imagined that his rival would lower his price, for this suicidal style of competition, this practice of selling at a loss, was then unknown. However, the tide of customers, attracted by Mourette's cheapness, had immediately flown back towards the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, whilst the shop in the Rue Neuve des Petits Champs gradually emptied. Gajan then hastened from Lyons. There were hurried confabulations, and they finished by coming to a heroic resolution. the silk should be lowered in price, they would sell it at 5 francs 6 sous, and lower than that no one could go, without acting madly. But the next day Morit marked his material at 5 francs 4 sous. Then the struggle became rageful. Robinho replied by 5 francs 3 sous, whereupon Morit at once ticketed the Paris Delight at 5 francs and 2 sous. Neither lowered more than a sou at a time now, for both lost considerable sums as often as they made this present to the public. The customers laughed, delighted with this duel, quite stirred by the terrible thrusts which the rivals dealt one another in order to please them. At last Morit ventured as low as 5 francs, and his staff paled and shuddered at such a challenge to fortune. Robinho, utterly beaten, out of breath, also stopped at 5 francs, not having the courage to go any lower. And thus they rested on their positions, face to face, with the massacre of their goods around them. But if honor was saved on both sides, the situation was becoming fatal for Robinho. The Ladies' Paradise had money at its disposal and a patronage which enabled it to balance its profits, whereas he, sustained by gain alone, unable to recoup his losses by gaining on other articles, found himself nearing the end of his tether, slipping further and further down the slope toward bankruptcy. He was dying from his hardihood, despite the numerous customers whom the hazards of the struggle had brought him. One of his secret worries was to see these customers slowly quitting him, returning to the Ladies' Paradise, after all the money he had lost in the efforts he had made to secure them. One day he quite lost patience. A customer, Madame de Beauvais, had called at his shop for some mantles, for he had added a ready-made department to his business. She would not come to a decision, however, but complained of the quality of the material, and at last exclaimed, "Their Paris Delight is a great deal stronger." Robinho restrained himself, assuring her that she was mistaken with a tradesman's politeness, all the more respectful, moreover, as he feared to reveal his inward revolt. "But just look at the silk of this cloak," she resumed, "one would really take it for so much cobweb. You may say what you like, sir, but their silk at 5 francs is like leather compared with this." He did not reply, with the blood rushing to his face, he kept his lips tightly closed. In point of fact he had ingeniously thought of buying some of his rival's silk for these mantles, so that it was Morit, not he, who lost on the material. And to conceal his practice he simply cut off the selvage. "Really," he murmured at last, "you think the Paris Delight thicker?" "Oh, 100 times," said Madame de Beauvais. "There's no comparison." This injustice on her part, this fixed determination to run down the goods in spite of all evidence, filled him with indignation. And, as she was still turning the mantle over with a disgusted air, a little bit of the blue and silver selvage, which through carelessness had not been cut off, appeared under the lining. Thereupon he could not restrain himself any longer, but confessed the truth at all hazards. "Well, madam, this is Paris Delight. I bought it myself. Look at the selvage." Madame de Beauvais went away greatly annoyed, and a number of customers quitted him, for the affair became known. And he, amid this ruin, when fear for the future came upon him, only trembled for his wife, who had been brought up in a happy, peaceful home, and would never be able to endure a life of poverty. What would become of her if a catastrophe should throw them into the street, with a load of debts? It was his fault, he ought never to have touched her money. She was obliged to comfort him. Wasn't the money as much his as hers? He loved her dearly, and she wanted nothing more. She gave him everything, her heart and her life. They could be heard embracing one another in the back shop. Then, little by little, the affairs of the house got into a regular groove. Each month the losses increased, but with a slowness which postponed the fatal issue. A tenacious hope sustained them, and they still predicted the approaching discomfiture of the lady's paradise. "Pooh," he would say, "we are young yet. The future is ours. And besides, what matters, if you have done what you wanted to do?" she resumed. "As long as you are satisfied, I am as well, darling." Denise's affection for them increased on seeing their tenderness. She trembled, divining their inevitable fall. However, she dared not interfere. And it was here that she ended by fully understanding the power of the new system of business, and became impassioned for this force which was transforming Paris. Her ideas were ripening, a woman's grace was being evolved from the wildness of a child freshly arrived from Valence. Her life too was a pretty pleasant one, notwithstanding its fatigue and the little money she earned. When she had spent all the day on her feet, she had to go straight home, and look after Pepe, whom old Burris fortunately insisted on feeding. But there was still a lot to do, a shirt to wash, a blouse to mend, without mentioning the noise made by the youngster, which made her headache fit to split. She never went to bed before midnight. Sunday was her hardest day, for she then cleaned her room, and mended her own things, so busy that it was often 5 o'clock before she could comb her hair. However, she sometimes went out for health's sake, taking the little one for a long walk, out towards Neuilly, and their treat over there was to drink a cup of milk at a dairyman's, who allowed them to sit down in his yard. Jean disdained these excursions. He put in an appearance now and again on weekday evenings and then disappeared, pretending he had other visits to pay. He asked for no more money, but he arrived with such a melancholy countenance, that his anxious sister always managed to keep a 5-franc piece for him. That was her sole luxury. 5 francs, he would exclaim each time. "My stars! You're too good. It just happens, there's the..." Not another word Denise would say. "I don't want to know." 3 months passed away, spring was coming back. However, Denise refused to return to Joinville with Pauline and Boge. She sometimes met them in the Rue Saint-Roch, on leaving the shop in the evening. Pauline, on one occasion when she was alone, confided to her that she was perhaps going to marry her lover. It was she who was hesitating, for they did not care for married sailess women at the Ladies' Paradise. This idea of marriage surprised Denise, and she did not dare to advise her friend. Then one day, just as Columbine had stopped her near the fountain to talk about Clara, the latter tripped across the road, and Denise was obliged to run away, for he implored her to ask her old comrade if she would marry him. What was the matter with them all? Why were they tormenting themselves like this? She thought herself very fortunate not to be in love with anybody. "You've heard the news," the umbrella dealer said to her one evening on her return from business. "No, Monsieur Burris." "Well, the scoundrels have bought the Hotel du Villard. I'm hemmed in on all sides." He was waving his long arms about, in a burst of fury which made his white mane stand up on end. "A regular underhand affair," he resumed. "But it seems that the hotel belonged to the Credit Immobilier, whose president, Baron Hartmann, has just sold it to our famous Maurite. And now they've got me on the right, on the left, and at the back, just in the way that I'm holding the knob of this stick in my hand." It was true, the sale must have been concluded on the previous day. Burris's small house, hemmed in between the Ladies' Paradise and the Hotel du Villard, clinging there like a swallow's nest in a crack of a wall, seemed certain to be crushed, as soon as the shop galleries should invade the hotel. And the time had now arrived. The Colossus had outflanked the feeble obstacle, and was investing it with its piles of goods, threatening to swallow it up, absorb it by the sole force of its giant aspiratory powers. Burris could well feel the close embrace which was making his shop creak. He thought he could see the place getting smaller. He was afraid of being absorbed himself, of being carried off into kingdom come with his sticks and umbrellas, so loudly was the terrible machine now roaring. "Do you hear them?" he asked. "One would think they were eating the very walls. And in my cellar and in the attic, everywhere, there's the same noise, like that of a saw cutting through the plaster. But never mind. They won't flatten me as easily as they might a sheet of paper. I shall stick here, even if they blow up my roof, and the rain falls in bucketfuls on my bed." It was just at this moment that Maurite caused fresh proposals to be made to Burris. They would increase the figure of their offer. They would give him 50,000 francs for his goodwill and the remainder of his lease. But this offer redoubled the old man's anger. He refused in an insulting manner. How those scoundrels must rob people to be able to pay 50,000 francs for a thing which wasn't worth 10,000. And he defended his shop as a young girl defends her virtue, for honor's sake. Denise noticed that Burris was preoccupied during the next fortnight. He wandered about in a feverish manner, measuring the walls of his house, surveying it from the middle of the street with the air of an architect. Then one morning some workmen arrived. This was the decisive blow. He had conceived the bold idea of beating the Ladies' Paradise on its own ground by making certain concessions to modern luxury. Customers, who had often reproached him for the darkness of his shop, would certainly come back to it again, when they saw it all bright and new. In the first place, the workmen stopped up the crevices and whitewashed the frontage. Then they painted the woodwork a light green, and even carried the splendor so far as to gild the signboard. A sum of 3,000 francs, held in reserve by Burrus as a last resource, was swallowed up in this way. Moreover, the whole neighborhood was revolutionized by it all. People came to look at him losing his head amid all these riches, and no longer able to find the things he was accustomed to. He did not seem to be at home in that bright frame, that tender setting. He looked quite scared, with his long beard and white hair. On the opposite side of the street passers-by lingered in astonishment at seeing him waving his arms about while he carved his handles. And he was in a state of fever, perpetually afraid of dirtying his shop, more and more at sea amidst this luxury which he did not at all understand. Meantime, as at Robinio's, so at Burrus's was the campaign against the ladies' paradise carried on. Burrus had just brought out his invention, the automatic umbrella, which later on was to become popular. But the paradise people immediately improved on the invention, and a struggle of prices began. Burrus had an article at 1 franc and 19 sous, in Zanella, with a steel mounting, an everlasting article, said the ticket. But he was especially anxious to vanquish his competitors with his handles of bamboo, dogwood, olive, myrtle, rattan, indeed every imaginable sort of handle. The paradise people, less artistic, paid more attention to the material, extolling their alpaca and mohairs, twills and sarcenets. And they came out victorious. Burrus, in despair, repeated that art was done for, that he was reduced to carving his handles for the pleasure of doing so, without any hope of selling them. "It's my fault," he cried to Denise. "I never ought to have kept a lot of rotten articles, at 1 franc 19 sous. That's where these new notions lead one to. I wanted to follow the example of those brigands, so much the better if I'm ruined by it." The month of July proved very warm, and Denise suffered greatly in her tiny room under the roof. So, after leaving the shop, she sometimes went to fetch Pepe, and instead of going upstairs at once, took a stroll in the Tuileries gardens until the gates closed. One evening as she was walking towards the chestnut trees she suddenly stopped short with surprise, for a few yards off, coming straight towards her, she fancied she recognized Houtin. But her heart commenced to beat violently. It was Mourette, who had dined on the other side of the river and was hurrying along on foot to call on Madame Desforges. At the abrupt movement which she made to escape him, he caught sight of her. The night was coming on, but still he recognized her clearly. "Ah, it's you, mademoiselle," he said. She did not reply, astonished that he should deign to stop. He, smiling, concealed his constraint beneath an air of amiable protection. "You are still in Paris?" he inquired. "Yes, sir," said she at last. She was slowly drawing back, desirous of making a bow and continuing her walk. But he abruptly turned and followed her under the dark shadows of the chestnut trees. The air was getting cooler, some children were laughing in the distance, while trundling their hoops. This is your brother, is it not? He resumed, looking at Pepe. The little boy, frightened by the unusual presence of a gentleman, was walking gravely by his sister's side, holding her tightly by the hand. Yes, sir, she replied once more, and as she did so she blushed, thinking of the abominable inventions circulated by Marguerite and Clara. No doubt Maurite understood why she was blushing, for he quickly added, "Listen, mademoiselle, I have to apologize to you." "Yes, I should have been happy to have told you sooner how much I regret the error that was made. You were accused too lightly of a fault. However, the evil is done. I simply wanted to assure you that everyone in our establishment now knows of your affection for your brothers." Then he went on speaking with a respectful politeness to which the Sales women of the Ladies' Paradise were little accustomed. Denise's confusion had increased, but her heart was full of joy. He knew, then, that she had ever remained virtuous. Both remained silent. He still lingered beside her, regulating his walk to the child's short steps, and the distant murmurs of the city died away under the black shadows of the spreading chestnut trees. "I have only one reparation to offer you," he resumed. "Naturally, if you would like to come back to us," but she interrupted him, refusing his offer with a feverish haste. "No, sir, I cannot. Thank you all the same, but I have found another situation." He knew it. They had informed him she was with Robinho, and leisurely, putting himself on a footing of amiable equality, he spoke of the latter, rendering him full justice. He was a very intelligent fellow, no doubt, but too nervous. He would certainly come to grief. Gajan had burdened him with a very heavy business, in which they would both suffer. Thereupon Denise, subjugated by this familiarity, opened her mind further, and allowed it to be seen that she was on the side of the big shops in the war between them and the small traders. She grew animated, citing examples, showing herself well up in the question and even expressing new and enlightened ideas. He, quite charmed, listened to her in surprise, and turned round, trying to distinguish her features in the growing darkness. She appeared to be still the same with her simple dress and sweet face, but from amidst her modest bashfulness, there seemed to ascend a penetrating perfume, of which he felt the powerful influence. Doubtless this little girl had got used to the atmosphere of Paris. She was becoming quite a woman, and was really perturbing, with her sound common sense and her beautiful sweet-scented hair. "As you are on our side," said he, laughing, "why do you stay with our adversaries? I was told too that you lodged with Burrus." "A very worthy man," she murmured. "No, not a bit of it. He's an old idiot, a madman who will force me to ruin him, though I should be glad to get rid of him with a fortune. Besides, your place is not in his house, which has a bad reputation. He lets to certain women," but realizing that the young girl was confused, he hastened to add, "Oh, one can be respectable anywhere, and there's even more merit in remaining so when one is so poor." They took a few steps in silence. Pepe seemed to be listening with the attentive air of a precocious child. Now and again he raised his eyes to his sister, whose burning hand, quivering with sudden starts, astonished him. "Look here," resumed Mourette, gaily, "will you be my ambassador? I intended increasing my offer tomorrow, of proposing 80,000 francs to Burris. Will you speak to him first about it? Tell him he's cutting his own throat. Perhaps he'll listen to you, as he has a liking for you, and you'll be doing him a real service." "Very well," said Denise, smiling also, "I will deliver your message, but I am afraid I shall not succeed." Then a fresh silence ensued, neither of them having anything more to say. For a moment he attempted to talk of her uncle Baudu, but had to give it up on seeing how uncomfortable this made the girl. Nevertheless, they continued walking side by side, and at last found themselves near the Rue de Rivoli, in a path where it was still light. On emerging from the darkness of the trees, this was like a sudden awakening. He understood that he could not detain her any longer. "Good night, mademoiselle," he said. "Good night, sir." Nevertheless he did not go away. On raising his eyes he had perceived in front of him, at the corner of the Rue d'Alger, the lighted windows of Madame Desforges's flat whither he was bound. And looking at Denise, whom he could now see, in the pale twilight, she appeared to him very puny compared to Henriette. Why was it then that she touched his heart in this manner? It was a stupid caprice. "This little man is getting tired," he resumed, by way of saying something. "Remember, mind, that our house will always be open to you. You've only to knock, and I'll give you every compensation possible. Good night, mademoiselle." "Good night, sir." When Mourette had quitted her, Denise went back under the chestnut trees, into the black gloom. For a long time she walked on at random, between the huge trunks, her face burning, her head in a whirl of confused ideas. Pepe still held her hand and was stretching out his short legs to keep pace with her. She had forgotten him. But at last he said, "You go too quick, little mother." At this she sat down on a bench, and as he was tired, the child went to sleep on her lap. She held him there, pressing him to her virgin bosom, her eyes wandering far away into the darkness. When, an hour later, they slowly returned to the Rue de la Michodière, she had regained her usual quiet, sensible expression. "Hell and thunder," shouted Burris, when he saw her coming, "the blow is struck. That rascal of a Mourette has just bought my house." He was half mad, and was striking himself in the middle of the shop with such outrageous gestures that he almost broke the windows. "Ah! The scoundrel! It's the fruiterer who's written to tell me of it. And how much do you think the rogue has got for the house?" 150,000 francs, 4 times its value. There's another thief, if you like. Just fancy, he has taken advantage of my embellishments, making capital out of the fact that the house has been done up. How much longer are they going to make a fool of me? The thought that his money spent on paint and whitewash had brought the fruiterer a profit exasperated him. And now Morit would be his landlord, he would have to pay him. It was beneath this detested competitor's roof that he must in future live. Such a thought raised his fury to the highest pitch. Ah! I could hear them digging a hole through the wall. At this moment, they are here, eating out of my very plate, so to say. And the shop shook under his heavy fist as he banged it on the counter, making the umbrellas and the parasols dance again. Denise, bewildered, could not get in a word. She stood there, motionless, waiting for the end of this fit, whilst Pepe, very tired, fell asleep again, this time on a chair. At last, when Burrus became a little calmer, she resolved to deliver Morit's message. No doubt the old man was irritated, but the excess even of his anger, the blind alley, as it were, in which he found himself, might determine an abrupt acceptance on his part. "I've just met someone," she commenced. "Yes, a person from the paradise, who is very well informed. It appears that they are going to offer you 80,000 francs tomorrow." 80,000 francs, he interrupted, in a terrible voice, 80,000 francs. Not for a million now. She tried to reason with him. But at that moment the shop door opened, and she suddenly drew back, pale and silent. It was her uncle Baudu, with his yellow face and aged look. Burrus caught his neighbor by the buttonhole, and without allowing him to say a word, as if goaded on by his presence, roared in his face, "What do you think they have the cheek to offer me? 80,000 francs. They've got to that point, the brigands. They think I'm going to sell myself like a prostitute. Ah! They've bought the house, and think they've got me now. Well, it's all over, they shan't have it. I might have given way, perhaps, but now it belongs to them, let them try to take it." "So the news is true," said Baudu, in his slow voice. "I had heard of it, and came over to know if it was so." 80,000 francs, repeated Burrus. "Why not 100,000 at once? It's this immense sum of money that makes me so indignant. Do they think they can make me commit a knavish trick with their money? They shan't have it, by heavens! Never, never, you hear me?" Then Denise broke her silence to remark, in her calm, quiet way, "They'll have it in 9 years' time, when your lease expires." And, notwithstanding her uncle's presence, she begged the old man to accept. The struggle was becoming impossible, he was fighting against a superior force, it would be madness to refuse the fortune offered him. But he still replied no. In 9 years' time he hoped to be dead, so as not to see it. "You hear, Monsieur Baudu," he resumed, "your niece is on their side, it's she whom they have commissioned to corrupt me. She's with the brigands, my word of honor." Baudu, who had so far appeared not to notice Denise, now raised his head, with the surly movement that he affected when standing at his shop door, every time she passed. But, slowly, he turned round and looked at her, and his thick lips trembled. "I know it," he replied in an undertone, and he continued looking at her. Denise, affected almost to tears, thought him greatly changed by worry. Perhaps too he was stricken with remorse at not having assisted her during the time of misery through which she had lately passed. Then the sight of Pepe sleeping on the chair, amidst the hubbub of the discussion, seemed to suddenly inspire him with compassion. "Denise," said he simply, "come tomorrow and have dinner with us, and bring the little one. My wife and Genevieve asked me to invite you if I met you." She turned very red, went up to him and kissed him. And as he was going away, Burrus, delighted at this reconciliation, again cried out to him, "Just give her a lecture, she isn't a bad sort. As for me, the house may fall, I shall be found in the ruins." "Our houses are already falling," neighbor said Bordeaux with a gloomy air. "We shall all of us be crushed under them." Chapter 8. At this time the whole neighborhood was talking of the great thoroughfare which was to be opened between the Bourse and the new Opera House, under the name of the Rue du 10 December. 1. The expropriation judgments had been delivered, and 2 gangs of demolishers were already beginning operations at either end, the first pulling down the old mansions in the Rue Louis-le-Grand, and the other destroying the thin walls of the old vaudeville. You could hear the picks getting closer, and the Rue de Choiseul and the Rue de la Michaudière waxing quite excited over their condemned houses. Before a fortnight passed, the opening would leave in both these streets a great gap full of sunlight and uproar. 1. This is at the present day the Rue du 4 September. Napoleon III gave as the name of the new thoroughfare the date of his coronation, the 10th of December, and after Sedan the Republican government ironically retorted by altering the name to the date of his downfall, September the 4th. But what stirred up the district still more, was the work undertaken at the Ladies' Paradise. People talked of considerable enlargements, of gigantic shops with frontages on the Rue de la Michaudière, the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, and the Rue Monsini. Moreet, it was said, had made arrangements with Baron Hartmann, the chairman of the Crédit Immobilier, and would occupy the whole block, excepting the future frontage in the Rue du 10 December, where the Baron wished to erect a rival establishment to the Grand Hotel. The Paradise people were buying up leases on all sides, shops were closing, and tenants moving, and in the empty buildings an army of workmen was commencing the various alterations amidst a cloud of plaster. And alone in all this disorder, old Burrus's narrow hovel remained intact, still obstinately clinging between the high walls covered with masons. When on the following day, Denise went with Pepe to her uncle Bordeaux's, the street was blocked up by a line of carts discharging bricks outside the Hotel du Villard. Bordeaux was standing at his shop door looking on with a gloomy air. In proportion as the Ladies' Paradise became larger, the old Elbeuf seemed to grow smaller. The young girl thought that the windows looked blacker than ever, lower and lower still beneath the first story, with its rounded prison-like windows. The damp, moreover, had still further discolored the old green signboard. Woefulness appeared on the whole frontage, livid in hue, and, as it were, shrunken. "Here you are, then," said Bordeaux. "Take care. They would run right over you." Inside the shop, Denise experienced the same heart pang. She found it darker, steeped more deeply than ever in the somnolence of approaching ruin. Empty corners formed dark cavities, dust was covering the counters and filling the drawers, whilst a cellar-like odor of saltpetre rose from the bales of cloth that were no longer moved about. At the desk Madame Bordeaux and Genevieve stood mute and motionless, as in some solitary spot, where no one would come to disturb them. The mother was hemming some dusters. The daughter, her hands resting on her knees, was gazing at the emptiness before her. "Good evening, Aunt," said Denise. "I'm delighted to see you again, and if I have hurt your feelings, I hope you will forgive me." Madame Bordeaux kissed her, greatly affected. "My poor child," said she, "if I had no other troubles, you would see me gayer than this." "Good evening, cousin," resumed Denise, kissing Genevieve on the cheeks. The latter woke with a sort of start, and returned her kisses but without finding a word to say. Then the two women took up Pepe, who was holding out his little arms, and the reconciliation was complete. "Well, it's 6 o'clock, let's go to dinner," said Bordeaux. "Why haven't you brought Jean?" "Well, he was to have come," murmured Denise, in embarrassment. "I saw him this morning, and he faithfully promised me." "Oh, we must not wait for him, his master has kept him, I dare say." In reality she suspected some extraordinary adventure, and wished to apologize for him in advance. "In that case, we will commence," said her uncle, and turning towards the dim depths of the shop, he added, "You may as well dine with us, Columbine. No one will come." Denise had not noticed the assistant. Her aunt explained to her that they had been obliged to get rid of the other salesman and the young lady. Business was getting so bad that Columbine sufficed, and even he spent many idle hours, drowsy, falling asleep with his eyes open. The gas was burning in the dining room, although they were now in the long days of summer. Denise shivered slightly as she went in, chilled by the dampness oozing from the walls. She once more beheld the round table, the places laid on the American cloth, the window deriving its air and light from the dark and fetid backyard. And all these things appeared to her to be gloomier than ever, and tearful like the shop. "Father," said Genevieve, uncomfortable for Denise's sake, "shall I close the window? There's rather a bad smell." He himself smelled nothing, and seemed surprised. "Shut the window if you like," he replied at last. "But we shan't get any air then." And indeed they were almost stifled. It was a very simple family dinner. After the soup, as soon as the servant had served the boiled beef, the old man as usual began talking about the people opposite. At first he showed himself very tolerant, allowing his niece to have a different opinion. "Dear me," said he, "you are quite free to support those big tricky shows. Each person has his ideas, my girl. If you were not disgusted at being so disgracefully chucked out, you must have strong reasons for liking them, and even if you went back again, I should think none the worse of you. No one here would be offended, would they? Oh, no, murmured Madame Baudu. Thereupon Denise quietly gave her reasons for her preference, just as she had at Robinio's, explaining the logical evolution in business, the necessities of modern times, the greatness of these new creations, in short, the growing well-being of the public. Baudu, his eyes dilated, and his mouth clammy, listened with a visible mental strain. Then, when she had finished, he shook his head. That's all phantasmagoria, you know. Business is business, there's no getting over that. Oh, I own that they succeed, but that's all. For a long time I thought they would smash up, yes, I expected that, waiting patiently, you remember. Well, no, it appears that nowadays thieves make fortunes, whilst honest people die of hunger. That's what we've come to. I'm obliged to bow to facts. And I do bow, on my word, I do bow to them. A deep anger was gradually rising within him. All at once he flourished his fork. But the old Elberth will never give way. I said as much to Burris, you know, neighbor, said I, you're going over to the cheap yaks, your paint and your varnish are a disgrace to you. Eat your dinner, interrupted Madame Baudu, feeling anxious, on seeing him so excited. Wait a bit, I want my niece thoroughly to understand my motto. Just listen, my girl, I'm like this decanter, I don't budge. They succeed, so much the worse for them. As for me, I protest, that's all. The servant brought in a piece of roast veal. He cut it up with trembling hands, and no longer showed his accurate glance, his deft skill in weighing the portions. The consciousness of his defeat deprived him of the confidence he had formerly possessed as a respected employer. Pepe had thought that his uncle was getting angry, and they had to pacify him, by giving him some dessert, some biscuits which were near his plate. Then Baudu, lowering his voice, tried to talk of something else. For a moment he spoke of the demolitions going on, approving of the Rue du Dix December, the piercing of which would certainly increase the business of the neighborhood. But then he again returned to the ladies' paradise. Everything brought him back to it, as to a chronic complaint. They were being covered with plaster, and business had quite ceased since the builders' carts had commenced to block up the street. Moreover, the place would soon be really ridiculous, in its immensity, the customers would lose themselves in it. Why not have the central markets at once? And, in spite of his wife's supplicating looks, notwithstanding his own effort, he went on from the works to the amount of business done in the big shop. Was it not inconceivable? In less than 4 years they had increased their figures 5-fold. The annual receipts, formerly some 8 million francs, now attained the sum of 40 millions, according to the last balance sheet. In fact, it was a piece of folly, a thing that had never been seen before, and against which it was perfectly useless to struggle. They were always swelling and growing. They now had 1,000 employees and 28 departments. Those 28 departments enraged him more than anything else. No doubt they had duplicated a few, but others were quite new, for instance a furniture department, and a department for fancy goods. The idea. Fancy goods. Really, those people had no pride whatever, they would even end by selling fish. Then Bordeaux, though still affecting to respect Denise's opinions, attempted to convert her. Frankly, you can't defend them. What would you say if I were to add an ironmongery department to my cloth business? You would say I was mad, eh? Confess, at least, that you don't esteem them. And as the young girl simply smiled, feeling uncomfortable and realizing how futile the best of reasons would be, he resumed, in short, you are on their side. We won't talk about it anymore, for it's useless to let that part us again. That would be the climax, to see them come between me and my family. Go back with them, if you like, but pray don't worry me with any more of their stories. A silence ensued. His previous violence fell to this feverish resignation. As they were suffocating in the narrow room, heated by the gas burner, the servant had to open the window again, and the damp, pestilential air from the yard blew into the apartment. A dish of salt potatoes had appeared, and they helped themselves slowly, without a word. Look at those two, began Bordeaux again, pointing with his knife to Genevieve and Columbine. Ask them if they like your lady's paradise. Side by side in the places where they had found themselves twice a day for the last 12 years, Columbine and Genevieve were eating slowly, without uttering a word. He, exaggerating the coarse good nature of his face, seemed to be concealing, behind his drooping eyelashes, the inward flame which was consuming him, whilst she, her head bowed lower beneath her heavy hair, appeared to be giving way entirely, as if a prey to some secret grief. Last year was very disastrous, explained Bordeaux, and we have been obliged to postpone the marriage. Just to please them, ask them what they think of your friends. In order to pacify him, Denise interrogated the young people. Naturally I can't be very fond of them, cousin, replied Genevieve. But never fear, everyone doesn't detest them. And so speaking she looked at Columbine, who was rolling up some breadcrumbs with an absorbed air. But when he felt that the young girl's gaze was turned upon him, he broke out into a series of violent exclamations. A rotten shop. A lot of rogues, every man jack of them. In fact, a regular pest in the neighborhood. You hear him. You hear him, exclaimed Bordeaux, delighted. There's one whom they'll never get hold of. Ah! My boy, you're the last of the old stock, we shan't see any more. But Genevieve, with her severe and suffering look, did not take her eyes off Columbine, but dived into the depths of his heart. And he felt troubled, and again launched out into invective. Madame Bordeaux was watching them in silence with an anxious air, as if she foresaw another misfortune in this direction. For some time past her daughter's sadness had frightened her, she felt her to be dying. The shop is left to take care of itself, she said at last, rising from table, in order to put an end to the scene. Go and see, Columban, I fancy I heard someone. They had finished, and got up. Baudu and Columban went to speak to a traveller, who had come for orders. Madame Baudu carried Pepe off to show him some pictures. The servant had quickly cleared the table, and Denise was lingering by the window, looking curiously into the little backyard, when on turning round she saw Genevieve still in her place, her eyes fixed on the American cloth, which was still damp from the sponge that had been passed over it. "Are you suffering, cousin?" she asked. The young girl did not reply but seemed to be obstinately studying a rent in the cloth, though really absorbed in the reflections passing through her mind. But after a while she raised her head with difficulty, and looked at the sympathizing face bent over hers. The others had gone, then. What was she doing on that chair? And suddenly sobs stifled her, her head fell forward on the edge of the table. She wept on, wetting her sleeve with her tears. Good heavens! What's the matter with you? Cried Denise in dismay. Shall I call someone? But Genevieve nervously caught her by the arm, and held her back, stammering, No, no, stay here. Don't let Mama know. With you I don't mind, but not the others, not the others. It's not my fault, I assure you. It was on finding myself all alone. Wait a bit, I'm better, I'm not crying now. Nevertheless, sudden attacks kept on seizing her, sending shudders through her frail body. It seemed as though her pile of hair was weighing down her neck. While she was rolling her head on her folded arms, a hairpin slipped out, and then her hair fell over her neck, burying it beneath gloomy tresses. Denise, as quietly as possible for fear of attracting attention, sought to console her. She undid her dress, and was heart-rent on seeing how fearfully thin she had become. The poor girl's bosom was as hollow as a child's. Then Denise took hold of her hair by the handful, that superb hair, which seemed to be absorbing all her life, and twisted it up tightly to clear her neck, and make her cooler. Thanks, you are very kind, said Genevieve. Ah! I'm not stout, am I? I used to be stouter, but it's all gone away. Do up my dress or Mama might see my shoulders. I hide them as much as I can. Good heavens! I'm not at all well, I'm not at all well. However, the attack passed away, and she sat there completely exhausted and looking fixedly at her cousin. After a pause she abruptly inquired, Tell me the truth, does he love her? Denise felt a blush rising to her cheeks. She was perfectly well aware that Genevieve referred to Columban and Clara, but she pretended to be surprised. Who, dear? Genevieve shook her head with an incredulous air. Don't tell falsehoods, I beg of you. Do me the favor of setting my doubts at rest. You must know, I feel it. Yes, you were that girl's comrade, and I've seen Columban run after you, and talk to you in a low voice. He was giving you messages for her, wasn't he? Oh! For pity's sake, tell me the truth, I assure you it will do me good. Never before had Denise been in such an awkward position. She lowered her eyes before this girl, who was ever silent and yet guessed all. However, she had the strength to deceive her still. "But it's you he loves," she said. Genevieve made a gesture of despair. "Very well, you won't tell me anything. However, I don't care, I've seen them. He's continually going outside to look at her. She, upstairs, laughs like a bad woman. Of course they meet out of doors. As for that, no, I assure you," exclaimed Denise, forgetting herself and carried away by the desire to give her cousin at least that consolation. Genevieve drew a long breath, and smiled feebly. Then in the weak voice of a convalescent she said, "I should like a glass of water. Excuse me if I trouble you. Look, over there in the sideboard." When she got hold of the bottle, she drank a large glassful right off, keeping Denise away with one hand. The young saleswoman was afraid that she might do herself harm. "No, no," said she, "let me be, I'm always thirsty. In the night I get up to drink." Silence again fell. Then Genevieve once more began in a gentle voice. "If you only knew, I've been accustomed to the idea of this marriage for the last 10 years. I was still wearing short dresses when Colomban began courting me. I can hardly remember how things came about. By always living together, shut up here together, without any other distractions between us, I must have ended by believing him to be my husband before he really was. I didn't know whether I loved him, I was his wife, that was all. And now he wants to go off with another girl. Oh, heavens! My heart is breaking. You see, it's a grief that I never felt before. It hurts me in the bosom, and in the head, then it spreads everywhere, it's killing me." Her eyes filled with tears. Denise, whose eyelids were also moistening with pity, asked her, "Does my aunt suspect